welcome to the October 19 meeting of the Ann Arbor City Council. If you're able, please rise and join us for a moment of silence, followed by the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation,
under God,
indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Would our clerk please call the roll of council?
Councilmember Hayner,
Here.
Councilmember Bannister,
here,
Councilmember Griswold, Councilmember Griswold,
here,
Councilmember Lum,
here,
Councilmember Grand,
here,
Councilmember Ackerman,
Here.
Mayor Taylor,
Here.
Councilmember Eaton,
Here.
Councilmember Nelson,
here,
Councilmember Smith, absent, Councilmember Rumlawi.
Here.
We have a quorum.
Thank you. May I have a motion, please, to approve the agenda? Moved by Councilmember Ackerman, seconded by Councilmember Bannister for discussion of the agenda. All in favor?
Aye.
I would like to add a last minute resolution from the Natural Features Working Group.
That been distributed?
I distributed it a few minutes ago. I apologize for the lateness of it. We just learned of the need for it at the working group meeting this afternoon.
All right, let's roll it. Let's roll it in before. Are those? Let's roll it in before DC 1. So DC 0 if that's all right. Will you remind me, Councilmember Bannister?
Yes, thank you.
There's a motion and a second by Councilmember Lum. Well, is there a second to Councilmember Bannister's request to have that added?
sorry.
Seconded by Councilmember Griswold. Thank you. Councilmember Lum, question.
Thanks. Yeah, I always thought it was our council rules that we needed to vote to. I'm not opposed to adding this. I'm just saying we procedurally, we need to vote on adding a late agenda item. Do we not? I think that's
Correct.
I think that's a
That's
council rule.
Yes.
Yeah. How many votes are required? Again, I'm not objecting to adding it. I just want us to do things correctly procedure wise.
Offhand, I believe it's at 7 votes.
Okay.
With respect to the amendment, may I have a motion, please, on the amendment has been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion?
We
All in
need to
favor?
vote first to add it.
Yeah.
That is the amendment.
That's what we're doing.
We're voting on the amendment to add it. Councilmember?
Sorry to be a stickler for process, but I also think we should take a roll call vote because of the 7 vote requirement. Again, I support it.
I'll observe that there are many other contexts in which we don't
Right, and we should.
run roll call votes on items that require enumeration. If you'd like to have a roll call vote here, I'm happy to comply. Discussion on the amendment. Roll call vote, please, starting with Councilmember Eaton, I think it is. Is it, or is it?
Councilmember Nelson.
Pardon me, Councilmember Nelson. On the amendment,
The amendment to add it to the agenda.
correct.
Councilmember Nelson,
Yes.
Councilmember Smith, absent, Councilmember Rumlawi,
Yes.
Councilmember Hayner,
Yes.
Councilmember Bannister,
Yes,
Councilmember Griswold,
Yes.
Councilmember Lum,
Yes.
Councilmember Grand,
yes,
Councilmember Ackerman,
Yes.
Mayor Taylor,
Yes.
Councilmember Eaton,
Yes.
motion carries.
Any further discussion? The agenda as amended. And again, that's at DC 0. All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? The agenda is approved. Do we have communications today from our city administrator?
Yes, Mayor, just a couple of things if I could. I wanted to take just a second to point out to you that in addition to our city clerk, who's just been doing an excellent job with the election, we've had other people really stand up. Chuck Fojic and Jeremy Sipe are two people who really were instrumental in getting our ballot boxes installed. They went above and beyond the duty, reached out to the vendor themselves, worked on a Friday and Saturday in order to get them in as quickly as they could, which really helped out the clerk's office during this really busy time of ballots coming in. In addition, Dina Waddell in the clerk's office has really helped us out at working extra long hours at the UMA or the alternative location. So just a special thanks for some of the employees of the city. I want to recognize them publicly and let you know how good a job they've been doing. Speaking of the election, Ms. Beaudry has informed me that there are over 50,000 absentee ballots that have been issued. We are presently at about 60% of those have been returned. I think she's very happy with where we are. However, it's always great to have more, and we'd really like to get them in. The Secretary of State has recommended at this point that instead of putting them in the mail, it's useful to use the drop boxes or come to City Hall and drop them off. So I'd encourage all of our residents to go ahead and get your ballot in if you've already received your absentee ballot. I also want to take just a moment to make a brief notice about what's been going on with the health orders. I want to remind our residents and visitors that the rules regarding wearing masks and gathering in groups are still in effect, despite our recent Supreme Court decisions on the executive orders. Those rules that are issued by Washtenaw County Health Department and the State of Michigan Department of Health and Human Services limit our indoor residential gatherings in Ann Arbor to 10 people and outside residential gatherings to 25 people, whether on or off campus. Bar and restaurant capacity is still limited to 50%, and masks and social distancing are required. For the safety of our community, please continue to limit your sizes on residential gatherings, wear your masks, and engage in social distancing. Lastly, later in your agenda, there's an item for my contract for employment with the city. Since I have the floor now, I'll just take just a second to say that should you pass that item, I look forward to working with you all on the many challenges and opportunities we have in front of us. Thank you.
Thank you. We now come to a set of introductions. Introductions are something that it's always a pleasure and exciting to perform and to letting folks in the community know about some interesting aspects of civic life here in Ann Arbor. And the first one on deck today is the proclamation with respect to Co-op Month 2020. And so welcome, President Tabron. It's a pleasure to have you here. What I'll be doing is I'll read the proclamation and then cede the floor to you for a little bit. So this is a proclamation with respect to Co-op Month. Whereas cooperatives are a unique form of collaborative business where members own, use, and run their own businesses, not for profit, but for the collective good. Whereas cooperative businesses are operated according to the Rochdale principles, recognized and used by co-ops throughout the world, which include voluntary and open membership, democratic control, member participation, autonomy and independence, education, and the benefits and practices of cooperation among cooperatives. Whereas there are 40,000 cooperative businesses in the United States, serving more than 346 million members in nearly every sector of the economy, including producer, agriculture, finance, purchasing, childcare, energy, housing, utilities, food, education, retail, and so forth. Whereas there are numerous cooperative businesses throughout Ann Arbor, including, but not limited to, the Intercooperative Council of the University of Michigan, which I had the pleasure of being associated with many years ago, Forest Hills Cooperative Housing, Arrow Hills Cooperative Housing, Colonial Square Cooperative, Pine Lake Village Cooperative, Ann Arbor Co-op Nursery, I was there as well, Stone School Cooperative Nursery, First United Methodist Cooperative Nursery, University of Michigan Credit Union, the Huron River Area Credit Union, and the People's Food Co-op. And whereas Co-op Month was so designated in 1948 by the Minnesota Association of Cooperatives and celebrated by co-ops throughout the United States as a time to honor the service to their members and their communities provided by these cooperative businesses. Now, therefore, I, Christopher Taylor, Mayor of Ann Arbor, Michigan, on behalf of the City Council and the citizens of Ann Arbor, do hereby officially honor the cooperative businesses in our community, encourage our residents to explore their benefits, and by proclaiming this month, October, as Co-op Month in the city of Ann Arbor. And we have, as a representative of cooperative businesses in Ann Arbor, we have President Talbot of the Intercooperative Council. You have the floor.
Hi, everyone. Can you hear me clearly?
You bet.
Okay, cool. Good evening. My name is Julian Tabron, and I'm the ICC president for 2020 to 2021. And I just want to thank everyone at the City Council for recognizing October as Cooperative Month. It's an honor and it's a privilege for me to accept this gift on behalf of the ICC. Even through these challenging times, the cooperative movement continues to persevere. October is a month to celebrate the cooperative movement and believe in our shared cooperative values. You may know them as like the Rochdale principles. While it may have been a challenging year for the ICC and other local co-ops, we try to keep our spirits high in the community by supporting each other. As we continue to focus on our mission to provide affordable housing in Ann Arbor, we also hope to strengthen our relations with the city government after post-election. And hopefully people will vote yes on Proposal C. I want to give a shout out to the ICC and the People's Food Co-op, Arrowwood Hills U Credit Union, Pine Lake, University Townhouse Co-ops, and all the other non-local and local co-ops that I missed. Thank you. It's been a pleasure.
Thank you very much. In addition to celebrating some of the achievements and notable high points of our community, these introductions are also opportunities for us to reflect upon areas where we fall short of our aspirations as a society and a community. And with respect to the ongoing scourge of domestic violence, that is certainly true. And so it's appropriate to discuss now Domestic Violence Awareness Month, that being October 2020. Whereas intimate partner domestic violence is a pattern of coercive behavior used by people to control their intimate partners. It encompasses abusive tactics, including but not limited to physical and sexual violence, threats of violence, economic, emotional, and psychological abuse, and/or the use of privilege. And whereas the perpetrators of domestic violence often cause long-lasting physical and emotional trauma to individuals, families, and our communities. Exposure to violence in the home has been correlated to mental, social, and emotional damage that can affect our children's developmental growth, their self-esteem, and their sense of security. And whereas an estimated 1 in 3 women and 1 in 10 men will be subjected to domestic violence in their lifetime. And whereas domestic violence knows no boundaries of race, age, sexual orientation, gender, or economic status. Domestic violence is an indiscriminate public health concern in every community. And whereas the city of Ann Arbor appreciates and acknowledges all those individuals and service providers who have dedicated their efforts to supporting those most impacted by intimate partner violence by providing advocacy, services for survivors, and accountability to perpetrators. And whereas the city of Ann Arbor will remain committed to a coordinated community response and to end domestic violence in our community. Now, therefore, I, Christopher Taylor, Mayor of Ann Arbor, Michigan, do hereby proclaim October 2020 as Domestic Violence Awareness Month. I'd like to thank and acknowledge City Attorney Ari Slay, who was instrumental in getting this declaration off the ground. But here today to speak to us is from Safe House, Barbara Ness-May. If you'd be so kind, you have the floor.
If I had a nickel for every time I needed to unmute, well, Safe House wouldn't have to do fundraising for a really long time. Thank you. Thank you, Mayor, Council, distinguished guests, including, I see Judge Hines is with us this evening, as well as Judge McCormick, 2 people who have shown extraordinary support in both sides of issues related to domestic violence, survivor support, as well as offender accountability. The proclamation pretty much says it all, but I want to go on to say a little bit more about what's going on with Safe House during these really uncertain times for all of us. If you've had the opportunity to read some of the articles and hearing some of the radio interviews I've done, we talked about how when the pandemic was first declared, within the first few days, we got a lot of phone calls from survivors wanting to safety plan because they realized they were going to be not safe at home, even though we're saying safer at home. And actually, I remember on a Sunday afternoon talking to Judge Hines, saying that all of a sudden it got eerily quiet, and we were pretty nervous about that. And now our numbers are just surging. And we're balancing a lot of things. We're balancing the need for services. We're balancing the fact that a lot of our traditional ways of raising money to support survivors, we need to raise over $1 million a year, aren't going to be able to happen. And it's not as easy as just moving what we would have done in person virtually, because people are experiencing fatigue on being on a screen all day. So, and it doesn't help that assailants are using the pandemic to further control the survivor. The good news is that there's a little bit more freedom of movement, and survivors some are back to work, and so they're able to have, and assailants are back to work, so they're able to have the time to take care of themselves and to safety plan. But at the end of the day, Safe House is here to provide help and support to those who are in crisis. We're people in front of people who are in crisis and who are trying to better understand how they can move past it. And I couldn't be prouder of the staff that work here. We continue to provide services uninterrupted. Even though we had to move virtually, we did it very quickly and rather seamlessly. And we cross-trained all the staff to handle where we saw more requests for services in other areas. And I'm proud of the fact that we're continuing to do what we do, but it's because of this community, and it's because of people like all of you who support what we do and want to make sure that we are there for survivors. It means a lot. Again, an enormous thank you to all of you. I want to take this moment, I know Lydia is retiring, and to say a special few words about her leadership. I've been at Safe House 18 years and I met her before I even started, and she has always been extraordinarily supportive of making sure that our community keeps this top of mind awareness. So thank you, Libby. Best wishes on your retirement, and I'm hoping to see you later and not goodbye. And thank you all for acknowledging this very important month and for sending the message to survivors of sexual assault and domestic violence that this council cares and wants them to be safe and have what they need. Thank you again.
Thank you. And now, last and furthest from least, we have a proclamation and an introduction honoring Judge Elizabeth Pollard Hines. There are so many folks who work in Ann Arbor every single day to make this community a better place. We are constantly relying upon each other to do our part and to do even more to make our community livable and then meet all of our aspirations as best we can. And it's through we here at working at in civic government, we recognize and aspire to making those contributions. But what we know is that that whatever we do, we stand on the shoulders of giants, and one of our giants is departing today, or will soon. And so it is appropriate and proper and a delight that we have this proclamation in her honor. This is, as I said, a proclamation honoring the Honorable Elizabeth Pollard Hines, October 19, 2020. Whereas Judge Elizabeth Libby Hines, the longest-serving judge in the 15th District Court, was elected in 1992 and is the first woman to serve as a district court judge in Washtenaw County. And whereas Judge Hines has been a resident of the city of Ann Arbor for 50 years and received her law degree and undergraduate degree with great distinction from the University of Michigan. And whereas Judge Hines has worked to address the underlying causes that contribute to illegal behavior to make our community safer and to improve outcomes for all those who come before her. And whereas in 1996, Judge Hines was the first among many to be the first nationally to start a judicial review hearings for domestic violence cases. And whereas Judge Hines's court was selected as one of the 3 sites in our country to see what works best with judicial reviews, monitoring, in domestic violence cases in a 5-year, multi-million-dollar Department of Justice study. And whereas Judge Hines' court has served as both a national and worldwide model for handling domestic violence cases, where judges from all over the country and world have come to observe her courtroom. And whereas Judge Hines has helped train hundreds of Michigan judges and more than 1,000 judges from across the United States and Canada on judicial best practices in the handling of domestic violence cases. And whereas in 2005, Judge Hines helped create and launch a street outreach court that uses a team approach to deal with issues of homelessness while addressing criminal issues, which has been modeled in other courts throughout Michigan. And whereas Judge Hines has served as a leader on access to justice issues, recently serving the National Task Force on fines, fees, and bail practices, where she helped create the bench card used by judges nationally on this issue. And whereas in 2011, Judge Hines' fellow judges selected her to receive the first annual Judicial Excellence Award from the Michigan District Judges Association. And whereas in 2012, the American Judges Association created a new award called the Judge Elizabeth Hines Award to honor a judge in the United States or Canada who has taken innovative steps to reduce domestic violence, with Judge Hines appropriately as its first recipient. And whereas in 2018, the National Center for State Courts selected Judge Hines to receive the William H. Rehnquist Award for Judicial Excellence, one of the nation's highest judicial honors. The award, presented to Judge Hines by Chief Justice Roberts at a ceremony in the United States Supreme Court, is given annually to a single judge who is taking bold steps to address a variety of issues affecting their community. Now, therefore, I, Christopher Taylor, Mayor of Ann Arbor, Michigan, do hereby proclaim October 19, 2020, the day upon which we honor the Honorable Elizabeth Pollard Hines and recognize the outstanding contribution she has made to our community and to our judicial system. And well, there's a lot more that couldn't fit on that page. And to fill some of that out, I cede the floor to the Honorable Chief Justice.
Thank you, Mayor Taylor, and thank you all for giving me an opportunity to speak about the judge I have more respect for than any other judge in the world, Judge Libby Hines. You all know what a treasure she is to our shared, beloved local community, and Mayor Taylor just listed all of the many things that she has done to make that community a better place. Oh, by the way, Libby, we have a resolution from the Supreme Court as well. I'm not going to read all that because it does a lot of what Mayor Taylor did, and I'd rather use my few minutes to speak from my heart, although I hope you like the resolution. So, I hope you understand also what a treasure she has been nationally. While she has been showing up every single day, making Washtenaw County a better place, and the city of Ann Arbor in particular a better place, she has been called on over and over and over again by the National Center for State Courts, by the American Judges Association, and by every other national organization interested in figuring out how to make state courts places that heal, places that are producing fairness. She is over and over again the person who is called on and the person who delivers, and that is why she was honored with the Rehnquist Award 2 years ago. Let me repeat what Mayor Taylor said. One judge in the country, in all of the courts in the country, is selected for that honor. It is a tremendous honor, and it was such a proud moment for all of us in Michigan, all of us on the bench in Michigan, to have one of our own receive it. And Chief Justice Roberts was tickled when he gave it to her. You know, the district courts in Michigan are the places where most people experience our courts. They hear about 3 million cases a year. That's a lot of people who interact directly with those courts, and many of them without lawyers, right? Many of them have to navigate courts, the district courts in particular, without lawyers. And I always say there's no other part of government where that many people interact directly with their government. And so the kind of justice, the quality of justice the district court judges deliver really has the ability to grow trust in government or erode it. It depends. And Libby Hines has grown trust in government more than any other person I know by the way she treats every single person in her courtroom. It is a master class in procedural fairness. I was lucky enough last year to get to sit beside her on the bench for a couple of days to try and learn from her. She was the very first judge I practiced before when I moved to Ann Arbor in 1998. I had practiced before a lot of judges in New York and Connecticut and lots of other federal courts. And I had never seen anything like what she delivered in a courtroom and never have since. She is an absolute treasure to all of us on the bench, and it is frankly a little bit sad that she is retiring. I'm happy for her family. I'm happy for her, but I will miss having her on the bench as such a wonderful example of what one person can do to grow trust in government. Thank you for everything, Libby. Thank you for being the best mentor I could ever have. I am very lucky. We all are.
Thank you. Can I say a couple of things?
Judge, the floor is yours.
I'm totally caught by surprise. I thought I was babysitting my grandsons tonight, and then this has happened. So it's such an honor, and I'm so grateful for the proclamations and Barbara Neesmay from Safe House, all the work that's been done in our community to protect people and make our community safer. And of course, Chief Justice McCormick, who her leadership has just been absolutely amazing and recognized nationwide for leading our courts and keeping them running through the pandemic, which has been no easy feat, and she's managed to do it. So the idea that I would teach her anything is just hard to believe, but it's been such a privilege. I know you have a meeting. Like I said, I have no prepared remarks or anything because I had no idea this was happening, and I'm just so incredibly honored and touched. I met my daughter, her name appears on the screen. But it's been such an honor to serve the people of our community, and anything good I've done has no doubt been done with many, many other people. Wonderful colleagues, my colleagues Joe Burke and Karen Valvo. I invite you to visit and watch them in court, and they have problem-solving courts as well, and are always looking for ways to make sure the court is fair and accessible to everyone. So thank you so much for the incredible honor, and I'm really, really grateful, and it's been just a great privilege to be here the past 28 years as one of your district court judges. So thank you, and thank you, Mayor Taylor, for your kind words too.
You bet. Thank you. Rousing round of Zoom applause. All right, well, thank you, Judge. We now come to public comment reserve time. Public comment reserve time is an opportunity for members of the public to speak to council and the community about matters of municipal interest. To speak at public comment reserve time, one needs to have signed up in advance by contacting our city clerk. If you have signed up in advance to speak at public comment, please dial the number on your screen. That is 877-853-5247. 877-853-5247. Once you're connected, please enter meeting ID 974-2352-7921. That is 974-2352-7921. Once you have been connected, please enter *9 to indicate that you wish to speak. You will be identified by the last 3 digits of your phone number when it is your time to speak. When it's your time to speak, please pay close attention to the time clock. Speakers have 3 minutes in which to speak. Our clerk will notify you when there are 30 seconds remaining, and she will also notify you when your time is up. When your time is up, please conclude your remarks and cede the floor. Our first speaker today is Elizabeth Collins.
Ms. Collins, you should be able to unmute yourself and speak.
Hi, my name is Beth Collins. I live in the neighborhood where the wells were poisoned by Gelman many years ago, and we were drinking dioxane in our water until it was discovered. I have a few questions for City Council tonight, and thank you everyone for these hard decisions you're going to be making. I'm urging you, just as CARD did, as SIO Residents for Safe Water did, as Ann Arbor Township did, as Huron Valley Sierra Club did, and as the Environmental Commission did, to please reject this 4th proposed CJ. Why would we have had a closed session meeting last Friday about Gelman when the judge released the CJ to the public? Why is there still no transparency? Why, after the Assistant AG, Brian Nagel, stated on a recording that there are no more negotiations, that this was either a thumbs up or a thumbs down vote? Does the judge know you were meeting secretly behind the public after all the public comments were completed? Why are you protecting the polluter, it seems like? Why are you trying to settle for a bad deal, it feels like? This first Sister Lake discharge was a huge problem for many, but it's not the only problem. And it's not something a pipeline will fix. You are still dumping the problem into Honey Creek upriver from Barton Pond with dioxane and bromate in it. You will be paying for a pipeline for a temporary well. The Park Lake extraction well is stated to be temporary for a minimum of 2 years or until the dioxane drops to 500 parts per billion. There are more problems too. The Maple Road mixing zone is atrocious. To let high dioxane flow freely under homes on the Old West Side, where we have shallow aquifers and seeps into the sides of the hills and ravines. Right now we are testing wet basements in the city for dioxane vapor intrusion, but we want higher numbers to go that way? That's crazy. The idea of forcing township well owners to go on municipal water and to give up their free water because the plume has moved that way. The settlement agreement needs to be rejected in its entirety. Decisions have been made and the public has not seen any of the data or any of the science behind them. We have seen nothing except a slideshow and a Google Earth pics, which I can see myself. Were we lied to? Is this a thumbs up or a thumbs down? Are there still negotiations going on? When will the public hear about these other new negotiations? The polluter walked away all these decades ago after
30
contaminating
seconds.
our environment, our aquifers, and not protecting our public health. I urge you to please stop all litigation. These past 4 years of negotiations are very disappointing. Ask Governor Whitmer for assistance in the federal EPA. Some say there's a stigma of having EPA Superfund. This may be true of a new contamination that's found or of a soils contamination up here on the ground, but this is different. This has a stigma now. There is an article in MLive every few weeks about the uncontrolled plume, the unmanageable contamination, the non-progress, the bad polluter that we can't control, the weak state environmental laws. Thank you very much, City Council, for taking the time to dig into this unglamorous problem. Please help the future. Thank you. Thank you. Bye.
Thank you. Our next speaker is James Damore.
Mayor, I'm going to check with this caller. I don't have the number I was expecting for Mr. Damore. Caller 411. Caller 411, you can unmute yourself. Is this Mr. Damore?
Can you hear me? Yes,
Is
it
this
is. Can you hear me now?
You bet we
Yes.
can.
Okay, sorry about that, folks.
That's okay.
Good evening, Mayor Taylor and Council. Gotta love technology, eh? I am James Damore, indeed, and I'm a member of CARD, which for the viewing public at home stands for the Coalition for Action of Remediation of Dioxane. Just to explain very quickly, I became involved in this issue regarding the Gelman plume through the auspices of the Sierra Club several years ago. I was on the Sierra Club Huron Valley Group's executive committee when we formally petitioned the feds along with Ann Arbor and Fire Townships to have the US EPA make a preliminary assessment to have a Gelman plume declared a Superfund site. That was 4 years ago. As you know, the standard 1.4 dioxane was under review, and the interveners were interested in having role in negotiating a new consent judgment. So here we are. I'm having some difficulty because simply put, I'm looking at this, and I simply find it inappropriate for the city to, when I'm looking at page 9 and 10 of the settlement agreement, to waive its right to pursue Superfund status as its consent judgment calls out for, or pay essentially $1 million fee in the reduction of the contingency payment. It's as though this CJ was negotiated for the benefit of Gelman Paul Danaher and not for our community. Folks, we really need to do better than this. As mentioned before, the city's Environmental Commission has urged you to reject the CJ. You should also be made aware that, can't talk tonight, be made aware that CARD itself, comprised of citizens and stakeholders who have worked on this issue for decades, is urging rejection of this consent judgment. I strongly recommend that Council pass a resolution joining in Arbor Township and SIO in pursuing Superfund status. Best management practices would be ensured under Superfund, including the treatment of UV treatment versus ozone oxidation, which CARD data had shown to be effective moving to non-detect in the early 2000s. In closing, really, I can say that Superfund has a more responsible party to pay in Danaher, which can possess the technology. I say let's make this happen. In the meantime, even if we were to continue with the 7.2 parts per billion drinking water standard under the state, we can continue under the third consent judgment and get better results than what's being offered in the consent judgment decree. It's an improvement of what's proposed.
30
Folks,
seconds.
I think that's it. And I think I'm done right here. Thanks for considering my remarks.
Thank you. Our next speaker, Tom Stolberg.
Mr. Stolberg?
Good evening. This is Tom Stolberg. I live at 1202 Traver Street on the north side. I'd first like to thank all of you council members that have worked so hard on this. Some of you have worked for, I don't know how many years or decades on this. So thank you so much for all the hard work and how much hard work you've had to put in lately. And I'd also like to thank the members of CARD and other citizens who have dedicated years and years studying this issue, following this issue, advocating for this issue. I know Councilmember Hayner, who's now a council member, but was an advocate, a member of CARD, an advocate for clean water and cleanup over at Gelman for years before he became a council member. So thank you all for all the hard work you've put in on this. So it's disappointing that I and others, of course, it's disappointing when we say we want you to reject this after all that hard work. But this consent judgment 4 is not the right thing for you to approve. In terms of just respect for natural resources, I'm shocked that the level of discharge in the First Sister Lake and the Delph Nature area, even if it was perfectly clean water going into there, the increased discharge into that sensitive wetlands and nature area just doesn't make any sense. My experience with wetlands and that kind of environment comes from being a developer in Oakland County, where there's a lot of wetlands, and as a small infill developer, the pieces of property that we developed tended to be the things the large developers who wanted to clear cut and mass grade had to overlook because of the difficulties on that site. And we hired a wetlands consultant, and we learned. And from that, I mean, it sounds oxymoronic, perhaps, to say that a developer is an advocate of natural resource, but it's because we learned the value of the wetlands in our system. With environmental change, climate change, one of the things that Michigan is dealing with is increased stormwater, increase the intensity events, increase occurrence. Water is one of our, it is Michigan, it is our natural resource, and we are just not respecting that natural resource, not just in the discharge to the lake, but in not caring for our aquifer.
30 seconds.
This consent judgment gives up our biggest leverage, which is the ability to go to the EPA. We need to respect our natural resources. We need to reject this, and we can do better. Thank you very much for all of your hard work. Bye.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Shanna Milkey.
Miss Milkey, you can unmute your phone. Phone number ending in 106. You can unmute your phone. Miss Milkey, I believe if you hit *6, you can unmute your phone.
Good evening. My name is Shauna Milkey. I live on Keenly Court in Ann Arbor. I've already expressed my opinion about the proposed Gelman settlement during public comments and in writing, which is that we should reject the settlement. However, there are some recent developments on this issue that need addressing. If I understand correctly, City Council and Washtenaw County are negotiating to change the discharge location of the treated groundwater that was proposed to go into First Sister Lake. This is troublesome for a couple of reasons. First, the First Sister Lake discharge is not the only problem with the proposed settlement. Two of the major flaws of this agreement are the release of claims section, which requires local units of government to waive possible future claims against the company, and the provision that local governments would lose their continuing rights if they solicit EPA Superfund intervention. While current state environmental law only requires containment of pollution and not cleanup, that may change in the future. In addition, we may find new areas of dioxane contamination. In either case, I would not want our local governments to be constrained in their potential claims against Gelman. As well, I would like to see our community reserve its right to solicit EPA intervention. Gelman must be at least somewhat concerned about this possibility to put this provision in the settlement. That tells me that it's important to keep this option available to our local units of government. The second concerning aspect of these late-breaking negotiations involves transparency in government. Eagle, City Council, and Washtenaw County Commissioners told the public on several occasions that the proposal was a yes or no agreement. That assertion now appears to be untrue. If so, then let us open up the negotiations to the public to fix the other problems of the agreement. Otherwise, the frustration that I and my fellow citizens hold with the confidentiality of the negotiations broadens to mistrust. To close, I repeat my request that City Council reject this proposed settlement. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Zachary Story.
Mr. Story, you can unmute yourself.
Hello. My name is Zachary Story, and I wanted to talk today about Indigenous Peoples Day, and to thank the city for, I think it was looking up the history, I think maybe about 4 or 5 years ago, changed Columbus Day to Indigenous Peoples Day, and I think it partially kind of helped me do some research on the Indigenous peoples in the area and some of the history, and just beginning with that, there was a lot of reflection. I found it difficult to find a lot of history, which wasn't too surprising. Oh, and I'll also the Indigenous peoples that were in Washtenaw County, the Odawa, Ojibwe, and Potawatomi, amongst others. And I just am thinking about as a city, what the next step is, because you know, changing Columbus Day is great and everything, but you know, what's the next step in reckoning with our past? And a lot of what I found with the University of Michigan, it's often said that the University of Michigan started with a generous gift from Native peoples, and I think that's very misleading, because it seems like it was under a lot of coercion of everything else that was happening in the area. I've found that a couple of these treaties were under the threat of violence and under a larger program of the United States pushing Native peoples across the Mississippi, and it was kind of like a precursor to Andrew Jackson's policy of Native relocation. So I don't know, with
30 seconds.
November coming up as Indigenous Peoples Month, I don't know if the city has any educational outreach planned, or I just would like to encourage city council and other community members to think of like what a next step could be in further recognizing the history of Ann Arbor and the area, the land it's on. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there, Ms. Beaudry, if you would be so kind as to give me hand lowering authority, I'd be grateful.
You should be a co-host.
All right, fair enough. Are there communications from council? Councilmember Griswold, Bannister rather. Councilmember, you're on mute. Councilmember, you're still muted. There you go.
Okay, let's see. In the spirit of my exit interview, this is my second to last meeting on council, and based on my years of experience in the financial services industry, I would like to provide input to the city about what's needed most urgently and importantly for more transparency and accountability. And so I just wanted to give a heads up that I would like to bring to the November 5 meeting 2 resolutions that have been evolving over many months. And both of these resolutions involve working closely with Tom Crawford, who has wonderfully demonstrated strong skills with decision-making and budget decisions. The 2 resolutions that I would like to bring forward are following on our last meeting, where at a 9-2 vote, we agreed to release one of the privileged and confidential memos. And I would like to suggest that we release more of the letter library of privileged and confidential legal opinions. And a bunch of them are contained in our new council member orientation manual. And this includes the conflict of interest and ethics advice memo from several years ago, which is relevant for tonight's discussion about the Gelman plume consent judgment. And this resolution to release privileged memos is also in keeping with our city charter, section 18.2, 5.2, and 5.3, which says that all records of the city shall be public and shall be available for inspection at all reasonable times. And the second resolution is in regards to communications about metrics and performance metrics specifically. And the suggestion in the resolution will be to form a citizens advisory board to support staff and develop the criteria and checklist to monitor and report on the metrics communications across all departments, including things like road conditions and so forth that we have asked for strengthened metrics on. So this Citizens Advisory Board would follow criteria just to monitor and report on city progress. And we have a growing list of residents who have come out of the woodwork and already volunteered to serve on this commission or this board. And much of the data is already existing and being reported. And we just want to have it in a standard format to make budget decisions and avoid mistakes. So I believe these 2 resolutions will help improve transparency and accountability and overall plain language communications, and help the city and staff with transition to our 5 new council members. A third other resolution for November 5 is something Councilmember Hayner and I've been working on, and it is in the planning stages, but it is along the lines of directing staff to begin negotiations to consider purchasing the over 50 acres of Brewer property on Duvarin Road as a future site for cooperative affordable housing, as it is next door to Arrowwood. So for tonight, I just wanted, my announcement is just to give a heads up and a sneak preview of resolutions for the November 5 meeting. Thank you.
Councilmember Lum.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. This morning I was pleased and very excited to see the city announce that the city budget priorities online survey is now available for residents to complete. My thanks to Mr. Crawford and Mr. Horning and other city staff for the Marty Preshon, there are many, for the quick turnaround in getting the survey ready and for letting folks know that it's available for them to complete. This is the second citizen budget survey. The first was 2 years ago, and the input will help inform the discussions and decisions on the fiscal year 22 budget and fiscal year 23 financial plan. The input was valuable and incorporated 2 years ago, and I think it will be again. Anyway, residents can find the online survey at the city's website. It takes approximately 20 minutes to complete and is available in 3 languages. Thank you for that too. Yeah. The deadline for input is November 24th. I join on what you believe the city's spending priorities should be. And thanks very much again to city staff.
Councilmember Griswold.
I want to follow up on the comment by Councilmember Bannister regarding the performance metrics and the Citizens Advisory Group. I see that as an organization similar to A2 Safe Transport, a group of concerned citizens who got together, provided data, supported staff, and were extremely successful in moving the organization forward in a non-controversial, non-argumentative, whatever other word, without conflict. And I would see this organization doing the same thing. I have 3 thank yous. One, I want to thank the community members, especially those that have provided information regarding Gelman, healthy streets, natural features, and also the excellent work of the Environmental Commission. 2, I want to thank the community members because in addition to email sent to staff and surveys that they've completed, they've also commented on Nextdoor, Reddit, Facebook, and Twitter. And the vast majority of those comments have been intelligent, analytical, solution-oriented comments that add value to the local governance. And I really appreciate that. And lastly, I want to thank Senator Jeff Irwin's office for arranging another meeting and moving solutions forward. It looks like we're going to have improvements made by MDOT to the Huron crosswalk near Thayer that was the site of an extremely critical injury accident in early 2019. And the plans are being reviewed and construction is scheduled to begin in April of 2021 as soon as the construction season starts. So thanks to staff and everyone involved in that process.
Councilmember Hayner.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. I just wanted to briefly just thank the mayor and the council for the proclamation in favor of the co-op. Co-op month. Many of us are probably members of co-ops in some form or another. I know I'm a member of several of them, including credit unions, which are a cooperative type situation. And I think if you look at the numbers behind affordable housing, we find that the majority of affordable units here in the city are to be found in our cooperative housing developments here. I think between Arrowwood, which is in my ward, Ward 1, and Pine Lake and Forest Hills Co-op and a handful of other ones. I mean, there's almost 800 units in there. And just to give folks an idea out there that Arrowwood, a 3-bedroom, 1.5 bath, it goes for about $850 a month. And so that's kind of unheard of in the city. And so by number of units, I believe that our co-ops provide the majority of affordable housing here in the city. And it's I think it makes sense for us to look at what has worked in the past and what is working now for us, and to expand on that. And so when Councilwoman Bannister mentioned a resolution that we're considering bringing forth next week, it's to look forward, being informed by the past and what has worked for us, and to consider notions of increasing the amount of cooperative housing available, either through direct purchase or changes to our zoning or whatever the case may be. I think we need to run with what's working for us. And so, and really what works for us is cooperative housing. And you know, those I guess you call it traditional residential co-ops, you know, that doesn't even include ICC, which has been great, which offers many benefits outside of affordability, including sort of personal growth opportunities by sharing in a cooperative living experience. And so I want to thank everybody who's involved in the cooperative business here in town, and just remind everyone to consider that it has been a proven success here, and I think it can continue to be, and I think that we should build upon it. So thank you for listening.
Further communications from council? We now have before us the consent agenda. May I have a motion, please, to approve the consent agenda? Moved by Councilmember Nelson, seconded by Councilmember Rumlowy. Discussion of the consent agenda. Councilmember Eaton.
Yes, I'd like to pull CA1, please.
CA1. Further discussion of the consent agenda. All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? The consent agenda is approved with 11 council members present, all voting the affirmative, thus satisfying the 8-vote requirement with respect to CA3, CA5, CA7, CA9, and CA11. CA1, resolution to award a contract to the Davy Tree Expert Company for routine street pruning in the amount of $674,020. Moved by Councilmember Eaton, seconded by Councilmember Rumlowy. Discussion, please, of CA1. Councilmember Eaton.
Thank you. In light of the Hines versus Ann Arbor litigation that's pending right now, I can't support spending stormwater funds in this quantity for a purpose not directly related to stormwater services. I realize there's this extenuated relationship between trees and stormwater, but I don't feel that it falls within the Bolt v. Lansing definition of a fee. And so I won't be supporting this. I think this is a lot of money to be pulling out of a stormwater fund for a matter that just kind of relates to the subject matter. This amount of money is actually even more than the repeated amendments that we've funded our outside Gelman council with water supply funds with. That's only accumulated to about $475,000. This is $674,000. This is an incredible amount of money all at once. And so I'll be opposing this resolution. Thank you.
Councilmember Ackerman.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll be glad to support this. Our street trees, while they beautify our neighborhoods and are a defining characteristic of our community, they're also our first line of defense against flooded basements and increased rainfall as our climate changes. If colleagues are uncertain and unclear about the connection between street trees and the impact on keeping our homes safe, I would refer them to the EPA's manual and guide on stormwater to street trees. It's a really useful 31-page document that directly draws the link from experts in a number of fields between exactly how this infrastructure keeps us safe and uses these dollars to their truest and fullest extent.
Councilmember Griswold.
I agree with Councilmember Ackerman. I fully support the maintenance of our street trees, and they were not maintained as they should have been for many years. However, I think that it is taking the conservative route to fund that activity from the general fund until such time as this lawsuit is decided. Thank you.
Further discussion? I got Councilmember Hayner.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, this rarely comes up, an opportunity to discuss this, but I appreciate you pulling it off. I've always had, I understand that I actually looked through the EPA manual on the street trees or the paper. I get where it's coming from, but at the same time, we have a situation here in the city where we also, for other reasons that aren't completely clear, we really look down on folks who do large gardening near the stormwaters and the sidewalks and in the easements. And over the years, I've had to dramatically reduce the amount of plantings on my easement, even after my street tree was gone. Or especially after, I should say, because as soon as that street tree was gone, everything got like 8 feet tall right out there. And so, now it was exposed to the sun again. And so every spring I go out there and I remove, and I finally got rid of most of them last year. I took almost 900 pounds of materials out of there last year. And that was just stuff that sprung up. And I'll tell you what, if you want to talk about holding water back, take a look at, pull out some, dig out some, daylilies or native grasses or things like that, and the roots on those things and the tubers and so on. It's incredible how much water plants retain. And so I have no doubt that street trees do the same thing. But I do have doubts about paying for it from the stormwater. And so I certainly understand where Councilmember Eaton is coming from, and I'm gonna go along with him in this case and suggest that maybe this come back and be paid for from another place until we sort all this out. So thank you.
Councilmember Umlawi.
Thank you. Hopefully my audio is working today. I appreciate the acknowledgement on that. I appreciate Councilmember Eaton pulling this up for discussion and the concern he has about the litigation that will be coming forth with stormwater and sewer waters and water rates. But I think it's premature to start pulling the plug on programs and funding sources in light of that. I don't believe, because for me at least, that the concern of that being challenged when it comes to stormwater and its connection to controlling rain events and using our stormwater monies to protect the infrastructure and the environment in the way we have. We are behind schedule with our maintenance, which will lead to bigger problems if we don't do the preventative maintenance that's already behind schedule. I'll just say that I appreciate the concern, but it hasn't risen to the level where I would decide to pull the plug on this program or shift the funding sources. In fact, I applaud the progressive thought of using the stormwater money on programs like this rather than general fund dollars, because we are challenged with a lot of priorities and not enough resources. So I think it's in fact a good way to redirect the resources that we have to prescribe programs as such.
Councilmember Ackerman.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Exactly what Councilmember Ramlawi said. I'll just add that at any given time, we're defending dozens of different lawsuits. And if we stopped doing public service in response to every single one of those and started questioning our experts and our attorneys about the right and fair way to do that, we would shut down as a city hall. We wouldn't have a fire department. We wouldn't issue liquor licenses. We wouldn't balance our budget. The city would come to a screeching halt. And so we should let the lawsuit run its course in the judicial system and the court system. And we should carry on with the advice of our professionals and our attorneys.
Councilmember Grant.
Sorry, thank you. Much of what I've wanted to say has just been said by the prior couple of speakers. I would also like to point out that I don't know where we're going to find $674,000 in our general fund. And what would you not pay for instead if you're going to pay for this with $674,000 in our general fund? So I don't see the trade-offs. We have an identified source, and I won't comment on the lawsuit, but we definitely shouldn't be changing policy as a result of it. Thanks.
Councilmember Bannister.
Thank you. I see that Molly is joined us here at the meeting tonight, and I was wondering if she had any thoughts about this. Particularly, I'm wondering, is there any way to minimize this 674,000? And are there any other sources of funds besides this stormwater fund that is currently being subject of the lawsuit?
I would say the only way that we could minimize or bring down the cost would be to do less pruning. And the city's goal is to prune 10% of the trees each year. This is consistent with industry standards and what we want to see to keep our healthy urban forests. So if we do that, we are, not going to be maintaining our trees as we should. And as Councilmember Griswold talked about, that we, have been trying so hard to get back on track with. As far as alternate funding sources, we've not looked at that.
Councilmember Amlawi.
Thank you for the opportunity, second time. I would just say as we go further along in trying to enhance our community and the services that we provide, this is an ongoing program. We're just in year 5 of a 10-year cycle. I'm sure we're going to have to repeat this cycle every 10 years. And I would just try to advocate for bringing this back in-house so we're not constantly outsourcing this. This adds up. And I think when we start talking about, democratic values of good working, good paying jobs, people living in the city, working in the city, I think this is a job that should be, honestly, in-house. It's ongoing. It's not a one-off. It's not seasonal. It's not like peaking like it does in the construction department, permitting kind of thing when I speak of seasonal. I feel like this is something, if we have a dedicated source of funding, a reliable source of funding, as we identified here with stormwater, that we should really be looking at having this kind of activity done with city employees on an ongoing basis. I just find it hard to think that a for-profit company would be able to provide a better service for a better price than if we did it ourselves.
Councilmember Lum. Councilmember, you're on mute.
Sorry. Thanks. I will go after. I will follow Councilmember Eaton. His hand was also up. You called on us in the right order. I just want to defer to him first.
Councilmember Eaton.
Thank you. So I want to remind council that this is an essential service, but its relationship to the stormwater fee is marginal at best. In the Bolt v. Lansing case, the city of Lansing tried to use its stormwater fees to finance the separation of its sewer system, stormwater and wastewater systems that had been mandated by a regulatory agency. So it was required to do that. And nonetheless, because the benefit being conferred was a benefit that was generalized throughout the community and wasn't particularized to the fee payer based on the amount they were paying, it was considered to be more appropriate for a tax than for a fee. Similarly with this, if a tree is planted in my front yard, it doesn't benefit somebody in the second ward. And there's nothing that person in the second ward can do to minimize their cost for tree planting elsewhere in the city. It's so general that it should be funded by a tax, not by a user fee. The user fee should be for the cost of providing the actual service. Another factor in this kind of case is when the service was previously funded from the general fund and then it's shifted into this kind of fund. Historically, our forestry department was funded from the general fund, and it was just a number of years ago that it was shifted into our stormwater funding, and that is not going to help us in this litigation, I believe. So I understand that the next council might want to take this risk. I'm just not willing to impose this risk on them on my way out the door. So if you want to vote in favor of this, I understand it. This is an essential service. It's just not appropriately funded with this fee. So I'll be voting against it. If the plaintiff in the Hahn case prevails, we'll have to come up with the $674,000 somewhere anyways to repay it. So I just think you need to be more cautious with how you use fee revenue in this kind of general operational sense. Thank you.
Councilmember Lum.
Thank you. And I'm glad you spoke for my speaking, Councilmember Eaton. Thank you. And thank you for that value add. I think that's critical information for us to consider. One of my questions was going to be, how do other communities fund this type of tree pruning, tree maintenance, these programs? And I do not question at all that this is important work, or that Ms. Majewski's department needs this money. It is a lot of money, but it's we haven't entirely, but we just have not kept up with what the work out there that needs to be done. And so my only concern here is the funding source, and I hope that going forward, if this doesn't pass, I just think it's prudent to identify another funding source to do this work. I know that's a challenge because it's a large sum of money, but I think it's in the city's best interest to do that. Thank you.
Further discussion? For my part, I will just state that I unequivocally reject the suggestion that our practice is without basis in law. I think it is consistent with certainly with the legal advice we've received, but also consistent with Michigan law. The connection between street trees and stormwater is undeniable. The street tree, our street trees are a critical component of our stormwater system, and they have plain and obvious other benefits as well. But that is ancillary to their demonstrated and scientifically proven stormwater benefit. Further discussion? Roll call vote, please, starting with Councilmember Nelson.
Councilmember Nelson?
Yes.
Councilmember Smith?
Yes.
Councilmember Romlawi?
Yes.
Councilmember Hayner?
No.
Councilmember Bannister?
No.
Councilmember Griswold?
No.
Councilmember Lum?
No.
Councilmember Grand?
Yes.
Councilmember Ackerman?
Yes.
Mayor Taylor?
Yes.
Councilmember Eaton?
No.
Motion carries.
We now come to a set of public hearings. Public hearings are opportunities for members of the public to speak to council and the community about the specific subject matter of the public hearing, that is to say, the specific item on the agenda. Speakers do not need to have signed up in advance in order to speak at a public hearing. In order to speak at a public hearing, one of these next 3 public hearings, please enter the number on your screen. That is 877-853-5247. 877-853-5247. Once you have made that connection, please enter meeting ID 974-2352-7921. That is 974-2352-7921. Once you have made that connection, you may enter *9 in order to indicate that you wish to speak at the public hearing. *9 to indicate that you wish to speak at the public hearing. The clerk will identify you by the last 3 digits of your telephone number when it is your turn to speak. When it's your turn to speak, you'll have 3 minutes in which to speak, so please pay close attention to the time. Our clerk will notify you when 30 seconds are remaining and when your time is up. When your time is up, please conclude your remarks and cede the floor. Our first public hearing today is public hearing number 1, an ordinance to amend Chapter 55, Unified Development Code, rezoning of 12.8 acres from PL, public land, to PUD, Planned Unit Development District, Veridian, at County Farm PUD zoning and supplemental regulations, 2270 Platte Road. Is there anyone who would like to speak at this public hearing?
Caller with the phone number ending in 298. Do you have a comment? Phone number 298, if you press *6, you can unmute yourself.
Hi, good evening. This is Amanda Carlisle. Hi, I'm a Ward 4 resident and also the executive director of the Washtenaw Housing Alliance, a collaboration of about 25 nonprofit and government entities working to end homelessness here in Washtenaw County. As I have spoken before with council, there is a shortage of affordable housing in Washtenaw County and within Ann Arbor. And we have a community goal of adding over 3,000 units by 2035. City Council has the opportunity tonight to approve an ordinance for the rezoning of 2270 Platte Road from public land to PUD, and to approve the site plans and development agreements proposed for the Veridian and County Farm. Approval of the resolutions will allow 99 dwelling units on the south side of the development and also for the construction of 50 affordable housing apartment homes, which is a tremendous gain for our entire community. Thank you to Washtenaw County government for moving forward with this process to transform this vacant land into an environmentally sustainable development that will increase the number of affordable housing units in our community. Thank you also to the city staff, City Planning Commission, and City Council for hopefully approving the next steps for this development tonight. And thank you for the development team and of course Avalon Housing for the tremendous work you've done over the years to get this development to the place it is tonight. I hope it will get the approvals it needs to move forward. Thank you and have a good night.
Thank you.
Caller with the phone number ending 426, do you have a comment? Caller with the phone number ending in 426, you can go ahead and unmute yourself.
Hello, this is Aubrey Patino. I'm the executive director of Avalon Housing, and our team is here tonight to answer any questions, but I just wanted to jump on and say thank you to our partners at the county and the Washtenaw County Board of Commissioners and at the city, who alongside policy actors have advocated for repurposing this land in this way. And to all of the advocates and organizers who leverage support in getting us here tonight. This step in the process marks a tremendous milestone for us, and we are thrilled. The prospect of moving 50 more families into permanently affordable housing means now more than ever as we operate amongst the chaos and complacency that creates homelessness in our community in the midst of this pandemic. This development is fully aligned with the 2015 Housing Affordability and Economic Equity Analysis recommendations, offering direct environmental benefits, providing a template for use in our community, our county, our state, and really our country. And the site offers access to public transit to both Ypsilanti and Ann Arbor, supporting ease and access to work and community for the hopeful neighbors who would love to call Veridian home. Most importantly, it will have multi-generational impacts on the health and quality of life for those who get to live here. As we grow our community at Avalon with Veridian coming online, we will do so knowing that it has only been possible because of the immense commitment of so many who have been alongside us in seeing this neighborhood come to be. So for all the attention that Veridian has paid for being innovative and inclusive, I hope that in time, this model will reflect a new normal that we'll come to expect of others as well. Thank you.
Thank you.
Caller with the phone number ending 677. You can go ahead and speak, caller 677. Caller 677, go ahead.
Wait, oh, okay. Oh, sorry. Okay, I thought I did something messed up. Anyway, yeah, this is an exciting project. And, you know, usually when we have housing projects in front of us, it's like, we think, hey, you know, we really need housing. And so we're going to approve this, or, you know, I'd like this to be approved, but there's always, you know, something that we have to compromise on. Well, this project isn't perfect because it doesn't have this, doesn't have that. This Veridian project has everything. We've got affordable housing, we got sustainability, and we got housing. So I'm excited to see this one go forward. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Caller with the phone number ending 700.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Good evening, council members. My name is Elisha Hatcher-Kay. I live in Ward 5, and first of all, I want to thank you for the opportunity to speak with you tonight. As a young person, I'm scared of what the climate crisis means for the air we breathe, the water we drink, and the places we call home. And I'm not talking about the distant future. I'm not even talking about tomorrow. Instead, I'm talking about right now. I'm talking about the 500-year storms that have hit Houston, Texas once every single year for the last 5 years because of the 1.1 degrees Celsius we've already warmed our earth. And I'm talking about the families that suffer through those storms. I'm talking about my family and family friends in my dad's native California, where fires have boxed in and burned whole communities. I'm talking about the heat waves and floods already hitting Washtenaw County. Whatever else 2020 may throw at us, climate change is the defining issue of our time, and confronting it is indisputably a massive challenge. But I'm proud to live in a community that isn't afraid to stand up and take action with our strong 2030 target, a brilliant Office of Sustainability and Innovation, and a robust plan for these critical next 10 years. The city isn't and cannot be alone in its task to climate justice, though. The whole community has things to lose to the climate crisis. We all have things to gain from strong and immediate action, and we're all needed for that action to take shape. That's why I'm so proud to support the Veridian neighborhood. It is community involvement redefined. Not only is Veridian an example of community engagement in carbon neutrality as a sustainable and net zero emissions development, it will also be a space of ongoing community building with recreation opportunities and shared spaces galore. Veridian is set to be a wonderful place to live, complete with living roadways designed for people, and a multi-purpose social space designed to serve not only its residents, but those of other nearby neighborhoods, bettering our community more broadly. Part of why Veridian excites me so much as well is that I often find myself frustrated by the focus on sacrifice when it comes to climate action. While it is, of course, a struggle for us to reach carbon neutrality and enact climate justice at any level, it need not be a process defined by difficulty so much as by opportunity, by a vision for a future that is better than today. Places like Veridian sacrifice nothing to achieve sustainability. On the contrary, they shed the constraints of older design styles and represent a leap into the future of community. I hope
30
and
seconds.
believe Veridian is just the beginning of a new tradition of planet-friendly, people-centered, vibrant, and advanced neighborhoods in Ann Arbor, welcoming people of all backgrounds to enjoy an even more beautiful version of our city than we have for ourselves today. In fact, Veridian stands to provide an example for communities the world over as more and more people unite around climate action. Thank you, council members, to Veridian and beyond.
Thank you.
Caller with the phone number ending in 955. Do you have a comment?
Hey there, this is Matt Grokhoff. I'm one of the partners in the Thrive Collaborative that's developing the Veridian project, and I've got a huge smile on my face after hearing Elijah Hetrick say those words. And I thank everybody for being here tonight. I just want to say a couple of quick things. First, we've got our subject matter experts standing by to answer all your questions about this really transformational project, which we hope this is going to be the world's first living community challenge compliant neighborhood master plan. And we really intend this to be a model for all future developments, not just in Ann Arbor, for really throughout the nation. Our greatest risk is that this project is going to be wildly successful and that no other developers will be able to replicate it. So Veridian, we said from the beginning, is a platform to stoke our creative our capacities for collaboration and creativity and compassion. And tonight, while this vote is historic, it'll be the first of its kind. It's the first time that you'll be voting to approve a project that actually aligns with the city's climate goals and affordable housing goals. But it cannot be the last. We've really got to work together to come up with that creative collaboration to really see how we can work together to create communities that are socially just and culturally rich and ecologically restorative. And I look forward to your vote and work forward on this and many, many other projects with other developers as well.
Thank you.
Mayor, there's a number of other callers on the line, but do not have their hands raised.
Thank you. If any other caller who's on the line wishes to speak at this particular public hearing, please enter *9. There are 2 other public hearings coming. You may speak at those as well. I see two have raised.
Caller 870, do you have a comment? Caller 870, you can press *6 to unmute yourself. Caller 870.
Hello?
Hi there, we can hear you now.
Oh, thank you. This is Janine Palms calling, and I am excited to talk to you, Mayor and city members, about city council members, about support for Veridian. I'm here with gratitude and with optimism. I'm grateful to all the people who have been part of creating and formalizing a vision for this land. It is with deep respect that I first acknowledge and offer gratitude to the peoples and natural systems that thrived on this land for thousands of years. More comments on this may be coming from others, but my comments are since the time that the juvenile court was on the land. In June of 2011, that's 9 years ago, 25 community members participated in a forum on site initiated and led by our then County Commissioner Yusuf Rabi to help build a community vision for the former juvenile county court property. We were excited to be invited and to express our ideas. In 2013, county commissioners discussed approaches to developing the land that would be in line with their overall strategic plans. Uses included affordable housing and alternative energy solutions, which the proposal we have before us is about. A community advisory committee was formed and met 3 times in the late fall. Our recommendations to the commissioners included in some form almost all the elements that would later be offered in the Veridian proposal. We also recommended a community design process, which did happen. The board accepted the recommendations that we proposed, and in early 2014, the next year a decision was made to proceed with incorporating the affordable housing into the plan for the site. And in 2016, a request for proposals was issued. In 2017, the 6 submitted proposals were reviewed and interviews conducted. In August, Thrive Collaborative and Partners proposal, also known as the Veridian County Farm proposal, was selected as a finalist with the best qualified bid. Negotiations over details were initiated and completed over the next year. Negotiations with the city began, public presentations, and an open house were organized in the summer of 2019. And just recently, Ann Arbor Planning Commission approved the proposal with a recommendation for passage by City Council. A tremendous thank you to all who have contributed to this effort: county commissioners and staff, citizens and representatives of organizations who packed the commissioners' meetings to witness and to speak passionately about the need for this kind of housing, to neighbors and others, a thanks, who stretched their feelings and thoughts.
30 seconds.
Thank you. To the hundreds of people who gathered and signed petitions, to members, friends, and staff of housing organizations, especially Avalon, who worked tirelessly in advocating for healthy homes for all, and to Matt Grokoff and the Thrive Collective and partners for having and holding the vision through all this time and the hurdles that looked insurmountable. Thank you, Ann Arbor Planning Commission also. And here today, with this resolution before you, City Council, such an opportunity this is. I look forward to a unanimous vote of approval and moving on to make this vision a reality in our neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you.
Caller with the phone number ending in 152, do you have a comment? Caller 152, if you press *6, you can unmute yourself.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, great. My name is Michelle Rabeau, and I've been a resident of Ann Arbor for almost 8 years now. I teach elementary school at Summers Middle School, which is right across the street from the proposed site for Veridian. Matt Grokoff, who is the founder of Thrive, and I, along with another teacher at Summers Middle School, came together last year to collaborate on a project for our 3rd and 4th graders that taught them not only about ecological sustainability and design, but about history and civics, sociology, and community building. And in the project, my students studied the site of Veridian, and they learned about the ethics of design and met with local experts to create a book that documented the geological, ecological, and social histories of the site, from when that site was totally underwater in the Devonian period, through ice ages, through Native American tribes, through farmlands and the juvenile detention center to what is now County Farm Park. And I believe that the mission and design of Veridian is so powerful for so many reasons. In 2020, science shows us how very real and pressing climate change is, and our time to combat it is running out. At the core of Veridian's designs are practical measures that directly counter practices which harm our planet. So the design rethinks key systems that are at the root of climate change, systems like food production, energy production, transportation, and so much more. And along with these main design features, Veridian is also about community and mental health, which is so important in today's age. The design incorporates greenways and promotes walking, biking, and spending time in nature. It will house a community barn where people can gather and socialize over authentic experiences. And throughout the process of creating the design for Veridian, Matt has brought in so many local experts and perspectives to the table, like those of my 7- and 8-year-old students. So as society opens its eyes to the widening gaps of social inequality too, this is also addressed by Veridian's commitment to mixed income housing. It's also a great resource for educational communities around Ann Arbor and potentially the world as more people and cities seek out designs just like this. My students were fortunate enough not only to learn the theoretics behind all of these huge concepts, but they were able to see hope and practical solutions right outside of their classroom door. This really is cutting edge work, and it is work like this that keeps us hopeful amidst all of the doom and gloom we see in so many other sectors of our world. It truly is a dynamic, multifaceted, and innovative project, and I can't wait to
30
see it come.
seconds.
It is a much needed symbol of hope and optimism and possibility for the future. So thank you for listening.
Thank you.
Mayor, there are no other callers with their hands up.
Anyone else would like to speak at this public hearing? Seeing no one, this public hearing is closed. Public hearing number 2, Resolution to approve Veridian at County Farm South, Thrive, Site Plan and Development Agreement, 2270 Platte Road. Is there anyone who would like to speak at this public hearing?
Mayor, I don't see any callers on the line with their hands raised.
To speak at a public hearing, please enter *9. Seeing no one, this public hearing is closed. Public hearing number 3, resolution to approve Veridian at County Farm North, Avalon, Site Plan and Development Agreement, 2270 Platte Road. Is there anyone who'd like to speak at this public hearing?
Caller with the phone number 958, do you have a comment?
Hi, yeah, this is Wendy Carty-Saxon. I'm the Director of Real Estate Development at Avalon Housing. And I know Aubrey spoke earlier during the PUD public hearing, but I just wanted to add in as well. As she said, it's been a long time during this planning process, and we're really excited to be at this point about the development we're presenting and really grateful for the support this development has received to date. We're excited about the prospect of bringing 50 units of newly constructed affordable housing online, including 30 that are supportive housing, with 10 of those dedicated to youth who experience homelessness through OZO. And we're excited about the planned nature of the combined development and working together with Thrive over the past few years to further this cohesive development, bridging many income levels in such an environmentally sustainable way. If we get these approvals this evening, site plan and zoning, along with the pilot that was on the consent agenda, thank you, it'll really get us, we'll be ready then to move on to the next stage. And it'll make us that much more competitive as we seek our final and largest funding source for Avalon site, low-income housing tax credits. So that would be fantastic. As Aubrey mentioned, our team is here to answer any questions, including Avalon's architect, David Esau, Kathy Kyneth, our civil engineer, and James Gray, our landscape architect. So thank you once again for your consideration. We really appreciate it. Bye.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who'd like to speak at this public hearing?
Mayor, I don't see anyone else with their hands up.
Anyone else would like to speak at this public hearing, please enter *9 now. Seeing no one, this public hearing is closed. We have before us the special and work session minutes of September 14 and special sessions of September 24 and 30 and the regular session meeting minutes of October 5, 2020. May I have a motion, please, to approve these minutes? Moved by Councilmember Ramlawi, seconded by Councilmember Griswold. Discussion of these minutes. All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? The minutes are approved. B1, an ordinance to amend Chapter 55, the Unified Development Code, rezoning of 12.8 acres in PL, public land to PUD Planned Unit Development District. Veridian at County Farm PUD zoning and supplemental regulations, 2270 Platte Road, moved by Councilmember Ackerman, seconded by Councilmember Grant. Discussion, please, of B1, Councilmember Ackerman.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This is the rezoning, and we'll take 3 more votes tonight on Veridian. I'll do my best to only speak once. I know I've spoken on the issue before. Veridian at County Farm Park is a landmark decision for this body and this community. We have the opportunity to enable a private and nonprofit partnership to build a mixed income and carbon neutral neighborhood, something we haven't had the opportunity to do before. This decision will change the lives of real low-income families and neighbors, but it will also provide future city councils and other cities across the country with an example to other developers, an example that will demonstrate that equity and carbon action are viable. And they're viable today, not 20 years from now. I'm proud to lend my support and voice to this tonight, and I invite this project and its residents into the neighborhood that I call home. It's a great place to live and raise a family. So I'm ecstatic about this opportunity tonight, and this is a small part that we play in this process, with a huge thanks to Avalon and the Thrive Collaborative, as well as our partners at the county for helping to make this happen.
Councilmember Lum.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor, and thanks, Councilmember Eckern, for that nice summary. Before I make a few comments, and I'll comment use this opportunity to comment on all three of the items. Do we need to move the supplemental regulations to replace as a substitute what was in our packet? There are two supplemental regulations. One clarifies the parking requirements on page 4, and the other is a reference to the UDC to govern how a security, this is as it was described to us by staff, how a security instrument would be used in an applicable event where Thrive, which is the South Market Rate development, needed to satisfy the affordable housing requirements independently of the Avalon development. So I'm guessing that we need to, since this is a substitute, move the substitute supplemental regulations. So I'm moving that, I guess.
Second, I'm sorry, did you make that motion, Councilmember Lum? Councilmember Lum, seconded by Councilmember Ackerman. Thank you. Discussion of that substitution?
Can that be friendly?
I am checking out. Is that, I assume that's friendly to the body? Objection? Who said that? Ms. Beaudry?
Yeah, perhaps Mr. Leonard can clarify, but is this the supplemental regulations that were amended at the last meeting?
Mr. Leonard?
Received them today.
This was, good evening, Mayor and Council. I provided a revised supplemental regulations with a few additional amendments that are technical in nature. As Councilmember Lum indicated, they cleaned up some language regarding the parking and references a code section that wasn't previously included in them. No substantive difference in their impacts.
Right. So these were sent to us today. I may just, Ms. Boudry, and thanks, Mr. Leonard. Just on the parking, that was just a clarifying language. And it's amended to read: no minimum parking is required, or no more than 2 off-street parking spaces for each dwelling unit, or 1 off-street parking space for each 500 square feet of non-residential floor area may be provided. And there's a further explanation about this in the council Q&A. But so I'm assuming you have them, Ms. Boudry, or they will be sent to you.
Ms. Beaudry, do you have these amendments?
Can you send them to Mr.
Yeah, I see they were sent in the email late this afternoon. I don't have them in Legistar, but I can add them.
Would you please? Thank you.
Okay, great.
Are they friendly to the body? Friendly to the body. Thank you. Councilmember Lum, you still have the floor.
Okay, thanks. So quickly, my comments then. Thanks for taking care of that. And again, just to follow on to what Councilmember Ackerman said, and for me, my comments will cover all 3 of the agenda items related to the County Farm Park development, the zoning, and the 2 site plans for North and South. I will be supporting all 3. This is a major project at County Farm Park on plat between Washtenaw and Huron Parkway. The proposal utilizes the 12.8 acre site, which is owned by the county, that has been noted, which used to be utilized. It was the juvenile detention and family court facility. It will now be utilized, as we've all heard, for an affordable housing and mixed use income residential development of 150 new units. I believe that the proposed rezoning from public land to PUD is appropriate. The supplemental regulations we just talked about to the PUD limit the maximum combined density to 16 units an acre. That is equivalent to R4B zoning, and in my view is also appropriate. The North project is 50 units of affordable housing and 9 two-story buildings on about a third of it. The North proposal is from Avalon Housing. As we know, Avalon has a strong track record for successful affordable housing projects. Earlier in the meeting, we approved a pilot for Avalon, so they will not be paying property taxes, which would have been about $200,000. That is normal for affordable housing projects and is consistent with the city charter. The South project would be 99 units of market rate housing of varying sizes and number of bedrooms that would be affordable to a range of income levels. The developer, Thrive Collaborative, will seek designation as a Living Community Challenge project, which is an advanced level of sustainability. The development will be 100% electric power generated by on-site solar. If for some reason the Avalon project does not move forward, the South project will be required to make 15% of the units affordable units. Although it's a bit disappointing, the developer declined to meet the city's request for a park contribution. The South project will be paying about $300,000 in property taxes. This area of Platt and Washtenaw is a very heavy traffic area. I travel it honestly multiple times a day, so it's important the vehicle and pedestrian access plans are robust and they're safe. I did ask about this, and I believe the plans for 2 traffic access points on Platt and 2 mid-block pedestrian crosswalks across Platt will work well. I'm happy to support all 3 of the agenda items tonight, the zoning as well as the 2 site plans for County Farm North and South, and thank you for listening.
Councilmember Grant.
Thank you. I'm thrilled to be supporting all 3 of these. Having this site in my ward, I've been a part of the conversations over a number of years, and this project is restorative on so many levels. I want to use Mr. Kirchhoff's language because it's not only restorative in terms of its environmental impact, but if we think about the former uses of this site, it's certainly restorative from an equity perspective. And I do want to thank our partners at the county. One person who wasn't called out, who I think needs to be, because I think without his patience and contributions, Commissioner Andy Labar, whose district this sits in. I was at some early meetings where if it were not for Andy standing there and being yelled at for hours at a time and being patient and believing in that this site could be used for a better purpose, this would not be happening. I think because of this site and the way that they have done community engagement with the neighbors, with the broader community, that they've really tried to lead by example. We have gone from signs that said save the land to signs that are supporting Prop C. And I think, I really do believe that without the community process that was set forth by the county and the participation by neighbors like Janine Palms and the education that she did in her neighborhood, the patience and optimism that she and others showed around this project, we wouldn't be moving forward, I hope, with an affordable housing millage that I hope will pass with flying colors in a few weeks. So, so my sincere thanks to all the partners and the people who've had a vision for this site and understood that there was a purpose here that was more important than traffic and parking, that really we could be using this as a sustainable site. That and I hope that this is not the last that our city sees of Thrive's work, because I do believe there are other sites where we could see this work replicated, including some in the 3rd Ward. So thank you, and I look forward to this passing unanimously.
Further discussion? I guess just to perhaps close things out, I would like to express my incredible enthusiasm for this project. It is true that this has come. This project has been going on for quite some time and has moved from controversial to universally admired through a great deal of work and vision affected by proximate advocates like Janine Palms and members of Thrive, Matt Grokoff and his team. I think Councilmember Grand properly identifies Commissioner Labar as being one of the primary architects of this moving from a space of pain to a space of beauty, and that's what I think we're going to see here. This is a development that meets all of our community goals. It's a development that does not have any compromise with our values, and I'm incredibly excited about it moving forward. I'd like to thank the development team. I'd like to thank the county. This is their land, their vision as well. They could have sold it off for parts. Instead, they sold it off for something beautiful. So, or instead of they utilized it for something beautiful. And I'm excited and grateful. Thank you. Further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? It's approved. DB1, resolution to approve Veridian at County Farm South Thrive Site Plan and Development Agreement 2270 Platte Road, moved by Councilmember Ackerman, second by Councilmember Grand. Discussion of DB1. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? It's approved. DB2, resolution to approve Veridian at County Farm North Avalon Site Plan and Development Agreement 2270 Platte Road, moved by Councilmember Ackerman, seconded by Councilmember Grand. Discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All opposed? It's approved. Let's take a short break. DC0 resolution in support of natural features working group proposal to UMCs, moved by Councilmember Bannister, seconded by Councilmember Griswold. Discussion, please, of DC0. Councilmember Bannister.
Yes. Thank you, Mayor Taylor. My apologies for the timing of this, receiving it this evening. However, we just had an environmental commission, the Natural Features Working Group meeting this afternoon, and we're informed that we have a deadline to submit our proposal that we've been working on to the U of M School of Environment and Sustainability, the SEAS program. And we have been working on this with Jason Talent and others. Our committee is led by Christopher Graham. And what this proposal is that it would allow the Natural Features Working Group to move forward with our proposal to U of MC's master's students to have them help with our GSI system and new natural features web pages, and improve the city's urban forestry plan to include a plan for all forest and trees in the city. And we believe it will be a strong long-term value to the city's work to mitigate climate change and to reduce loss of biodiversity and to increase the resilience of our natural systems across the city. And so what we're asking for tonight is for the city council to approve us to meet the C's deadline of October 26th and move forward with requesting student help on the proposal, which we feel will save the city tens of thousands of dollars if we had to hire an outside consultant to prepare this imagery and GIS maps with us.
Further discussion? Councilmember Brumlawi.
Thank you. I just quickly wanted to say thank you, Councilmember Bannister, for bringing this forward and looking at creative ways in addressing our issues. And so just quick thanks. That's all.
Councilmember Nelson.
I just wondered if you could clarify the significance of the deadline you just mentioned. That still isn't clear to me.
Yes. If we don't meet the October 26th deadline, we have to wait a full year to move forward on this project that we've been working on. And we thought we didn't need council approval for it. And we found out late today that that was recommended by staff that this go through council first.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate that.
Councilmember Lum.
Thanks. It was kind of my question too. So thanks for that clarification. And thank you as well, Councilmember Bannister, for bringing this forward. The only reason I asked for a vote to add it to the agenda is just because, yeah, it's a nit in our rules. But thank you.
Further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Is approved. DC1 resolution to rename Rose White Park in honor of Graydon Crapel, moved by Councilmember Grand, seconded by Councilmember Ackerman. Discussion, please, of DC1. Councilmember Grand.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll be short about this because I think the neighbors have spoken and unanimously been thrilled about this project. I couldn't be more honored to be bringing this forward. This is a park that Councilmember Crapel did a lot of work in. It was a space where he brought his neighbors together in celebration of their neighborhood and of service to others. And I know that every single one of these neighbors is already calling it Graydon Park. So I'm glad that we're formalizing it. If there is one colleague that I've ever worked with when I'm thinking about what would someone else do in this situation. There's some other colleagues that I think about, but the one that I think about more than any other is Graydon Cripple. He exemplified service in everything that he did in his life, his love of this community, his love for his family, his love for his neighborhood. And I'm just glad that we'll be bringing this forward, and that that this will be Graydon Park. Oh, and thank you to Graydon, and thank you to Graydon Cripple's family, in particular his wife Greta, and daughter Grace, whose input was instrumental in bringing this forward.
Thank you. Councilmember Ackerman.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you to Councilmember Grand and to you, Mayor Taylor, for bringing this forward tonight. But I know it represents the voice of the immediate neighbors of the park. I knew Graydon for a number of years, but our friendship really developed and blossomed in the last year of his life. And tonight, I miss him, and I just wanted to say a few words. As soon as Graydon Cripple had a diploma, he started serving our community and our country as a congressional staffer on Capitol Hill, as a Marine Corps officer, a nonprofit leader, a parks commissioner, and a city council member. Each of these responsibilities came with impressive titles and some of them with great authority. However, none of these jobs was more important than his role as a family member and neighbor. When I campaigned for Graydon in 2014 and again in 2016, I was struck by how little I actually needed to say to the residents in his neighborhood. Because Graydon had already swung by that day to take care of some small chore or offer some needed company and friendship, all part of his daily routine. This is the spirit that we need to continue, and that I hope this park inspires. Public service doesn't require status or rank. It only requires a willingness to ask your neighbors what they need and then to respond. And Graydon embodied that every day.
Councilmember Omlawi.
Thank you, and thanks to everybody who had a hand in bringing this to council consideration. I'm pretty sure this will pass unanimously, and rightfully so. I just have a quick question on timing and when we can expect this park to be formally recognized as Graydon Park, just for staff, or just curious to know when we can officially call it that.
Mr. Crawford, is Mr. Delacourt or Mr. Smith here?
I don't know that they. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Sorry, I don't think they're here to answer this. I believe that after council approves this, you can start calling it that. It will take us some time to put it in, but staff has been anticipating this. I can send you some more detailed timing about when we would have some of the signs and stuff up, but it would be appropriate after you approve it to start referring to it that way.
Would there be a ceremony of sorts, a dedication?
I'm sure there will be something that is done. Yep.
Thank you.
Councilmember Lum.
Okay, so very, very briefly, I just want to say I'm happy to support this tonight, and I appreciate that PAC and others came up with the idea to honor Graydon. As Councilmember Ackerman noted, he is obviously appreciate a former council member, PAC member, who not only did serve his community, but his country, as well as a United States Marine. And I was also glad to see that the park was just named for its street look, not in any way negate the recognition of anyone else. And so again, I'm very happy to support this. I'd like to thank PAC at the all those who were involved for suggesting this, and to Councilmember Grand and Mayor Taylor for bringing it forward. And I look forward to seeing the sign. So when we sit at that light, we'll all see his name.
Further discussion? Just to add my 2 cents, Councilmember Crapel was, one of the kindest and most decent, most honorable people, that I've ever met. And, I'm highly confident that that was an opinion shared by Annie, who had the pleasure of crossing his path. Councilmember Crapol cared so much about his community, cared so much about his country and his family. He was a lovely man, and I'm delighted that we're able to honor him in this way. Further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All opposed? It's approved. DC1, resolution to extend approvals of downtown street closures for restaurant and retail use during the time of mandated physical distancing contained in prior resolutions R2194, R2302, and R2371 until January 4, 2021. Moved by Councilmember Ramlawi, seconded by Councilmember Lum. Discussion, please, of DC2. Councilmember Lum.
Councilmember Malawi, if you want to go first.
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate it, Councilmember Lum, and thank you, Mayor Taylor. And just small correction, DC2.
Thank you.
We have asked, Councilmember Lum has asked the city clerk to pass us around a substitute resolution because the one that we are currently looking at on Legistar is somewhat outdated. So I guess I'll wait for perhaps if people haven't gotten that yet, for them to receive that substitute resolution, which simply just changes a couple things. First, substitute resolution will call the closures to remain in effect until November 30th, not January 4th. And also small changes to Maynard Street. It will not be closed 7 days a week after November 2nd. It will be a part of the weekend closures on the north end of Maynard between the parking garage entrance and Liberty. The south end of Maynard would be open 7 days a week. That is a lot of this. A lot of these changes happened after this was put on the agenda to begin with. After we met with the street associations, the DDA, Tom Crawford, to discuss the challenges that would be brought by the winter months in the weather, snow events, ice events, precipitation, and the challenges of setting up barricades and taking barricades down. Therefore, we had brought back the timing to November 30th, with obviously the conditions all consistent with prior resolutions, that the city administrator at any time can end the program if he sees it as unsafe. Also, the city administrator has talked about, I believe I won't put words in his mouth, but agreed to have staff meet with the merchant associations on a weekly basis after this month to judge weather conditions, and if any snow event is on the horizon, not deploying the barricades, as it will be much more difficult to remove them and clear the streets. So we are dealing with Mother Nature, and as evident with today's weather, we are looking for different kind of weather systems. So I appreciate the support this body has given our small businesses in downtown. I know it was a big ask, a generous ask. That was an ask that was generously reciprocated by the DDA and the city in helping the merchants through a very difficult time, and a very long and protracted difficult time that is. So I'll leave it there and I'll allow my colleague, Councilmember Lum, who's been extremely important in all this with Tom Crawford in shepherding the conversations in the movement.
I infer that the substitute resolution has been moved by you and seconded by Councilmember Lum. Is that friendly to the body?
Thank you.
Friendly to the body. Thank you. Councilmember Lum.
Yes, thanks. And thanks for that nice summary, Councilmember Ramlawi. I'm sorry, did you call out Maynard? That's the other change in addition to the date? what we're doing there. Okay, sorry if I missed that. And just briefly, yeah, as you all appreciate and understand, as Councilmember Mlawi touched upon, these closures have been a critical tool, really, in trying to support our local businesses downtown. The merchant associations requested these closures initially. They've requested the previous extensions and are also requesting, again, this 30-day extension to November. Don't have to tell you the pandemic has severely impacted them, and this is something that we can do and should do, and you have been doing to help. So thank you for your past support of all these recommendations, and I know the merchant associations and all their members are very grateful for the support the council has provided in this regard. And thank you, I'm sure you will support the further extension of the weekend closures until November 30th as well. Thanks, and it's been a pleasure to work with you on this and everyone, Councilmember Vermillion.
Sorry, Councilmember Hayner.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, there's no problem extending this whatsoever. I'm hard pressed to picture people sitting out there on November 28th or whatever having dinner, but it's entirely possible. And in fact, I was some folks from the Save Our Stages group and some restaurateurs and bar owners and so on had contacted me earlier in the week. Apparently in some other communities, the downtown development authorities and other authorities have been actually helping these businesses winterize, so-called winterize their outdoor spaces. And it's a mix of solutions, and obviously it doesn't work for everybody. And I just want to put it out there that there was a sort of a soft request by folks for the DDA and the Merchant Association to consider asking people who are businesses who are taking advantage of this extended closure to reach out to them and see if there's anything that they can do to help make the extension into these obviously going to be cold later months in the year here more palatable and more conducive to maintaining their business. It's great that we're doing this. I think it's working out. It's working out for folks who are able to take advantage of it. And I appreciate people's support on this. It's hard to imagine that there'll be people sitting outside at the end of November. But hey, great, and I know retail is also a part of that. And so just allowing people to take some sidewalk space and some street space for retail is also perfectly appropriate. So thanks for bringing this forward. I look forward to the support.
Councilor Lum.
Yeah, thanks. Thank you, Councilmember Hayner. I will just say that this group is going to continue to meet, and maybe not quite as often, or perhaps they will, as we've been meeting throughout the pandemic thus far. And they're going to be looking at various things, and Councilman Maui can expand on that now or later. But I loved it at the last meeting when Councilman Maui brought up, maybe one thing we could look at, piece of infrastructure would be heated sidewalks. So we know that there are, some new innovative things that we can come up with to make sitting outside, dining at a nice downtown restaurant on November 28th, comfortable for folks and helpful for the businesses. But this group is going to continue to have these discussions because these discussions need to continue, obviously, to get everybody through all this. So thanks.
Councilmember Griswold.
I'd just like to say that I visited many ski areas and people sit outside to have lunch, to have dinner, just sitting around a fireplace, talking to friends. And so I think some of it's just a mindset. If we can have some focus area or some themes for downtown, I think that more people will come out even in the winter months.
Councilmember Amlawi.
Thank you, and I appreciate the words that are being expressed, supporting folks down here. I agree that, as an operator down here, I see people's thresholds changing to eating outdoors science has indicated eating outside is safer than eating indoors. Many people are reluctant to eat indoors even as much as they want to support their businesses. So we are seeing people eat outside even in 40-degree temperature, and before people wouldn't eat outside in 60-degree temperature. So we sometimes have mild spells of weather, and you never know what you're going to get here in Michigan. And so this, again, is just to be in place, ready to go anytime that happens. I hope that this group continues to meet. I find it very effective. I appreciate Tom Crawford's leadership in this. I know the first meeting or two back in the spring when we set to discuss this got off to a rocky start. And it took someone in a leadership position and the willingness to corral the competing interests and personalities to get to consensus and to get to an agreement and to build that trust, to build those working relationships. And what we have now is a pretty good group of people in interest that are meeting regularly to discuss the interests and conflicts they have and to help resolve them. And I hope that this can continue and evolve. We have many issues in the DDA district. We have financial problems up and down the line. And this is a good time to restructure things and to look at rebirth. And so I hope that we can continue to meet. If it's not about street closures, then it could be about solid waste. It could be about streetscapes and other things. And perhaps, just perhaps, maybe we can talk about a special assessment district to kind of tackle a lot of these common issues that happen in the downtown that are dealt with in silos. So let's break down the silos and start working together across different streets and across different buildings so we can address the common good.
Further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? It's approved. DC3, resolution regarding water rate structure, moved by Councilmember Lum, seconded by Councilmember Nelson. Eden. My apologies. Discussion, please, Councilmember Lum.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And thank you to Councilmember Eden for co-sponsoring this resolution. As you know, this is not the first attempt at addressing what I believe are the two flaws of the water rate restructuring in 2018. The lack of any incentives or volume-based pricing for commercial customers and the unreasonable rates charged to high-volume residential users. What the resolution does specifically is to adopt two of the structure alternatives offered by Arcadis Inc. in March 2019, when council engaged them for a second opinion on the rate restructuring. Let's talk commercial first. A fundamental premise of the restructuring was to reflect the costs of system peaking in the rate structure. Commercial customers caused more peaking in both absolute and percentage terms than do residential customers. But unlike for residential, commercial customers are charged one flat rate regardless of volume. There is no incentive for conservation for commercial customers or penalties for summer peak usage like there are for residential customers. For me, that's a fundamental flaw and significant omission. The resolution addresses that by adopting Arcadis Commercial Option A, which charges commercial customers a higher seasonal rate in the summer. Arcadis Commercial Option B would have been preferable, but current city systems won't accommodate that option. So the seasonal rate is the only way to incentivize conservation for commercial customers as we do for residential. For residential customers, the 2018 restructuring created a fourth volume-based pricing tier. Prior to 2018, the price per gallon at the highest tier, Tier 3, was 3.8 times the per gallon charge at the lowest tier, Tier 1. With the restructuring, the range from high to low more than doubled to 8 times. I do not believe it is reasonable to charge 8 times more for a gallon of water depending on usage volume. And of course, we don't do that for commercial, and we know they're the highest users in the city. I think most folks would agree that's not reasonable, nor has it been demonstrated that the cost of delivering that gallon is 8 times more. I also think most folks would agree that more than doubling the top rate from $5.89 per CCF to $14.08 per CCF was not reasonable either. Importantly, Arcadis also thought the Tier 4 rates and resulting range were high. The resolution would adopt Arcadis Residential Option 4, which reverts to 3 residential tiers and resets the rates on a logical basis. The high to low would be 4 times, still a larger range than most communities, and all the benchmarks show that, but more reasonable. As Arcadis noted, the impact of this change for usage below 23 CCF is minimal, less than $5 a quarter. That represents the large majority of customers, over 80%. And among those customers, some would see a slight increase, others a slight decrease. Rates would increase for customers with usage from 23 to 42 CCF and a decrease for usage above 42 CCF. As mentioned earlier, the top per gallon rate would be 4 times the lowest rate, which is much more reasonable than 8 times, which in my view is more punitive than reasonable. Finally, it's worth mentioning that this resolution, which is entirely related to the structure of rates and not total revenues collected, has nothing to do with the lawsuit that's been filed against the city. The lawsuit is about total city revenues and reserve levels. It makes no mention of rate structure, customer classes, or tiers. They are completely different. For the sake of full disclosure, staff stands behind the original restructuring and does not support this change. But I'm hopeful you will agree there are 2 issues that should be addressed and support this resolution tonight. Thanks for your consideration and for listening.
Councilmember Smith.
So I'd like to point out to the folks watching and listening at home that, as you go back through these multiple technical reports to see what Stantec and Arcadis said, and as we made that adjustment in 2018 to create the 4th tier, so when you look at the usage data during peak months, the Tier 4 users, the heaviest users, use 50%, just about 50% of the water demand. They're responsible for that. I think that as we continue to have this discussion, which I guess we can continue to have these discussions, but the bottom line is a family like mine, a family like 4, the rate change in 2018, which raised the cap of the Tier 1 and Tier 2, has made it easier and more consistent for our water bills. And I think we've heard, extensively from people in the community that this is good. At the end of the day, this is you can't get around the fact that very small number of users that are accounting for a huge amount of our peak demand would benefit disproportionately. I would also point out that in the Arcadis report, as we are looking at the commercial elements of it, the Arcadis report concurred with the original structure, but then when they got into the commercial tiers, potentially their analysis was that with the peaking, if you would cause most non-residential rates to drop on average, but some to increase up to about 25%. I think that there isn't a benefit to be gained in this. I think our water rate change in 2018, while certainly made interesting campaign sound bites, I think it was a sound and a fair change, and I don't think we should go back on that.
Councilmember Griswold.
One of my concerns, which I've voiced many times in the past, and it's simply been ignored, is that Tier 4 people are bad, they are evil, they are wasteful, and we've heard about that over and over again. However, Tier 4 people are also my family because we have another family living with us. So if you share your home, you're going to be paying $14 in some cases. And I think that, especially given the pandemic, that this is problematic. To begin with, after these water rate changes went into effect, the adults in my household, whenever we went to the gym, we took advantage of taking a shower there because we wanted to keep our water usage down into tier 3. With the pandemic, that is not possible. So there are a lot of issues, but I don't think that we can simply force this issue based on negativity and blaming people for things that they may or may not be doing. Thank you.
Councilmember Hayner.
I guess my first comment is gonna, I guess it's gonna lead to a question, because I wish that the Arcadis report had been attached to this on the agenda, so myself or others could without having to dig it up. And so I'm trying to look at what the effect would be on. I mean, I guess you can understand that a way to understand its effect on a typical person is to treat yourself as a typical person. Now, our family strives for water conservation. We're a family of 4, and we try and stay below 17, which was the old tier limit in prior to 2018, a 17 CCF a quarter. And so I know that I don't know, because I didn't find the Arcadis report, that 20 CM Lum said that the tier that is 23 to 42, that rate will go up, and the ones that are 42 and above will go down slightly to adjust that ratio. And that it did seem that the 8 times the amount was pretty extreme to me when this change was made. I don't believe I supported this change, but I'm curious. What was the 23 to 42? That's tier 3. And so could somebody just let me know what tier 1 and tier 2 are, what those limits are on those tiers, and what would the effect be for someone like me who has set up a system of water conservation and gray water reuse and so on, so that we wash our vegetables and I save the water so I can water our garden and stuff like that. We don't do any outside watering, and I still have gardens. And so we collect rainwater and all sorts of other things for that purpose. So what are the tier usage levels again? Could somebody let me know? It would just help inform me.
Mr. Hupie or Ms. Prashant?
I'm going to defer to Marty on this one.
Okay, tier 1 is 1 to 9 units or CCFs, and tier 2 is 10 to 18 units.
Okay.
So as far as increases, about 82% of our customer bills would see an increase, a rather minimal increase, whereas about 14% would see like $35 a quarter increase, and those would be users between 23 and 42 CCFs.
So the tier 2, which I will continue to fall into, hopefully this 18 or below, that's going to go up or down? That's
going to go up. That's about most of our customers are in that same group. Like 82% of the bills that are generated are in that range, and they will see a minimal increase.
That's at $5 a quarter or so?
Approximately,
okay,
yeah.
That's what I thought. So I remember seeing that 18 on our water bill, and I thought, that didn't make much difference for me, because we've been always fighting to stay under 17 prior to it. So, okay. Yeah, I mean, I hate that notion. I mean, I think our bills are too high already, of course. I don't think I've supported one of these raises yet. So I'm going to mull on this while others speak. So thank you for answering those questions.
Councilmember Umlawi.
Thank you, Mayor Taylor, and thank you, Councilmember Lum, for being tenacious and persistent with this. Councilmember Eaton as well for co-sponsoring. When we were given these options back almost a year ago, I'm not sure. I asked, the presenters and staff, I think, whether adopting a different rate structure would violate Bolt, and the answer was no.
Right.
any one of these options would be legal, and it's up to our discretion and judgment as to what one we would like to apply. And I'm pretty sure I'm not the only one who's gotten emails complaining about water bills going through the roof, especially this year during the pandemic. You know, I live with one other person, and I'm not ashamed to say it. I mean, I hit tier 3, you know, because I like to take 2 showers a day. I like to wash my clothes. I like to do a lot of things. I'm not going to sit there. I live in the Great Lakes state. You know, I don't live in Phoenix. I'm not going to worry too much about taking a second shower every day. I know that's probably going to get me tarred and feathered in some groups, but this is just the way I live. And, you know, I chose to live close to work, so I don't have to commute 30,000 miles a year, you know, so I make up for it in other ways. Anyhow, I just find it extremely punitive to hit those people in tier 4 with rates that are 8 times higher than others. And we've gone round and around in circles about this conversation. I know we're probably not going to change some people's minds here. And that's not what I'm going to try to do tonight. Hopefully get enough votes to pass something that changes what I think now is a flawed tiered system. I do have a problem with this, though, when it comes to the commercial rates and how it includes the commercial class. We don't have the information that would tell us that that's where peak users are in the commercial category. I mean, staff has suggested they don't have the data, and that when they did have the data, there wasn't a whole lot of peaking associated with that class of customers, and therefore it was administratively burdensome to apply the tiered system for peaking for commercial users. So I have sent Ms. Beaudry, and I guess I'll move, if that's an okay parliamentary procedure right here, a supplement resolution or amendment to this resolution, striking out the references to the commercial class and leaving it just for leaving the resolution just to address the residential customers in the residential tiered system.
Is there a second? Seconded by Councilmember Heener. Councilmember Brown-Lau, you still have the floor.
Thank you. So commercial class users, I think it's been reported in staff's memo that we have some businesses that are seasonal that would be affected more. I also am concerned about the university. They're in session during the winter months, in the fall and the spring, where their enrollment is much less in the summer. I believe the biggest beneficiary of a commercial tiered system, if it was going to be applied in the way that this resolution that was brought forth to begin with, would actually be hurtful, and I don't support it. I think as someone in business, I'd like consistency and predictability, and I think having a consistent uniform rate year round would be much better for budgets and everything else. But I do find it problematic with the 4-tiered system. And, you know, the projections that we had for this structure have fallen short. We have not collected the kind of revenue we thought we would. And so I think after putting it in play and realizing what happened, I think it's completely prudent to make adjustments and to realize that we've missed the mark on this, and it's okay to change it, and we won't be violating both. We're simply applying the cost more uniformly and more fairly. And that's why, again, I would just like to focus on that subset of customers and strike the commercial class. There's just not enough information on that.
All right, I'm going to, I've got Councilmember Ackerman and Nelson. I think you are on the main motion. Is that right? Councilmember Nelson?
I'd still like to speak, actually. It's relevant to even the amended version.
Fair enough. I guess Councilor Ackerman, I'm going to take you off the queue. Councilor Nelson.
My question is, it's sort of separate from the amendment, but I want to bring it up. I asked a question to the agenda about projected revenue versus actual revenue related to the change. And, oh shoot, I'm struggling to find it now. I just wanted to ask a question of staff. Am I reading this answer correctly that we had a shortfall of almost $1 million in revenue? The difference between what we expected to receive from Tier 4 and what actually happened in terms of the amount of water that was used, $950,000 in revenue.
Mr. Hupy, Ms. Prashant?
Marty, go ahead.
Okay. Yes, we did fall short on the revenue mark, but that was because we had to produce less water. So therefore your expenditures would also decrease. If you don't have to meet the demand that was anticipated, your treatment costs go down. So
wasn't some of the argument that we heard about the need for a higher rate and peaking about high use? And so if we didn't have that, I guess I'm, all right.
You still have peaking costs.
Yes.
It's just overall the amount you had to produce was less.
Yeah, I'll jump in and say what we said originally when the rate was set. This was not a rate to cause conservation. It was a rate to cover the cost of producing that water at peak. So if we did not have the water produced at peak, we didn't have the expense there either. So, so what Marty is saying, we didn't have the revenue because we weren't producing that water.
I do recall that the rates were not intended to drive conservation. I definitely remember that. I guess my other question is the difference between expectation and actual, did that drive any of the increases that we recently passed in water rates? Okay. Well, and then I guess the last thing I wanted to ask was, you said that if we did implement this change, it would cause a minimal increase to 82% of our customers, or residents, I should say, I guess. How would that impact revenue? I mean, we now that we have sort of a different number in mind, looking at how consumption changed in fiscal year 19, if we look at that as sort of the new standard, like people have adjusted to the higher rate and that this is how much they're consuming, how would the restructuring impact revenue for our water system if we did shift it and cause this minimal increase to 82% of our customers?
Yeah, before I have Marty respond to that, one of our biggest drivers in water production and revenue is the weather. And if you'll recall the summer we just had, at least in my own yard, I never sprinkled and I had green lawn all summer. So we never had the brownout of the lawns. We didn't have people watering. So we didn't have the heavy peak use. So that's part of the variation that we've seen this year. And it happens every year. Some are wetter, some are drier. But I'll let Marty speak to how the rate would shift between the fourth tier and the lower tiers and how that would equal out in revenue.
So each year, as we recommend rate changes, we do an analysis based on the previous year's actual usage and our future revenue requirements. So it wouldn't drive an increase or decrease in revenue requirement. It's just how it's allocated over the different tiers. So the allocation method stays the same. It's just the revenue requirement will go up or down based on the number of units produced. So we'll take fiscal year 20's actual usage and we'll project off that actual usage.
Okay.
And our expenses and revenues would be aligned, and then we use that as a method to forecast what our needs are going forward. So in the case where we would be shifting tiers, the amount that we're collecting remains the same. It's just differences in what tiers will collect what amounts.
Okay. Well, okay. So I'm looking at some of the answer that I got. My questions about this agenda item. I'm realizing that the text of the answer and the chart of the answer are maybe referring to two different things. Well, I mean, I asked two different questions, I guess. So the consumption went down in tier 4 for fiscal year 19, but then I also was asking for data just during this pandemic. And during this pandemic, residential water use went up 11%. Did we see a lot of customers pop into tier 4 just during the pandemic?
I think we've discussed previously, we've explained how billing occurs on the residential side. It's done by district and it's done quarterly. So we don't have the final numbers for actual usage for June 30th, probably another week or so, and then we'll have final numbers. But what we saw early on was during the pandemic was an increase in residential and obviously a decrease in the non-residential sectors.
Okay.
But
all right.
Overall, we came in very close to the revenue target.
Okay. All right. Thank you. I appreciate that. I'm done.
Councilmember Onlowy.
Yeah, I'm just wondering, just real quickly, our annual water production is what, 30 million gallons a day? Is that right?
No, we're not that high. Not 30 million. 30 million
19
would be a high summer day. We're in the 18 to 20.
What's our storage capacity?
Oh, right off the top of my head, it's probably in the 10 million range. Not even that high.
In the recovery, like, I mean, it's just, again, I'm sorry, while we're here and just trying to wrap my head around this, maybe apply it to some other parts of the life, but if we only go through 18 to 20 million gallons a day and we have storage capacity of 10 million,
It's not that high. 10 million's on the high side.
It just strikes me that peaking has that much of an effect on our system when you're talking about volumes that are under 100,000 CCFs. I mean, I just find it like how peaking puts that kind of pricing pressure on the system when peaking accounts for such a minor part.
But peaking doesn't occur on the average day. Peaking occurs in the summer months when we're well above 20 million. That's the stress it puts on the system.
Well, in any regards, I appreciate you being here to answer these questions and the time and patience you've had with us all on this matter. I know it's been draining for all, but I'll just leave it at that. Thank you.
Councilmember Lum, we're on the amendment. Councilmember, you're muted.
It's an amendment to remove commercial.
That's correct. That's correct.
Yeah, I will just note this, and this is from Arcadis. Find the right paper. Got a lot on this. On Arcadis, this is commercial option A. They had two commercial options. A was the seasonal and B was the peaking alternative. This is according to Arcadis. The peaking alternative is the most consistent with the residential structure, but staff says that systems in place cannot accommodate that alternative when they were asked about it. So this is why we need to use the seasonal, where we would charge the higher rate in the summer as a surrogate for peaking. This is from Arcadis. They listed these pros of option A. 1, the cost base, it's cost based and it meets the cost of service objective. 2, it reflects the system's higher costs resulting from the commercial summer peak demand. I know I've said this a million times, but commercial peaks more in summer than residential. 3, it sends a greater conservation signal. 4, it's more comparable and similar to the residential structure. 5, it's consistent in that seasonal rates are the same for all commercial customers. And today you received the list. I had asked for this on September 25th. I'd asked for the top 25, but we got a list of the top 10 water customers, consumers, and the list is like basically commercial. And this as we just heard from Ms. Preshant, we quote still have peaking costs. And we see what happens when we have punitive rates for peak use. The CCFs dropped actual usage, as has been noted by Council Member Nelson. In response to a question, it went from, the actual usage was 88,000 CCF versus the 152 that was projected, and that variance was represented just under $1 million revenue impact. So that's significant when there's that much elasticity in that variable, in a key variable. And then finally, on this commercial rate, it's commercials displaying the same behaviors that the city is under this, as it's designed now, is punishing residential customers for. And if you look at a lot of these commercial customers, this argument that it doesn't cost as much to service Washtenaw Community College, Scioto Township, Ann Arbor Township, obviously the University of Michigan, and others on that list. Check out that list. It's hard to wrap your brain around that, than it is to send it to your house. And I would never criticize you, Councilmember Malawi. You're a clean machine, and so you take a couple showers a day. We've gotten lots of emails. I'm segueing to residential. I'll share some of that later. Anyway, just wanted to give you that information from Arcadis about this commercial option.
For the discussion of the amendment, let's have a roll call vote of the amendment, please, starting with, I forget, was it Councilmember Nelson?
Well, can I just say one thing before we take a call on this? I know I probably spoke more than twice.
Sure.
But I just want to say that staff did indicate prior to the restructuring of 2018 that there was a marginal at best peaking for the commercial class. Less than 2% of the commercial class peaked, and therefore it was burdensome on the administrative side to have it. I just frankly don't understand that argument about the peaking of the commercial class based on the evidence that staff has provided. So that's what I'll just leave it there going into this roll call vote. Thank you.
Thank you. Roll call vote, please, start with Councilmember Nelson.
Councilmember Nelson?
Yes.
Councilmember Smith?
No.
Councilmember Malawi?
Yes.
Councilmember Hayner?
No.
Councilmember Bannister?
No.
Councilmember Griswold?
No.
Councilmember Lum?
No.
Councilmember Grand?
Yes.
Councilmember Ackerman?
No.
Mayor Taylor?
Yes.
Councilmember Eaton?
No.
On the amendment.
Motion fails.
Further discussion of the main motion. I think I had Councilmember Ackerman on the queue.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I will not be supporting this resolution. This proposal will increase water bills for nearly 90% of residents while cutting water bills for only about 3%. And those 3% getting a cut, they're some of the largest water users who require the city to over-engineer our water distribution system, one of our largest and most expensive pieces of infrastructure. Based on the immense amount of water these users consume in summer months, they are likely filling private pools and using extensive irrigation for non-native plants.
Councilmember. Proceed, please.
Thank you. We know this because outside of summer, these same water consumers do not use nearly as much water. At the end of the day, this proposal shifts the financial burden of our water system from the people who require over-engineering to the nearly 97% of other single-family home residents.
Councilmember Griswold.
My concern again is that anyone who is in tier 4 is treated negatively and is wasteful, and this cost structure does not account for the number of people in a household. Therefore, it discriminates against large households. And I believe that is wrong. And I'm tired of hearing about how we are wasteful when we don't consider how many people are in the household. If we're wasteful per person, I will accept that, but I will not accept wasteful per household.
Councilmember Grant.
Thank you. For reasons mostly stated by Councilmember Rathman, I also won't be supporting this. I believe that when we make policy, we don't make it for the exception. We make it for the trends that we see and the majority of our users. And we know that this is not to pass judgments on people who make choices. It's to create a structure for the majority of our users to be able to evaluate trade-offs and make choices. And if it truly is burdensome due to family size, then there are programs in place to assist families who can't afford to pay those higher rates. If that were not the case, I would have greater concerns, but we do have programs within the city and the county to assist with that. And overall, when we think about what's good policy, I still stand by this one and will be voting no.
Councilmember Hayner.
You know, it's interesting that this has come up. I mean, I've said it several times during the course of these conversations that we've never done a per capita use study. So we've made a lot of assumptions about use based on what, you know, some data and some assumptions, frankly. And, you know, it's interesting to hear Councilwoman Griswold speak to this notion that if they have a house that is zoned residential and they happen to have, you know, 8 or 12, or I have no clue how many folks live in there, you know, their per capita use could indeed be the same as someone who lives alone in an apartment, or Councilman Ali who takes a couple showers, or my family who pushes for conservation, or whoever. And so really, I do believe that our basis for this tiering, somewhat based on zoning designations, is a little unusual. And I don't like all this retooling of it and constant reconsidering of it. But I also think that there is a baseline. I mean, we know there's a baseline per capita use for folks here in the city. And so, you know, it's not something that if we set our water rates really high, people could scramble to get their use below a certain level. It's just impractical to think that people are going to be able to radically change their water use habits now. You know, replacement of appliances and things like that can have some effect on that, as can, you know, various conservation efforts, just things that I've called in the past, you know, future rules for water consumption as water prices get higher and water becomes more scarce. And we know what these things are. They're simple things that people can do. And, you know, I'm wondering if the city needs to do more to promote these conservation efforts and inform people that, hey, turn off the water when you're brushing your teeth until you know, unless you're rinsing your toothpaste tube or whatever. Just basic things, habits that need to be made habits to conserve water use and therefore keep your costs down. I want to see. I mean, I'm going to do my own have tried to do my own back of the envelope calculations on per capita usage. It's very difficult, of course, especially when we have situations where we have common meters, like in apartment buildings or some of these new condos where people don't even know what their water use is, that it's paid for as part of a common meter. And so I'm not sure how we're going to get to that point, but I think that should be our goal. I think we should look at per capita usage and charge and set our tiers accordingly. So as to that effect on my voting for or against this, I still don't know, but I just think that's my goal is to get a better grip on personal water consumption here in the city. And I think by such means, we will be able to not only set our tiers fairly to both reward conservation, but also, make a genuine consideration as to what levels of usage are appropriate, I guess. I don't want to be punitive in this sort of thing. And as we've talked about before, when we have water conservation, and it's not necessary, like you say, it would be in Phoenix or California or someplace like that, but, eventually it may be, and I really believe it is, but, we do live in the Great Lakes state. Now, the city doesn't let us drill wells. I can't drive a point in my yard for agricultural uses and things like that, which is unfortunate, but, I want to push towards per capita analysis of our water use, I guess is my final point. Thank you.
Councilmember Ackerman.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And Councilmember Hayner, I really appreciate the honest deliberation. I think just one other element that I would pull to your attention is the seasonality of the Tier 4, I think is really compelling to me. So as you look at Tier 4 in the winter months, their usage isn't that astronomically higher than a Tier 3, a Tier 2, a Tier 1. And that's because even large families, there's only so much water they can use in the winter for household activities. However, it's this Tier 4 in the summer months where it spikes so dramatically, and we have to engineer our system to meet those needs. And in order to get from the household water usage that you might experience or that I experience, to get to that fourth tier in the summer, you have to leave a hose running. You have to be filling a pool. Like you have to be irrigating. That's such an immense spike that isn't seen in the winter. That really leads to the conclusion that these are kind of extracurricular activities that people are using water for.
Councilmember Lowe.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just quickly following to the last observation that if we have to engineer our systems to meet the needs of providing water when it peaks and spikes, then we should certainly do the same for providing the same water to commercial customers who show, again, greater peaking seasonally, but they have a flat rate. So that has not been addressed with this new structure. I would like to note, I would also say in response to Councilmember Brand that when we make policy, we want it to be reasonable, not punitive. And you cannot tell me that, you can't convince me that 8 times more, requiring someone to pay 8 times more per gallon of water in this current Tier 4 than someone else in another tier is not punitive. Arcata's residential option 4 that you're being asked to consider resembles the 3 residential volume-based pricing tiers that existed prior to restructuring, and it resets the tiers on a logical basis. Tier 1 to 16, correlates with the average indoor use as we know it. Tier 2, 17 to 20, correlates with the average outdoor use. And Tier 3 correlates with the above average outdoor use, more than 20 CCF. So at the maximum rate per gallon is 4.1 times the minimum in option 4, which is more than what existed previously in terms of a range. And it's much more reasonable than the current 8 times, which Arcata said was an outlier and was excessive. Again, prior to this, the high to low range was 3.8. And again, it's just not reasonable remotely that a gallon of water would cost a residential user 8 times more than a gallon for another user, but that is what we have now. The pros of option 4 per Arcadis, it's cost-based and it meets the cost of the service objective. It's a design that's correlated with customer usage. It maintains a strong conservation signal and incentive, and eliminates the high 4-tier rate The only con of option 4 pro rata is that represents a change in rates. That's certainly not a substantive con. I will also note that when you talk benchmarks, there was this slide 41. A resident sent us this slide, but they selectively used a piece of it. The entire slide is very informative in terms of how Ann Arbor's rates are really outliers. When you compare the national average, Ann Arbor to a quarterly residential bill to the national average, the national 75th percentile, and the cities, compared with these national averages, the slope of Ann Arbor's curve is much, much steeper and punitive for higher volume users. Is that reasonable to be such an outlier? I don't think so. And why I'm bringing this back, and I hope we can make this adjustment. I've certainly heard from many people who recently got their quarterly bills and they were off the charts. And one lady wrote, she lives in the Orchard Hills Maplewood Homeowners Association area, that they have a family of 4 and they have tried mightily to conserve, and maybe the pandemic was a contributor. Their volume, it's not a terribly large family, but nonetheless, it was punitive for them and it represented a significant cost burden. So this is just about trying to help our residents with these costs. Thank you.
Councilmember Eaton.
Thank you. I don't think that there's any question that our current tier 4 is a punitive rate. It is so much larger than the initial tiers that it can be described no other way. If we had a means of measuring per person consumption, I could see charging more for people who use excessive amounts. There is a reason for summer peak usage, and that's the fact that people garden, they water trees, they do the things that you would want in a city that refers to itself as Tree City, a city that supports the concepts of local food and raising your own chickens and things like that. Of course, in the summer, you're going to consume more water. And to have a punitive rate for people who engage in those kinds of activities is just unacceptable to me. I'll be supporting this like I did the last time. I will note that in the period prior to the Stantec study, it was a previous time when we raised our highest rate for tier 3, and it caused a downturn in consumption that was then followed by an increase in our rates to make up for that loss of revenue. Perhaps now we're collecting so much in water rates that we can accommodate this loss of revenue that we've noted since we imposed this tier 4 rate. But I'm afraid that that's going to be answered through the Han litigation, and we should be really careful that having rates that are this punitive might be also considered unreasonable under common law. So I'm going to support this. I believe that penalizing people for doing things that people should be doing in the summertime is just contrary to our values. So thank you.
Councilmember Romali.
Thanks, and I apologize for probably speaking more than I should on this, but just want to express my disappointment in my colleagues on this issue. I think we were really close, and at least in my vote, in bringing relief to homes, to people in homes that have been hit with high water bills. But the insistence on including the commercial class peaking loses my vote. It's not because I'm a business owner myself. It's just because it's based on the presumption that we have data, we have information, we have an administrative structure in place to implement this kind of peaking system, and the fact that, again, we're going to be letting off the largest consumer off the hook and charging them when they're using the least amount of water. And I agree with Councilmember Lum. I mean, and eating on a lot of these things, and my colleagues, there are activities in the summer that drive up your use, even without being wasteful, even without filling your swimming pool that doesn't exist. You just use more water. In fact, hey, you drink more water in the summertime, you know? So I can't support this because of its flawed nature. And that's unfortunate because I really wanted to see some reform tonight, but it's gonna have to maybe wait for another day.
Further discussion? I guess I'm not going to be supporting the resolution. I guess a couple of things. First off, I'd say there's been some reference to there being a conservation incentive. I think it's important to note that the tiered rate structure is not designed with, to affect conservation. It's designed to pass on the cost of the system to those for whom the system is built. It's improper to think of us as talking about how much a gallon of water costs. It's not how much does the gallon of water cost, it's how much does it cost to deliver the gallon of water. The water itself is free. It's the payment, the cost is derived from the requirement to build the infrastructure to meet peak capacity. And the suggestion that, the suggestion that there has been any sort of insult levied against high users is simply untrue. That's without basis. The fact that folks have big yards that they want to be green, the folks that they have pools that they want to fill, bless them. But the point is, the system is designed to meet the excess, the heavy capacity that those users demand. And it is our legal obligation, and frankly, a good policy, to provide that the person for whom the asset is built pays for that capacity, pays for that infrastructure. The notion that that this system is punitive, designed to punish, it's outrageous, and I think that's insulting to staff, and has no basis in fact. Further discussion? Councilmember Griswold.
Yes, in your description just now, you used the term person. I have no problem if it's by person, but I do have a problem with by household, because if we're talking about peak usage and building to handle peak usage, that is not necessarily per household, and that's where I have the problem. And we received a number of emails addressed to all of council that referred to wasteful people in tier 4. So once again, this is ideology driven, not data driven, and a number of people have come out to shame the tier 4 users. And I don't think that's acceptable at all.
Further discussion? Roll call vote, please. Start. Oh, I guess, I'm sorry. This is something I meant to add during my my little bit. I also am. I have a hard time believing that we're going to vote in favor of raising water rates on over 90% of residents for, in order to support the capacity used by a small subset of our residents. By, it just doesn't make any sense to me. That's a set of incentives that just doesn't add up. Councilmember Hayner.
Thanks. I'd just like to ask that, just kind of make this public ask that. I have an opportunity to sit down with staff and talk about this generally, because when we talk about our water rates and this tiered consumption, and we say, okay, we have this peak consumption, and so it peaks up. And so that peak creates inside our, it creates a ceiling, you might say, that we know we need to meet. And so that is the extent of our water processing and delivery necessity. Well, we know it's going to peak at 20 million or 24 million or whatever that is. We know that that is the outside limit that we need to be prepared to serve our residents. And that's fine. Once we understand that what our maximum capacity or our peak capacity is, and we have that ceiling in place with our system, that capacity is built into our system, this is the part that I think people have trouble with right here. I'm just going to articulate it, and maybe however it sounds to y'all. Once we have defined the capacity and the total volume necessary to serve our customers, the notion that we charge some of them this and some of them that and some of them this based on that peak or that maximum capacity is where I have a trouble with the language, not the tiered system. I think it's perfectly fine that if people use less, use more, but you know, it just seems unusual that if we're building a system to serve all, that it is like we're kind of pointing fingers at folks who create this peak. No matter what the total volume is, whatever that is, we're saying, well, because they created this, they got to pay more. And that's just a little strange to me. It's just a little strange, and I think it's going to get us in trouble in the future. So I want to continue to have this conversation offline with some folks from our water department, because we have more water stuff on the agenda today, and who knows what's going to happen in the future with emerging contaminants, and all those costs have been added on, and we don't go back and say, hey, polluter, you owe us more. I mean, I wish we could. You know, we don't go back and say that our water costs went up $850,000 a year to filter out PFAS, but why aren't we going after those polluters for that cost instead of charging it back to our residents and so on? So I have a lot of problems with the way that we approach our water delivery. Not that it isn't good water, not that it isn't delivered in an efficient manner, just that I just question how the residents continually absorb these additional costs.
Further discussion? Roll call vote, please, on the main motion, starting with Councilmember Nelson.
Councilmember Nelson?
No.
Councilmember Smith?
No.
Councilmember Ramlawi?
No.
Councilmember Hayner?
No.
Councilmember Bannister?
Yes.
Councilmember Griswold?
Yes.
Councilmember Lum?
Yes.
Councilmember Grand?
No.
Councilmember Ackerman?
No.
Mayor Taylor?
No.
Councilmember Eaton?
Yes.
Motion fails.
DC4, resolution to restate the duties and membership of the Housing and Human Services Advisory Board, moved by Councilmember Ackerman, seconded by Councilmember Bannister. Discussion, please, of DC4, Councilmember Ackerman.
Thanks. Very briefly, Councilmember Bannister and I are really just the vehicle for this. The Housing and Human Services Advisory Board would like their youth member to be a full peer with voting privileges. And thanks to Mr. Frost from the City Attorney's Office and Ms. Crutchfield from OCED for helping us get this done.
Further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
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 All opposed? It's approved. DC5, resolution to approve an amendment to an agreement with DTE Gas Company at 841 Broadway for the Allen Creek Railroad berm opening project, moved by Councilmember Smith, seconded by Councilmember Grand. Discussion, please, with DC5. Roll call vote, please, starting with Councilmember Nelson. I'm sorry, hearing no objection. I was brain fart. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All opposed? It's approved with 11 council members present, all voting in the affirmative, thus satisfying the 8-vote requirement. DC6, resolution to approve the employment agreement for City Administrator Tom Crawford, moved by Councilmember Hayner, second by Councilmember Nelson. Discussion, please, of DC6. I guess I'll lead off. Of course, it's always a pleasure to work with Mr. Crawford. It has been ever since I showed up on city council in 2008, and it's going to be my pleasure to work with him for years in the future. And so, I'm excited to bring this forward to council for its consideration tonight. Councilmember Amani.
Thank you, Mayor Taylor. And I agree with you. I haven't worked with Mr. Crawford as nearly as long as you as some others in City Hall or on City Council. But this is welcome good news that the city was able to forge a contract and agreement for employment at a rate that was set in a prior year, but so we're not facing any kind of huge increased costs. Also, I'd like to comment on the golden parachute. It's more like a silver parachute here. With all due respect to Mr. Crawford, I hope it doesn't have to ever be deployed. But we are looking at a 9-month severance, and I know that was a cause for a lot of consternation and controversy with some members of this body putting out some misleading statements on what the prior severance package cost the city. In this case, it would be less than the prior one, but hopefully, again, it will never be used, and I don't think it will be. And so I welcome Mr. Crawford in his new role and wish him the best. He's demonstrated his ability to handle some extremely stressful situations. This year has been very stressful for anybody in leadership. If you're in leadership of any role, I commend those folks. It's been a very difficult year for people who've been responsible for others and other entities other than themselves. So hats off to all the people out there who've kept people safe and their organizations running. And this is a very extremely difficult 7-8 months. And so cheers.
Further discussion, Councilmember Bannister.
Thank you. I too want to congratulate Tom Crawford and thank him for taking on this heavy responsibility of city administrator. And I just want to wish him well and his family, and thank him for being accessible to council members. And I know that we all appreciate our time to dialogue with him about what we're concerned about and what we're working on. And he's a great listener and problem solver. And I'm very excited to have him as our city administrator. Thank you.
Councilmember Hayner.
Oh, thanks, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, I want to second that. I've in your role as interim city administrator, I've found you to be very responsive to my questions and very patient with my questions, and I really appreciate that. I look forward to working with you in the future. I also want to take this opportunity to call out 2 interesting things in the contract, just are interesting to me. And one is 2E, which it says the city desires that the employee reside within the city of Ann Arbor, and I know that you do. I've seen you walking to work and so on. I just wondered if it says desires, it doesn't say requires. And so I think it's just an interesting footnote in there. I know some cities have gone around on this and wanting employees to live in the city. And I think that if we did have more employees, if we desired all our employees to live in the city, it would go a long way towards, potentially meeting our A2's climate goals, among other things. So I think that's an interesting little tidbit in there. And the other one I found interesting just to call out publicly was 5G, which talks about a cell phone allowance. And the truth is, like we had last year in the budget, before we had this budget crunch, we all had $500 we could spend on ourselves. And I don't think any of us did. I know I didn't. And I have really made a consideration that city council members may take advantage of if the city has an opportunity to have a bulk purchase rate on cell phones or cell phone services or something. That I would love for council members to have issued cell phones so that we could do all our city business on those devices. And, if there was any kind of question about FOIA or anything, it would just be the device that was subject to FOIA. And, I know that a lot of folks like to use their cell phones, and I even suspect that many use them during the meetings. And, I think it would be useful for us as representatives to perhaps to have access to that kind of discount purchase from the city. So I just throw that out there for the future. And anyway, I just welcome to your new job, hopefully, and the best of luck with you.
Further discussion? Councilmember Lum.
Yeah, I did have my hand up. I am very pleased to vote on this tonight, and I am confident that Mr. Crawford will be an outstanding city administrator and an excellent leader. He's already demonstrated that on numerous occasions, particularly during this very, very challenging time. I've also known Mr. Crawford for a few decades, and his work has always been outstanding. He's known as the fellow who, works long hours. He's also been referred to as the hardest worker in City Hall by many staff members who respect him and admire his work and work ethic, the quality of his work. And he has a tremendous track record. He's been with the city for many years, and that's been a great thing for all of us. And the contract we're considering tonight is straightforward. It's consistent with the contract for previous administrators. It's consistent in terms of salary, benefits, and other provisions. I think it's also reasonable and appropriate. And again, I'm happy to support it. I was just surprised that the performance review period is the fiscal year, not the calendar year. And I thought we had agreed this can be dealt with by the upcoming, the new council, but that the performance review period, we'd agree that like with Mr. Postma previously, it would be the calendar year. Not a huge deal, obviously, but just something for you all to think about, because I think it would seem to me that participation in the review by council and direct reports, which would now be in the summer, might be a little less robust than if the performance period stayed in the calendar year with the reviews in the winter. I think you'll have better participation, frankly. And that was one of the thoughts that went into the calendar as we created it to align with the calendar year. So again, Mr. Crawford, congratulations. I know you'll do a great job for the city, and I will miss working with you, but I know you'll be doing a great job for everyone and for all of us. Thank you.
Further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All opposed? Approved. Welcome, Tom.
Looking forward to it. Thank you.
DC 7, resolution to begin filling seats on the Council of the Commons, moved by Councilmember Hayner, seconded by Councilmember Bannister. Discussion, please, of DC 7. Councilmember Hayner.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. So this is a follow-up to some work we did 2 weeks ago, where we're moving this Council of the Commons notion forward. And the Council of Commons is basically, as described last week, it's made up out of some folks from City Council, some folks from the various groups that we hope to take charge of this process and work in understanding with to help guide this process, and also residents at large that will form the core of this Council of Commons. And then the assumption is that because it is a true commoning effort, that anyone who attends these meetings will play a role in the decisions that are made. So it'll be a true commons effort. Well, to that end, the appointments have to start with the 2 city council members who may serve on that Council of the Commons. And so, as you have seen, the first resolve clause says the 2 city council members selected to serve on the Commons shall be number 1 and number 2, and those are blank. And so, at this point, I'm seeking nominations, you might say, or suggestions from my colleagues for who those 2 folks might be. And then those, if affirmed by passing this resolution, those folks will be responsible for finding the other people to serve, much like we did for the task force, where CM Grand and I sat down with all the applications and looked through them and brought forward a group for council to decide. And so that'll happen for the the members of the various bodies, this Commonings group that is formed up, the Library Green Conservancy, and also the at-large members. Resolve clauses, the final three speak to the other openings of citizen at large and the ability for folks to apply for those positions using our boards and commissions application process. So that's basically what it is, and we come to the point where we have to decide if we want to fill in 1 and 2. And so if anybody has any ideas for that, I'm all ears. So thank you for listening.
Councilmember Eaton.
Thank you. I would move to amend the resolution to fill in those blank spots with Councilmember Hayner and Councilmember Ramlawi.
Is there a second? Seconded by Councilmember Lum. Discussion? You've got Councilmember Ramlawi on the queue.
Thank you. Well, I appreciate and am honored to have been nominated to be one of the 2 council members on this committee. I will say that I will take it on. I will accept that. I will say, though, we will be reshuffling boards and commissions here shortly. And in that process, I would be open to having some other members of council when that body is seated to be part of that discussion. I know there's many people in the community that are concerned about the level of support this will get from the new council members. And I don't want to assume anything. I hope the new council members come to this body with an open mind and understand that they are serving the entire city, and that this Commons is an asset and it needs to be championed just as strong as we champion anything else. And you cannot be bringing prejudiced points of view on a vote that was taken 2 years ago when you come to fulfill and serve your fiduciary responsibilities that this body governs. So I will accept the nomination, and I'm honored to do that. This property does reside in the 5th Ward. If not for myself, I would urge that that be a strong consideration in who is one of the 2 council members that is selected to take this position. Not to exclude anyone else. I understand this is a citywide, this should be a citywide participation and not just a ward specific. So I will don that hat on and take on the responsibility.
Councilmember Smith.
Yeah, I'm not going to support this. This should wait till the next council's seated.
Councilmember Hayner.
Thanks. Well, I appreciate you saying that, Councilman Ramwali, taking that on. I serving on the task force was challenging but interesting for me, and so I guess I would say the same to keep the process moving forward that we've started here. I'll take that number 2 spot on there, and if you guys choose so, and we'll keep this process moving. I think it some time has elapsed since that vote, as you pointed out, and since the task force met and delivered its presentation in February. And I think I'm glad to hear that it's going on again. I think it's a good time to keep this moving forward with the planning, because when you don't have money to spend on it, or we don't, that's the time to do planning, when you're not actively spending. And many of the suggestions from the task force are not based on the need for money. right now to be spent on that area. And so I thank Councilman Eaton for suggesting me as one of the two, and I'll serve I'll serve if approved. Thank you.
Councilmember Grant.
Thank you. Like Councilmember Smith, I won't be supporting this just due to the timing. We are going to be getting nominations for new committees and commissions at either the second meeting in November or the first meeting in December. That's really just a couple of meetings away. So because these council members will be selecting the members of the committee, I think it's important to have a representative who's a new council member, particularly if one is going to cast doubts on their intentions, having their buy-in and enabling one of them to participate in the selection of this group, I think will be critical. And I do believe that there will be a new council member who will be interested in doing just that. So I don't have an issue with this in general, other than the timing of it, just given where we are in the cycle.
Councilmember Hayner.
Thanks. This sits outside of the typical mayor pro tem, ask everybody what they want to be, and then we all decide, and then all these things are assigned. This Council of Commons, it falls to the city only because the city charter was amended to allow this project to happen. This isn't a typical appointment or to a board or commission. This sits outside that process. And so I felt it was appropriate to bring it just in keeping with what's happening. To speak to there should be someone new and someone old or whatever on this body. Yeah, maybe or maybe not. It sounds like you know there's somebody who wants this position. Perhaps someone has already suggested it to you in your CM Grant in their correspondence around this early ask for what people want our positions to be. If that's so, you should just say so. I have a hard time picturing some folks wanting to step forward and serve on this board because it doesn't take one of us to cast aspersions on their consideration of this being a decent project when many of them, in fact, I think almost all of the new council members who or council members elect rather have gone out of their way to disparage this project. In fact, we know that some of them wrote checks to fully fund the anti-Prop A campaign, and some of them manage the anti-Prop A campaign. So I'm hard pressed to consider that would bring value to a Commons committee. It's just, I got to be frank about it. It's hard to picture, but if you have somebody in mind, that's fine. I'm going to support this because I think we should keep it moving, and that's the spirit that it was presented in.
Councilmember Grant.
I will remind council members that when the nominations come forward for this committee, if this committee, if the people who select the committee and it was done so in a way that wasn't inclusive and was disrespectful to the incoming council, they may or may not have opinions about approving the nominations for this committee and bringing it forward. So I would just keep that in mind. If you're going to talk about council members who gave money to anti-Prop A efforts, that is difficult to take it seriously from someone who literally celebrated his birthday at their party. So I'm trying.
I'm not sure what that means. I'm not sure what you're referring to.
So I think there was a cake at their party that had your name on it. And that's it's neither here nor there. I am trying to come up with some compromise here, and there's no secret that I was not supportive of this effort, and I'm trying, by having reached out to incoming council members to assess if there's interest, which I did do, in sitting on this group, and there was. So you can move forward with having two council members who are existing council members bringing forward a group of folks, and then the new council can decide if we accept them or not.
I'll just point out with two things. I'd call a point of order that a birthday cake has very little to do with this
I don't think
conversation.
your hands were raised.
And secondly, I'd point out that if you look at the final result clause, it says that these decisions are to be made in December, which is well after the new body is seated. So there's no attempts to circumvent any sort of new body's input on this.
Councilmember Ramlawi.
Yeah, I'm disappointed in this conversation, to be honest with you. This is in response to a referendum, a vote that was taken citywide. Whether you like the outcome of the vote or not, that's not why you're elected. You're not in these seats to pick and choose which interests that you're going to advance and others you're going to mothball, especially when it's part of the city charter. Furthermore, it is my understanding that it's been tradition, and maybe it's codified, that members of this body who have seniority have preference on boards and commissions. And there will be 5 people who are junior members come next month, and there'll be at least 4 or 5 that will be senior members. So I just, it's really distasteful, and I think elitist in some respects to structure some of the arguments the way my colleague just did. So it's very, very disrespectful of members of this body to suggest that we can't do our job the way we've been elected to and taken an oath of office to fulfill. It's just, it's beneath suggesting that. It's just so disheartening. It really is disrespectful. And one of the major issues that were brought up in the last election cycle was the lack of collegiality and respect. And it's just surprisingly the side that won can't be graceful in victory.
Hello. Councilmember Lim, I'm sorry, did you decline?
Yes.
Thank you. Councilmember Griswold.
I'd like to offer a compromise, and that is, given that there are some time critical activities, at least according to the schedule, why not let Councilmember Hayner and Councilmember Ramlawi work on this project? And then at the point where the new council members come in, if there's interest, then one of those two, or maybe even both, could be replaced. But I hate to slow down the process right now. I know that we're sort of in this other process of appointing people, but December is a few weeks away. And so I would hate to see this project delayed any longer. And I think that while there wasn't unanimous support for the project, with the greater density downtown, especially what's planned on the Y lot, we need some green space. And so anyway, I'll stop talking, but that's my compromise.
Councilmember Bannister.
Thank you. Yes, I remain a strong believer and supporter in the concept of the council of the center of the city. Even our public commenter, Zach Story, mentioned how we could involve more Indigenous people in what we do. And that is a part of the vision for the Council of the Commons. And after we've been through so much to get to where we are now, we had to overcome we had to have the Supreme Court strike down that caption on it. We had to overcome the Mayor Taylor signing the core spaces contract a week after the Alan Haber had submitted all of the petition signatures and a week before the rest of council was informed about it. So we've really been struggling to implement the will of the people in the vote on this. And I think it's important that we move forward with this little resolution to get the Council of the Commons up and running. And I hope that in my retirement that folks will consider me for either a residence at large or just one of the commons, helping to bring this center of the city to Ann Arbor that so many of us have felt is a necessary and great part of our city.
Councilmember Grant.
Thank you. The reason I made the suggestion is because applications are not due until December 11th, which at that time, new council appointments will be made. So there was actually a rationale for the suggestion, because there's really not much for the new council members or the current council members to do until that time when applications are due. Secondly, I would like to just ask for a little self-awareness. Know your history, and if you think that I will be intimidated by a term like collegiality or elite and not recognize the behavior of others and think that I should have to apologize for having done things like earned a PhD, that's ridiculous. So, you know, if you are hoping to be collegial, calling me names doesn't really help get us in that direction. And so I just want to point that out. It doesn't get us where we're going. And know what I would just ask for a little self-awareness about what the voters were actually reacting to. It wasn't one person's behavior.
Councilmember Smith.
What's your phone say, Zach?
I would suggest that we vote on this. It's 10 to 11 and we still have Gelman to go, which I believe most of the city is interested in hearing our deliberations. So we're wasting a lot of time on stuff that doesn't deserve this much time. Can we vote, please?
Councilmember Lum.
Yeah, I'll save the history lesson for later.
Further discussion of the amendment? All in favor of the amendment, please say aye. Actually, there was an objection. That roll call vote, please start with Councilmember Nelson.
Councilmember Nelson? Yes. Councilmember Smith?
No.
Councilmember Rumlawi?
Yes.
Councilmember Hayner?
Yes.
Councilmember Bannister?
Yes.
Councilmember Griswold?
Yes.
Councilmember Lum?
Yes.
Councilmember Grant?
No.
Councilmember Ackerman?
No.
Mayor Taylor?
Yes.
Councilmember Eaton?
Yes.
Motion carries.
On the main motion, for my part, I'm going to vote for the main motion, but I think that's just because it's inconsequential. I don't view this as having any normative force for the new council. I think this is going to be an issue that is properly the province of the new council. If there's anything to be done between now and the seating of the new council, then I'm glad that there are going to be two people who are going to be doing it. But I think that this is just something that the new council is going to have to figure out on its own. Further discussion. Roll call vote, please, starting with Councilmember Nelson.
Councilmember Nelson? Yes. Councilmember Smith?
No.
Councilmember Rumlawi?
Yes.
Councilmember Hayner?
Yes.
Councilmember Bannister?
Yes.
Councilmember Griswold?
Yes.
Councilmember Lum?
Yes.
Councilmember Grant?
No.
Councilmember Ackerman?
Yes.
Mayor Taylor?
Yes.
Councilmember Eaton?
Yes.
Motion carries.
DC 8, resolution to approve settlement documents in Attorney General v. Gelman Sciences Inc., 22nd Circuit Court, file number 8834734, moved by Councilmember Ainer, seconded by Councilmember Ramlawi. Discussion, please, of DC 8.
Council, just let me state briefly that I don't need to go into the history. You all know it. It's been a public document. We're here tonight to have deliberation by the council. I know Abby Elias is here. I know Fred Dindoffer is here outside council. We have Craig Hupy here, and we also have Brian Steglitz. They're being moved in. And I know Abby Elias mentioned to you that the court date that was scheduled for this Thursday has been moved to November 5th. And I just wanted not everybody might have gotten that information, but that was moved. A number of the entities are could not have a vote before Thursday and are having it next week or perhaps the week after that. I'm not sure on the dates. With that, I'll just turn it back over to the council.
Thank you. Councilor Lump.
Yeah, I'm not sure how you want to approach this, but there are several amendments, and if you want to start by moving some of these.
Sure.
Okay. The first one, this is one that you, Mayor Taylor requested, Councilmember Ackerman, and I requested. Ms. Elias, you sent those previously. Could you maybe resend them to Ms. Boudry? So the first one is the amendment. I have Ronnie and paper. Is the amendment I would like to move to amend the second and fourth resolve clauses. I don't know if you want me to read them. This is to address the discharge from the Park Lake well and to amend the consent judgment to condition it on installing a pipeline from the Park Lake well to the Gelman facility to handle the discharge from the Park Lake well. Should I read it, or you all have it? It's long. You probably don't want me to read it. And it is a lengthy amendment. I'm sorry.
Reading it, I think, is impractical. It's been distributed to council members.
I agree. This resolve clause, I could
Sorry,
briefly, I mean, I think you understand what this is all about, right?
Can we get a second on that? Second by Councilmember Ackerman.
I'll just say again, that this amendment should be viewed as essential. There's no concern that has been expressed more frequently and more passionately than this one, discharging the First Sister Lake. We've heard from many folks that this aspect of the consent judgment is just not acceptable and is a significant and unnecessary risk. I agree completely. It is an unnecessary risk. There are feasible alternatives to avoid this, including, again, piping the discharge back to Gelman. Although the cost is significant and this does not establish, this does not address that, but it is a cost worth making. And we believe that this consent judgment should be conditioned on this. For me, if it's not, I will not support the consent judgment. Thank you.
Councilmember Griswold on the amendment.
I will not be supporting this amendment, and I would like legal clarification, because what I've been told is that if we do not accept the consent judgment as is and we amend it, it is the same as voting no for the consent judgment, that we don't have the authority to amend it and consider that sort of a conditional acceptance. Also regarding this amendment, we are saying it's okay to pump the toxins out of the ground, partially treat them, and then pipe partially treated toxic water somewhere else. The question should not be how do we get rid of the toxic water? The question should be why aren't we treating the water to non-detect? And I really don't understand that. We've heard from so many community members, and our community deserves better. Thank you.
Hey, there's a question asked. Mr. Postman, you want to address that, the structural question?
I'm going to have to turn it over to Attorney Elias and Attorney Dindoffer. Abby?
Yeah, I will start on that, and Fred can kick me and correct me if I misspeak. But as you may remember, what we have reported to you, what we've reported to the court, is that the negotiations reached a point where it was the best we could do in the negotiations, and that we would bring those results to the body for consideration and a vote. We did not at any time indicate that you had pre-approved those. We did not indicate at any time that your powers as a governing body were limited or compromised. Now, sort of addressing the question, we agreed there would be no more negotiations and that it would be made public and come to a vote. So at this point, if there is a conditional approval, that will be submitted to the court as well as to the other parties for reaction by the other parties and for decision by the court. The court might say, this is great. The court might say, please negotiate this one condition or this one point. Or the court may say, this is a rejection.
Right.
But at this point, there is nothing in what we agreed to in the negotiations and brought to you. There's nothing in what we've represented to the court that said this had to be yes or no on the documents that came out of those negotiations. I understand there are people in the community who are saying that's what they believe happened. I'm speaking as someone who participated in those negotiations.
Mr. Dindoffer, is there any further elaboration on that?
Maybe just a few more words. And unfortunately, as you know, we're not allowed to discuss what was actually said during the negotiations in public. However, a number of the members of this body, I think, were at a couple of those sessions at least. And we know that I'm sure others that were in those negotiations would hope that the document we brought to you would be either approved, and would not like to have them changed. However, there is no restraint on your ability. If you don't like the terms of this agreement, you may go back and tell them what would be acceptable.
Thank you. Councilmember Hayner on the amendment.
Yeah, I appreciate Councilwoman Lum's effort to, make these amendments, and I think they're headed in the right direction. I want to disagree with the sense that this is something that we can do. As much as I would like to be able to do this, my understanding of the word consent is that both parties say, yes, here's where we're at this point. And so this notion that we are unilaterally making suggestions or changing our acceptance of the document or saying we accept it if, or we accept it if these three things or this one thing or whatever, just strikes me as a little unusual. Although, of course it's welcome, but the truth of the matter is, had I thought that this was something that we could do back at the start of these negotiations, or even when I got the wherewithal to be part of these negotiations officially, other than outside of a very interested observer, I would have been putting the list together all along. And so the fact that I haven't may suggest to you that I had no clue that this was anything other than a yes or no vote. And so I think it's great that we're making these suggestions and we're saying, boy, I wish it was this way or that way, but I certainly am not going to second guess the court's reading of what we send to them, but because I really believe we'll have a very fair treatment at the hands of this court. But I just find this very unusual that it would be accepted that we could unilaterally make suggestions that if only it were this way, if only it were that way. Well, I've been saying if only it were many things all along. And so I guess the notion is I should have been writing them down and making potential changes to this document all along. It doesn't make sense to me. I'm not sure that it's legit, as much as I like the idea of changing it. It's just really strongly how I feel about it. Something just seems off about it.
Well, Councilmember, clearly, as Attorney Elias has said, that a amendment to this is certainly a rejection in one sense of the consent judgment as it currently exists, and so that Attorney Elias has made that has made that as an option, but you're not precluded from doing this. But we've advised you on this. So,
Councilmember Ramawi.
Thank you. I share the frustration and the concerns that the colleagues just expressed, the two previous ones, on the notion of now amending this consent judgment. Like Councilmember Hayner, there are many things that I thought could be different during this whole process. And the fact that we were under the understanding that this is a consent judgment, this is a bilateral agreement that was being hammered out by many different attorneys. And now that we're at this juncture to suggest adding amendments to this very complex agreement in the 11th hour will have a material effect, to me, doesn't seem genuine. And I feel that if there's a laundry list of issues that we have with this consent judgment, then perhaps it should be ratified in a different form and sent along with a rejection of the whole agreement to the judge and say, these are all the things that we see wrong with this. Because right now it's selectively choosing issues, but not all the issues that the community or this body has on the consent judgment. So I feel that it is somewhat inappropriate to modify this consent judgment this way. I think that we should have a different way of signaling to the other parties and perhaps the judicial system the grievances we have in ways that don't come in the form of amendments to this resolution. I just feel uncomfortable because I think it leaves out a lot of other issues that still exist that won't be included if we just go this route. And so it doesn't sit well with me as a way of addressing the fallacies of this agreement.
Are we speaking to all three as a group, Mr. Mayor?
We're not. We're just doing the
just one at a time. So first one's Park Lake, second one's FAM, and so on. Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Ackerman.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll speak to amendments generally, and then I'll make a comment on this one in particular. The possibility of introducing amendments was new information to me as of a week and a half, 2 weeks ago. I can't remember exactly when the premise, got to my attention. And I can understand how that change in expectation would be frustrating to colleagues. I think what some people like Councilmember Lum have really done exceptionally well is adapting to new information. And, we're presented with a new option that our city attorney is saying, hey, there's a chance that, while we're not super confident that this will work, we might as well try. And that's fine. And Councilmember Lum reacted to that really quickly and put in the work to try to take advantage of that new information. And that's good. Councilmember Lum is introducing 6 of these amendments. 4 of the topics were on my list as well. I only moved forward with one in partnership with Mayor Taylor because it was the most egregious and the most threatening, which was the dumping of water into First Sister Lake. And I'm grateful that Councilmember Lum prioritized that one first as well. But I think we have an opportunity to at least try. And I think we owe it to at least try and make this conditional approval, which the court could see as a rejection, the best it could be, and have the fewest holes in it possible. And the dumping into the First Sister Lake is certainly a hole that we need to try to fill. I'll say too, just on the merits of this amendment, although I trust people generally agree with its premise, is as a practical matter as well. There's always risk of permitting from Eagle for something like this, and just practically, I would rather have a solution to where this water and this discharge goes that doesn't risk not getting permitted by the state. And then us having to come back to the drawing board, months from now, a year from now, to try to figure that out. So I think it pays to figure that out on the front end. So thanks again to Councilmember Lum and to Mayor Taylor for exploring this one in particular. And I'll be excited to talk about the other ones as well.
Councilmember Griswold.
From a matter of process, if each of the intervening groups get together and they conditionally approve a consent judgment and they make amendments to it, then we're going to start some kind of process all over again. And so maybe it's just semantics, but I believe that we should reject this consent judgment and then send the information in the amendments to the judge sort of as memos, but not as amendments. That's the problem I'm having, because the term conditional approval with amendments is not really what we're doing if we're going to be working with the other interveners until we all get the same amendments. I mean, I don't think the judge wants multiple consent judgments that have been amended in different ways. So that's my concern.
Councilmember Hiner.
Yeah, I agree with the intent of this amendment. I think it's appropriate to reject the notion that we would allow the polluter to pollute a pristine body of water, and even if they were treating to non-detect, which they aren't, to overflood the wetlands surrounding a designated natural area from the city, or nature preserve rather. And we know it's a rather important wetland and so on in that part of town. So I support this, but I guess as others have stated, the problem I have is the way it's written. It says, hey, all but for this. But if I was to say we support this one and the next one and the next one and however many amendments are brought forward, and then we say, well, I like those changes, but it's not every change. And so I'm hustling over here to write one up that says, hey, I will never allow expansion of the prohibition zone on my watch, as an example. I don't see an amendment in front of us for that, so I'm going to hustle one up right now while we're talking about the rest of it. Because if we're going whole hog amending what we want out of this, that's where I'm going. Expansion of the prohibition zone is basically the polluter telling me that they recognize that they can't control this under the current plan or the ask for plan. And so that's one I want out too. And so I'm gonna sit down here and tap out my own amendments as we move forward, because I can say yes to all these amendments because I agree this is a good one for Councilwoman Lum to bring forward, and these other ones are too. But to say yes, but for these isn't enough, because that means I'm saying yes to the prohibition zone, which I certainly say no to. Expansion of the prohibition zone, that is. And so to get a yes out of all these conditional changes is going to take more than these 3 or 6. I just let you know, to get a yes out of me. So I'm going to start in on the prohibition zone one right now. Thank you.
Hey, Mayor, I just want to bring up that Councilmember Grand is in the meeting as an attendee. If maybe the clerk could admit her to that meeting.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilman Lum.
Yes, I'll just say I'm following the instructions that were provided us all. And I understand the frustration, but we were apprised of this approach a few weeks ago. And we all received those memos and guidance. And this is the approach that we are to take to amend what's before us, the 4CJ, to condition it on and to send this guidance by conditioning it to the judge, who, can view this as rejection or utilize this direction that is provided through these conditions to have the interveners reach agreement on these things. So that's why it's being approached this way. And as you know, I did send you a list last Friday of the various amendments I was going to bring forward. I'm bringing forward 3. One, I was going to bring forward one on the prohibition zone expansion. And the city attorney can speak to that. There are issues with that with regard to what we get with this 4CJ is a 7.2 parts per billion. And we know if we reject it, the third consent judgment prevails. So it would be voluntary on the part of Gelman to pump and treat to 7.2 as opposed to 85. And the PZ, expanded PZ, which, has certainly...
Perhaps you talk about that when that comes.
I need to talk to this amendment. I'm just saying, Mr. Fainer, before you write this, you might want to ask staff to weigh in on that. Why we recommended, but we can discuss that when you bring forward your amendment. So this is the way to provide guidance to the judge. And I agree with what Councilmember Ackerman said. Let's give it our best shot, make it better. This makes it better. And I think that's, I understand there are a number of you, I suspect, who just want to see the fourth consent judge, do not support the fourth consent judgment and want it as it's been presented, not tweak it, try to improve it, but just vote it down. There are those of us who want to try to tweak it and improve it and make it better. And by doing that, we're also sending important guidance to the judge and the other intervening parties.
Councilmember Eaton.
Thank you. I want to thank Councilmember Lum because she really is following the direction that we recently received from our legal counsel. But I want to point out that we're years into these negotiations, and the number of amendments and the substance of these amendments demonstrate that we are nowhere near an agreement. And I don't think it's appropriate for us as one of the 3 interveners to identify a half a dozen or so changes that we would really like if we could just convince the polluter to now agree to things that they apparently haven't agreed to in the past. And so, although I thank Councilmember Lum for the work she's put into this, I'm going to vote against the amendments. I'm going to vote against the consent judgment. And I think that the consent judgment likely doesn't really have support here. And that's why we're talking about what changes it needs. It's a fundamentally flawed document. And us trying to pick apart a document after all of these years of negotiation just doesn't make sense to me. If we want to instruct our attorneys to ask the polluter to go back to the negotiation table and accomplish the things that we want accomplished, that makes sense to me. But to try to do it on the fly tonight just makes no sense at all. And so with all due respect to my colleague, I will be voting against each and every amendment that's offered, and I will be voting against the consent judgment in its totality because it is not what we need for this problem. Thank you.
I've got Councilmember Grant, Hayner, then Ackerman, then perhaps we're good on the amendment. It's my Councilmember Grant.
I'm just a process question, so I'll wait.
All right.
Thank
Councilmember
you.
Grant.
I'll be brief. I'll be supporting this amendment. I think this is an issue that is universal in its concern throughout all the parties that are involved in this. I also think this is an issue that is relatively fixable. There's I do think this is something that we could take to a judge, and we are smart enough to figure out how to send this not into a lake, right? I think we're really talking fundamentally about a pipe and a place to put it. And I think that that's something that, and I appreciate Councilmember Lund bringing it forward, with enough time for deliberation. I don't think that this is something on the fly. I think this is something that we've had time to think about and ask questions if we weren't fully clear about where it was going. So I appreciate her bringing it forward. I think it represents an important step. We should be trying to make this as good as we can within reason. So thank you.
Councilmember Hayner.
Sorry, so my process question and comment, I guess, and thank you for letting me speak a third time briefly, is that if we approve these amendments because they are improvements, if even possible, I think that makes perfect sense. So if this is amended with this or the others or any others that follow this evening, then that's what, as usual process, that's what we will be voting on as a whole. Is that correct? Then we will amend a resolution here and vote on that as a whole. And so even if we reject it at the end, who's to say, but if we approve or reject it, if we approve it, it'll be moving forward with these some considerable improvements, but not all the improvements I'd like. And I will freely admit that I was unclear that we were able to do this in quite this manner, because I understand that we can change anything that's in our document, but it doesn't make a change to the CJ. Or because it's not consent, right? It's only one party saying, "Here's how we feel," I doubt that I will approve the whole, because it isn't enough if that's where we're headed with this. But my point being, our disapproval of the whole, if that's what happens, or whatever, that's what's going to go to the judge. Is that correct? Am I reading this correctly? When we ask the administrator and our attorneys to assist the court in its decision and so on, it's assisting whatever we say in this resolution. Is that correct?
That is correct. We will tell the judge what happened at this vote.
Oh, okay. Thank you for clearing that up. I mean, I assumed it was like everything else, but because there's other parties involved, that was my confusion, because some people in SIO might think, hey, this is a wreck for SIO. They wanted it, I'm not saying they wanted to pollute our lakes, but if we're saying you can take it out there, but you got to kick it back into SIO Township at the site, or deep well injection, or however they dispose of it. I mean, could that decision be they want to dispose of it in SIO's stormwater drains? It isn't clear. And so an agreement that has many complex parts of industrial operation, that's my concern with these amendments. Not that it's not the right idea or the right thing to do. It's just that I'm not sure there might not be negative outcomes from making these suggestions. Hey, don't dump it in the lake. Well, where are you going to dump it? Take it back to the site. What does that mean? It goes into SIO's stormwater, goes into SIO's sanitary, which is our sanitary. So I'm concerned about the descriptive elements around this amendment.
Councilmember Ackerman.
I think for the first, these next, I guess this one and the next two amendments, I just don't want to characterize them as doing this by the seat of our pants or whatever the verbiage was earlier. These have been carefully sculpted and created by attorneys and thought through over the course of weeks. So that characterization I don't think is fair. And I just want us to be careful with what we say.
Councilmember Ramlani.
Thank you. I appreciate what Councilmember Ackerman just said, but we are making decisions right now on the fly. Sure, the verbiage might have been vetted to make sure that it was proper, but the decisions are now being made on the fly. And that has significant consequence. And I think Councilmember Hayner alluded to a concern that I have, and many that have, that there might be unintended consequences of these decisions that are going to be made somewhat on the fly. This is a 4-year case right now that's coming down to the last minute. And just in the last 2 weeks, we've been given this other playbook to use if we don't like what we see. And quite frankly, that's not the playbook we were using up until 2 weeks ago. And I am uncomfortable as an elected official making decisions that are this consequential when we've changed the playbook 2 weeks before a major decision. And I'm not saying folks are not competent. Surely they're highly competent. We've got a total, which I'll refer to later, as our mounting legal bills. And so, like my colleague, Jack has just said, I won't be voting for any of these amendments currently, and I won't be supporting the CJ. And it's not because we don't have competent attorneys, it's that these agreements are full of fallacies, and the amendments may have some severe unintended consequences that we haven't completely contemplated. And that is a very dangerous decision to make in a very short period of time, that we have a generational issue on our hands.
For the discussion?
Technical question?
Councilmember Hayner.
Sorry. I have a technical question that perhaps Mr. Stiglitz or Ms. McCall could answer. If we're asking the polluter to take this treated, I guess it's two questions, to pipe it back instead of putting it in the Gulf Lake, or the sister lake rather, to take it back to the site. The potential ramification of that is that this treated water might just be released into the tributary to Honey Creek, as an example. Will the treatment of this from the Park Lake extraction well and treatment facility be, I assume because they were asking to dump it into the lake, that it would be below the groundwater surface water interface numbers that are the new state numbers. And so this would be if NPDES allows it, if the state allows this permit to move forward, it would be dumping into the tributary of Honey Creek most likely, and it would be at the same levels that they are now discharging treated water into Honey Creek. So it would be additional volume, but at the same treatment level. Is that correct? Because we've had all kinds of concerns about mixing zone readings and all that, and so I'm just wondering if asking them to take it back to the site, which will likely end up putting it into this tributary Honey Creek, if that has potential unforeseen negative consequences.
Fred, did you want to address that?
I'd be happy to, if you'd like. The permit levels would be the same as the current discharge permit that Gelman uses at its main facility. And the numbers would be at or below the drinking water cleanup criteria. So it would be very much below the GSI numbers. So the average would be 7 for 1,4-dioxane and 10 for bromate, which is the MCL, or the drinking water number that's allowed for bromate. And 7 is below the drinking water cleanup criterion for dioxane.
So they would have to comply with their current NPDES permit. And currently there's capacity from a volume perspective within the permit. So If they were for some reason going to exceed that, then that would require a permit modification.
That's the permit that's currently being approved.
Yes.
That's correct.
And the same would, so the notion is that even at that low, new standard, the 7.2 standard or below the average daily standard, it was better off going into the unpolluted, pristine body of water because it was essentially never going to make it ahead of our intake into the Huron River, right? And so they're thinking we're dumping it below the city, so that's gone somewhere to whatever's going to happen to it. But if it goes into Honey Creek, now we're adding to that ahead of our intake, albeit at low amounts and underneath this allowed volume.
Sorry, if I can clarify that, Mr. Hayner, the discharge, if it went into First Sister Lake, would end up going under a culvert under Wagner Road and end up in the same area and go into that same tributary to Honey Creek.
So it would continue to flow in the same direction.
Yes, just put into a different place.
Just for clarification, that would also need a permit if that was a solution that was going to be implemented. So
it'd be a new permit.
Yes.
A new permit.
Okay.
Further discussion of the amendment? Roll call vote, please, on the amendment, starting with Councilmember Nelson.
Councilmember Nelson? No. Councilmember Smith?
Yes.
Councilmember Rumlawi?
No.
Councilmember Hayner?
Yes.
Councilmember Bannister?
No.
Councilmember Griswold?
No.
Councilmember Lum?
Yes.
Councilmember Grand?
Yes.
Councilmember Ackerman?
Yes.
Mayor Taylor?
Yes.
Councilmember Eaton?
No.
Motion carries.
Further discussion of the main motion is amended. Councilmember Lum.
Thank you. I'd like to move to amend the third resolve clause as the second amendment, and this is the amendment to the financial assurance mechanism section. So moving that.
Seconded by Councilmember Hayner. Councilmember Lum.
Thanks. I won't read it. I'll just tell you what it does. The FAM or financial assurance mechanism section gives the city and other interveners a voice as to any decision related to financial assurances and other decisions that are mentioned in the document. The amendment I'm proposing makes an action or decision by Gelman to terminate its responsibilities under this agreement. One, the city would have a voice in and could take to court if dispute resolution did not work, and it's intended to reinforce specific provisions in the consent judgment which govern possible changes or actions to terminate remedial actions or to amend the consent judgment, and the order provides for the city to have a voice as to all of those. This FAM, quote unquote, seat at the table amendment is broad. It's intended to cover all and any decision mentioned in the FAM section. And again, this provides for periodic reviews of financial assurances, which in turn includes reviews of revisions to the remediation plan and its costs. I'm bringing this forward to address concerns that have been articulated with regard to a possible Gelman exit strategy. This, in some places it's redundant to what we already have, but it's also, though, broader, as I noted, and redundancy is better than any possible gap, and this is to reassure some of my colleagues' concerns who have voiced concerns about this Gelman Sciences exit strategy. Thanks.
Further discussion of the amendment? Roll call vote, please, starting with Councilmember Nelson.
Councilmember Nelson? No. Councilmember Smith?
Yes.
Councilmember Rumlawi?
No.
Councilmember Hayner?
Yes.
Councilmember Bannister?
No.
Councilmember Griswold,
No.
Councilmember Lum,
Yes.
Councilmember Grand,
Yes.
Councilmember Ackerman,
Yes.
Mayor Taylor,
Yes.
Councilmember Eaton,
No.
motion carries.
Further discussion, the main motion is amended. Councilmember Lum.
Thanks. My last amendment is to remove the monetary penalty. So it's the third amendment. So I'll move that if someone would second.
I'm sorry, Councilmember Hayner. Thank you.
It was seconded, sorry.
Yes, you have the floor.
Okay, so this is to amend the settlement agreement to remove the $1 million poison pill, if you will. It removes from the settlement agreement the monetary penalty of $1 million to the city should the city ultimately seek US EPA Superfund designation. I believe that this substantial penalty is not appropriate, and assuming the fourth consent judgment is approved, it is the city's, I certainly think it's the city's intent to honor it and work to make it successful. That is not to say, however, that there is no scenario under which the city may choose that route, and to incur a $1 million penalty to do so just is not appropriate in my view. So that is why I'm presenting this for your consideration. Thanks.
Further discussion of the amendment? Roll call vote, please, starting with Council. I'm sorry, Councilmember Hayner.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I got a lot of screens going here. I appreciate your patience. I mean, I don't know how this happens. If it was me, I would strike all of that. I don't feel that we have any, we can take any waiving of our rights to ask for a quote unquote higher power. I don't believe that we should terminate our continuing rights in any instance. And so if this is a step in the right direction, most assuredly, but it doesn't go far enough, in my opinion, I would strike the whole of it if I could. As amended to delete the penalty, I would get rid of the whole of the paragraph. We shouldn't give up any continuing rights. And I don't think that we should ask future bodies to do that either. And so I'm not, because I'm having to bounce back and forth between paragraph VC and so on, I'm having trouble articulating what I would like to do, but I would like to maintain all of our continuing rights if we decide to ask the governor to ask the EPA for a preliminary assessment. I don't know how to strike that or amend it, but I would like to move to do so if I could. So this is my problem with the complexity of what we're pointing to in different documents. So I don't know. I just throw that out there. I don't know how to move that properly.
Let me suggest that because this amendment moves in that direction, that we vote on this amendment, see how it goes, and then if you have additional change, that we'll turn to you next and you'll raise the issue with attorney.
Okay.
Councilor Eaton.
In response to Councilmember Hayner's concerns, I think that if we reject the entirety of the settlement agreement, that it accomplishes exactly what you described. And like the previous amendments, I would point out that amending it doesn't do enough. It's a fundamentally flawed document, and we should, rather than tinker with it, we should just reject the entirety of the settlement document. Thank you.
Councilor Lum.
I would just respectfully suggest that you try to fix it, make it better first. This is what these amendments are trying to do, move in that direction. And then you can always vote it down in the end, as some have already expressed that they will intend to do. And you could do that with this settlement agreement. And you can also, Councilmember Hayner, introduce a resolution to strike, the remaining language about opting to go to the US EPA. So that's, certainly an option that you can pursue. But for now, I would appreciate just a vote on removing the penalty, and which is not to say, that you have to vote for the settlement agreement. That's a separate vote to come after all of these amendments are considered. Thanks.
Councilmember Umlawi.
Thank you. I appreciate the thoughts on making things better. I think we strive to do that when we deliberate policy, governing our city, governing our budget, governing our residents. We've spent nearly $600,000 in the last 3 to 4 years on attorneys, experts, and others to get an agreement that was as best as the polluter was willing to agree to. I am just expressing my disappointment with the position the polluter has taken. Seems to not operate in good faith, adds insult to injury. The fact that they polluted our water that we were getting from an extraction well at Montgomery Well, and this agreement that has been put in place as a result of that contamination. And now we have the stipulation that if we ask for federal assistance in this matter, we're going to get slapped down with $1 million fee or fine. Just shows you the level of disconnection there is between the people I represent and this agreement. So again, big fat no to this amendment.
Further discussion? Roll call vote, please, starting with Councilmember Nelson.
Councilmember Nelson? No. Councilmember Smith?
Yes.
Councilmember Umlawi?
No.
Councilmember Hayner?
Yes.
Councilmember Bannister?
No.
Councilmember Griswold?
No.
Councilmember Lum?
Yes.
Councilmember Grand?
Yes.
Councilmember Ackerman?
Yes.
Mayor Taylor?
Yes.
Councilmember Eaton?
No.
Motion carries.
Further discussion, the main motion is amended. Councilmember Hayner.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. I'd like to move that the fourth resolve, to amend the fourth resolve clause to state exactly what had said prior, but when it said that we just agreed on, with said authorization and direction condition on the following amendment being made, that paragraph VE of the settlement agreement between Gelman Sciences and the city be deleted in its entirety. And I've copied that to try and paste it over and share it with our clerk. So that's why I chose to read it out loud instead. It's headed your way.
Is there a second? Second by Councilmember Umlawi. Attorney's office understand what is being proposed?
Did you say you sent that?
I just am. I don't know if that's allowed. Sorry, I'm typing something so your subject comes up properly. But that would be my preference to move it like I had read out loud.
Councilmember, which paragraph was it?
It is the entire the one we had just the fourth resolve clause that we just amended referred to VE, the solicitation of US EPA. And I would strike that fully from that settlement agreement if I was allowed. Not just the $1 million penalty, which was outrageous, which is why I supported Councilwoman Long's change to that. It's crazy to think that they would, not only would they try and mute us as a community and as a governing body with responsibility over state waters, but that they would penalize us on top of it. So I appreciate that amendment, Councilwoman Long, but I would strike it all. I would like to see all of VE struck from this settlement agreement. I guess that would be 5E. Sorry.
Roman 5E.
Yeah, 5. Thank you. Yeah. So I sent that over. I don't know if that's the proper language to achieve that, but that's my goal. It seems straightforward enough.
I think we understand what it is. But
Ms. Elias?
Yeah, it sounds like you're tracking the last amendment, and rather than saying amending to delete the penalty, just say amending to strike the entirety of paragraph E or something like that. I haven't seen it yet. That's the correct process. I'm not going to weigh in with any advice at the moment. But I think once the clerk or does whatever she normally does in this situation, everyone will have that to consider.
Yeah, I got it sent around. Thanks, Jackie.
I sent it to everyone, including you, Abby.
Yeah. I don't know if that's the proper language, but that's the essence, that essentially we change that resolve clause to say that paragraph Roman numeral 5E of the settlement between Gelman Sciences Inc. and the city as revised on October 15, 2020 be deleted or be struck from the document or whatever the language is, but I said be deleted.
And switching back and forth from Word document to Zoom.
Yes.
Yeah, that is the correct language to do what you're trying to do.
Okay. Because that also, if I may, Mr. Mayor, that also gets rid of this notion of referring back to the 2006 agreement, which was a real oddball for me.
Can we receive some input from attorneys' offices to the consequence of this proposal?
I don't think we're comfortable providing legal advice on the floor. I think we've given you advice before now, and nothing on that has changed.
Councilor Hayner?
Thanks. I'm not sure if we're waiting for others to speak or if everybody got that or not. So I have a general process question again. So is it a situation where when our attorneys deliver whatever happens tonight to the court, as they have to do, that it's solely what's in this resolution? So if there was another resolve clause added that said we feel this way or that way about things, that would be appropriate or not to do, to amend our resolution tonight to say we feel this way or that way, or about certain aspects of it? Or should we just keep going through our own resolve clauses, or can we add a general clause that says we have a problem with these aspects of it? A new resolve clause.
Yeah. I think I'll try and address that. The court has asked for us to present or to report on the actions or the votes of the three governmental bodies on the proposed settlement documents. We can provide copies of the resolutions, which may be the best way to inform the court of how council voted and the changes and why. We're also including the request that the court get public input. But if council wants to add a resolved clause that you want X or Y or Z to be communicated to the court, there's nothing that says you can't do that. I think what I'm hearing you say is it's different from a condition placed on approval or an amendment or something like that, but it is a clear communication of what council, assuming it approves what you come up with or what you want to say, that it's a communication of thoughts or views of the city council. Am I understanding that?
Yes, I believe so. Do you feel that that is appropriate and helpful, or is that getting into the realm of protected advice?
What I'm saying from a process standpoint is that council can add that to the resolution. It's not so much an action as a communication. And as you know, your resolutions often have communications included, even if it's not a whereas I approve, I resolve that I approve. It may be resolved, please communicate. Again, it's not an action item, but what I was hearing you say is you wanted to communicate thoughts of the council that might not come through with the action items that are in the resolve clauses, even with the revisions.
That's correct. And especially as it relates to, say, considerations of prohibition zone, the inclusion of the triangle property in the prohibition zone, things like that, or the notion that, as an example, the notion that we would encourage the court to, no matter what the judgment or no matter what the outcome of our vote on these documents is, to consider that the urgency of applying the state standards, things like that. I mean, the court may already know that we feel that's urgent, but I haven't seen it explicitly anywhere except for in this what I still consider, even with these excellent modifications, to be a flawed document. So I guess that's my question. So, thank you.
Councilmember Lum.
Yeah, I was hoping, you've given us advice on this action that now is before us as proposed by Councilmember Hayner. Just wondering if you can publicly articulate any consequences of this action for us to consider. Ms. Elias or Mr.
Are you?
Doffer? Sorry.
What would the results of this amendment be?
Yes.
I think that it would be fair to say that the greater the number of amendments you make will affect whether this will turn into ultimately something that everybody will agree to, including Gelman, including the state, and may affect the ability to come to a resolution. So this particular amendment, I don't know whether that would be enough to change the likelihood of ultimately settling everything or not. But each time an amendment is suggested, I think it will have an impact on the overall ability to arrive at something that will resolve the matter.
Thank you.
Further discussion of the amendment? I'm thinking, for my part, I'm thinking it through. Obviously we'd love to have the option to go to EPA under all circumstances. Obviously, I think as I've expressed, I'm not particularly enthusiastic about the likelihood of success about going to EPA, so I don't really see giving away that as or rather reducing our ability to do that as a material concession. At the same time, I'm wondering why this doesn't have a we want our cake and eat it too effect. We are obtaining rights or rather the consent judgment provides, imposes obligations upon Gelman. Part of the incentive for them to agree to such a thing is the certainty of us sticking with the plan and not going to EPA. We're able to go to EPA nevertheless, but we just can't have our ongoing rights if we do so. If I read that correctly, I don't know why that's not a trade-off that has some logic to it. Councilmember Griswold.
Just for the record, because I believe that this discussion tonight is going to have extensive public scrutiny. I am extremely concerned with what's happening right now and with the coded messages. I received an email from an attorney about the possibility of conflict of interest with the mayor. We have received hundreds, literally hundreds of recommendations that we not approve this consent judgment, including from the Environmental Commission that's appointed by the mayor. I don't understand what the games are right now. We were told by our attorneys that the consent judgment was the best deal they could get. Suddenly, at the 11th hour, we are wordsmithing the consent judgment as if we have some newfound power. But then when we get to talking about the EPA, well, that might be a little too much of a change. So I really, really have serious questions about this process, the legitimacy of the process, as well as what people refer to as changing the playbook and who had the authority to change the playbook. Because it was my understanding that the Assistant Attorney General ruled on that some time ago. So I don't know who's changed the rule book, but this is the most bizarre policy making, and it's not really policy making, I have ever encountered. This is just, it's bizarre, and I believe that there may be some illegal activity going on. And I don't say that lightly. This is very, very troubling.
Would the attorney's office care to opine as to whether or not there's illegal activity going on during the course of our deliberation?
May I respond to a couple of things, and I know Mr. Postma will weigh in. Also, a placeholder for a point of order. The amendment on the settlement agreement to remove the loss of continuing rights if the petition to US EPA was submitted. That is also in the stipulated order. So even if the settlement agreement goes away, the stipulated order has that provision as well in Part C or Paragraph C. I just wanted to raise that before it gets lost in the rest of the discussion. This office has advised you in privileged communications regarding what your options are, what the consequences might be, et cetera, of various actions. There is no surprises that I'm aware of unless people are not reading their emails, et cetera. And I think all of you are very careful with your emails. There are people in the community who are not attorneys who are telling you what they think the requirements are at this point. But I think, as Mr. Postma has said and Mr. Dindoffer has said, we don't know what the court will do if conditional approvals are brought to the court. We can predict that at least Gelman will probably say, then there's no deal. But that's not what the court's ruling is. These will be putting it before the court. The court may say, this is a no. You might as well have voted no without having these conditions. but we cannot predict that. And we would make arguments that these are not, that these changes are ones that can be considered. And then going back to, I think, Councilmember Ramlawi's comment or question about consent judgments, these are ones that the other parties would need to agree with, or if the court so directs, there could be limited discussions regarding these conditional, these proposed changes to resolve them so that there is in fact consent when the judgment is entered. We are not making unilateral changes. We can't. We do not have that authority. But these are the changes that we would take to the court. If the settlement documents are rejected entirely, it depends on what the other parties do as to whether the court will consider what he does then with the proposed settlement documents. So there are unknowns because we're not the only player here. There are two other interveners plus the Huron Valley, I'm losing their name, it's late. There are two other governmental interveners and then the Huron River Watershed Council. And there's also Eagle and there's also the county and the county health department. So we cannot speak for them. It will be a number of views that will be brought to the court depending on how they vote and how that gets sorted out. So as you know, it's complex. And again, we have provided advice regarding these issues and the decisions that are before you tonight. And those are privileged. You have them. You've been able to consider them. What you do with them, obviously, is each of your individual decisions. And I don't know if Mr. Poster has anything to add, but I'm certainly not aware of any illegal activity. There may be differences of opinion, but that's not illegal.
That was my point. I have no other point on that.
Councilmember Bannister.
Thank you. Yes, I wasn't going to get into this, but since we are getting all into the weeds on this, there has been a recurring concern from residents about conflicts of interest, particularly as related to Mayor Taylor, and that the Scioto Township attorney, one of the other interveners, is an employee of Hooper Hathaway. And I realize we have a conflict of interest policy for council. However, it is based on the honor system. And I think that residents would feel more comfortable if Mayor Taylor would publicly reassure everyone tonight that he certainly, the payment of the Scioto Township attorney does not in any way affect the Hooper Hathaway monies that Mayor Taylor as a partner in that firm would benefit from, and also whether or not voting no on CJ4 would in any way discredit that attorney, which evidently in the legal world of legal firms is considered intolerable and unacceptable to criticize a partner's work. So those are two recurring questions amongst the residents, and I was wondering if we could just whisk on by that with a public affirmation from the mayor that he does not receive any compensation through Hooper Hathaway for the Scioto Township attorney's work.
Yeah, let me just point, he can confirm that it's irrelevant to the conflict issue, but yes.
I confirmed it.
The mayor has confirmed he receives no funds.
So my compensation so the payments made by Scioto Township to the firm are entirely unrelated to my compensation. I do not receive funds related to the gentleman's working receipts. And on the second point, there is, I do not feel I do not feel that my vote one way or the other on the consent judgment bears any, has any bearing or has any carries with it any implication with respect to the work done by one of the other members, by one of the members of the firm.
Thank you.
Further discussion of the amendment, Councilmember Lum.
Thank you. I understand what you're trying to do, Councilmember Hayner, which is a good thing. You're trying to address and retain our continuing rights because as written, this section that you're proposing to delete, our continuing rights would terminate if the city went to the US EPA. I'm trying to balance that with, the likelihood of acceptance, obviously. And my concern that that if the city were to go to the US EPA, we would lose our, as it's been explained to us in other aspects of these documents, we would lose our seat at the table, and maybe the city attorneys, Ms. Elias or Mr. Dindoffer could confirm this. And obviously would prefer this not to be here. I don't know what the attorneys can say in response to my, what I'm questioning is whether or not it would be a deal breaker. And that is a concern I'm trying to weigh. I don't know, what can be said about this tonight or not. And I think we've all analyzed this, avenue of going to the US EPA with what we know about that. And, for some of us, it's like the only alternative. For some of us, option. Some of us, it's not a viable option. Frankly, I don't see it as a viable option for the city. The best option, I should say. I don't know. So Elias or Mr. Dindorfer, I don't know what you can say about this again.
I think in closed session, we have given you legal advice and guidance and our views
that
have addressed this directly.
Thanks.
Further discussion of the amendment? Roll call vote, please, on the amendment, starting with Councilmember Nelson.
Councilmember Nelson?
No.
Councilmember Smith?
No.
Councilmember Ramlawi?
No.
Councilmember Hayner?
Yes.
Councilmember Bannister?
No.
Councilmember Griswold?
Sorry, my unmute's not working. No.
Councilmember Lum?
Yes.
Councilmember Grand?
No.
Councilmember Ackerman?
Yes.
Mayor Taylor?
No.
Councilmember Eaton?
No.
Motion fails.
Further discussion, the main motion is amended. Councilmember Hayner.
Thank you. I just sent to our clerk my final amendment to resolve clause 3, and then we'll get on with the vote for all of these. I'm asking that in the stipulated order that we strike section C. It reads otherwise identical to what is there in the third resolve clause, with the exception that, one second, I had to bounce around here a little, sorry. The exception that where it says dismiss interviewers, parties, imposes obligations, with said authorization and direction conditioned on the following amendment being made. 1, that section C be removed from the order in its entirety. And the reason I'm asking for that, well, I'll just wait until if we can come up with a second. Thank you, Ms. Beaudry.
Councilmember Hayner?
Okay, well, I move to amend it to say that, although it is now finds itself incongruous with because we failed to move my previous amendment, so I'm not sure it would be appropriate now, and yet there it is. I think in this the stipulated order, I think that the notion that we would, again, I find it offensive that the polluter would ask us to waive any kind of solicitation, not only like in the settlement agreement where they've asked us to waive it and pay $1 million, which we're asking them to not, but in this case, this termination of our local government's involvement. I can only speak for our body, of course. Well, I can't even do that, but when I speak to our body of the local government, that this is an outrageous ask by a polluter, by a corporate entity who has polluted our groundwater for the last 50 years and fully could clean it up. That if we ask the EPA that in order to preserve our rights within 45 days, if anyone else, not our body, if Scioto Township or Ann Arbor Township refuses to rescind their previous ask for EPA intervention, is also how I read this section, or if anyone knew, any other local body, Scioto, anybody, if they ask for EPA priorities list or a preliminary assessment, or to ask to have it listed on the NPL, that if we don't affirmatively inform the EPA and the governor that we don't support this ask, that we give up our rights. Now, who in their right minds would allow that? They're asking us to say no to other municipal bodies' requests for outside help. It's ridiculous. It's ridiculous. The idea that a polluter who puts the economic engine of the state of Michigan in jeopardy with their refusal to clean up their mess is going to ask us to weigh in on other concerned bodies' requests for outside assistance is beyond the pale for me. So even without my previous amendment passing, I urge you to support this one.
Discussion the main motion, discussion the amendment, Councilmember Amati.
I will just say I find it again troubling that we're amending the CJ on the floor after $600,000 of the attorney fees have been applied to this, thinking that we are going to somehow move this needle and make any sort of impact. I feel the grievances that we have with this consent judgment should be taken up in a different meeting, in a different forum, in a different way, and to be applied to this case and sent to the judge. And it's 10 past midnight right now. I'm not sure how many people are thinking very sharply right now, even the $400 or $500 an hour attorneys that we have on hand. I think this is just not a good practice for good decision making, especially on an issue as important as this.
Councilmember Heener, I have you on the queue. Is that Ms. Q?
Yes, I'll only speak to after this. Thank you.
Okay. Further discussion of the amendment?
Mayor, was there a second to that amendment?
I'm sorry, I don't think I said so. Thank you. Is there a second to the amendment? Councilmember Lum. Thank you. My apologies, Councilmember Hayner. Further discussion of the amendment as seconded. Roll call vote, please, starting with Councilmember Nelson.
Councilmember Nelson?
No.
Councilmember Smith?
Yes.
Councilmember Ramlawi?
No.
Councilmember Hayner?
Yes.
Councilmember Bannister?
No.
Councilmember Griswold?
No.
Councilmember Lum?
Yes.
Councilmember Grand?
Yes.
Councilmember Ackerman?
Yes.
Mayor Taylor?
Yes.
Councilmember Eaton?
No.
Motion carries.
Further discussion, the main motion is amended. Councilmember Hayner.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. I'll keep this short because I know that this is not the last conversation we'll have as a body about Gelman, nor will it be the last opportunity to have to speak about it either inside or outside of these virtual walls here. So I find on the whole that, and I'll just speak, all three of them are together. So, and I think it's okay to speak to all three together on their merits. I find that the overall remediation efforts, despite the site efforts to fight remediation and heated soil extraction and so on, fall short of what is necessary. The additional removal of source material is somewhat positive. On the whole, it's outweighed by the conditions by which they can request to stop cleanup. I find the expansion of the prohibition zone completely untenable. To me, the expansion of the prohibition zone is admitting that they have no control over the spread of this plume. It is characterized as protective of the public health, much in the same way that you might say you won't get in a car accident if you never get in a car. And so, yeah, no kidding. Well, we should not allow expansion of the prohibition zone. That's just a no-starter. In a perfect world, our vote on this would go to the courts, and the courts would say it's clear that you're dissatisfied with this, and I'm going to apply the new standards, and let's see let the chips fall from there. And we're not the only ones who have to vote on this. I appreciate that, and I appreciate the time and effort that everyone's put into this over the years. There's a lot of things missing. The full cleanup obviously is missing and very unlikely, either under this or another negotiation. There's no requirement to produce all the data that the polluter has kept to themselves. And we have more data at CARD and at the Sahara Residents for Safe Water that shows exactly what's missing or what is not compatible with the data that we do have. There's no requirement for that. There's no financial compensation. There's no legitimate set aside for Mr. Stiglitz and the folks at our water treatment plant in the case that this makes a run for Barton Pond with changing meteorological or geological or hydrogeological conditions, as the case may be. So I could go on and on, but there's a lot missing from this. And I think for that reason and many others that, as much as I appreciate what our legal staff has done, we did ask them to wrap it up, just like the judge was asked by the Supreme Court to wrap it up. And so I certainly appreciate that. And they brought us what was the best that the polluter would agree to in the time we were allotted. And the fact that this has exposed the polluter's unwillingness to act in a thorough manner just tells us all we need to know about what we're going to get out of this polluter. And I reject the notion that this is a good deal for us, and I plan on rejecting not only this fourth consent judgment, but the settlement and the stipulated order. And so I appreciate people taking their time to listen and putting up with myself and Ms. Lum's, CM Lum's chances to change this and try and make it better, such as they are. But I urge you all to reject this in keeping with the vast majority of our public input also. Thank you.
Further discussion? Councilmember Omlawi.
Thank you, Mayor Taylor, and I appreciate everyone's patience in this matter, and the work that's been put into it. The criticisms of this consent judgment and the documents that accompany it are not a reflection on the quality and the effort made by the attorneys. It is in no way a referendum on the effort and the talent they bring. It just frankly is not supported by the public. We've heard from many in the community, and I've yet to have one person suggest to me that this is even close to an acceptable agreement. Not even one person says, well, if you just provide one amendment or two amendments, we can live with the rest. We are miles apart, and that's unfortunate, but that's what the polluter has decided. That's the decision they have taken. That's the path they have chosen. They have chosen to use large stacks of cash to push around us and many others in this case. And I think it's time for us to take a stand. And now that we have an attorney general who actually stands for protecting the public and the environment, perhaps maybe we'll have a different outcome once things are challenged a little further. But as an elected official, as somebody who represents the Fifth Ward, as someone who lives above this plume, I would be selling myself in this seat short by accepting anything that comes close to what we've been presented with to this point. I appreciate, the time and effort and the talent that put into this, and it's not an indictment on the folks that are involved here tonight. It's just an indictment on the polluter and their unwillingness and the lack of good faith that they operate in. Furthermore, I will save the rest for later. I appreciate everyone's patience. Thank you.
Councilmember Grant.
Thank you. I've been dealing with this issue for my entire 6 years on council. And much of this time we've gained the ability to intervene, taken steps, and that came from knowing that what we had was truly insufficient, and a lot of frustration from the public about us not trying to get something better. I respect differences of opinion from my colleagues. I don't respect the conspiracy theories and some of the accusations that have been made, which I think just muddies the process. But I, when I'm making this decision, and I haven't heard it all one way, I've heard it a lot one way. I have to think about that this is a settlement, and in a settlement, I have to think about our community partners, and I have to think about that you don't, a settlement is not one side gets everything. That's a lawsuit where one side wins and one side doesn't. And if that's where you come down on this, the likely outcome is heading to protracted, very expensive litigation that is certainly not without risks. If we vote this down and this doesn't go forward, we are back to where we were at the beginning. So to think that this is, for me, I don't frame voting this down as some sort of victory against a polluter, or I think it's a personal choice, but to paint yourself as a hero in some way, I think is unfair. So I appreciate Councilmember Lum's work with our capable attorneys and really listening to their advice about how they think we can bring this forward in a realistic way. In a settlement,
What I'm concerned about is, are we protecting the source of our drinking water? And I think this gives us our best chance of doing it. Does it get it to zero? No. But does it get us a lot? Does it protect our right to intervene? Yes. Does it take the standard from what was quite high to one that's much lower? I think it does. So I think it's unfair to the work that our attorneys have done and to our partners that we've gone in with at the county and SIO and the Huron River Watershed Council to think that we get nothing out of this. So so Sister Lake was an issue for me. I think that was resolved this evening, and I appreciate Councilmember Lum's efforts to fix that. So while not getting everything, I do think this represents an improvement. I know where this vote is going, so this is the last time I'll speak. But I do intend to vote yes.
Councilmember Eaton.
Thank you. I really do want to thank our attorneys sincerely. I know that they've done years of hard work to get us to the point where we are, and we gave them the direction to bring us the best they could get. And they are negotiating with a very stubborn party that actually benefits from delay. And so nothing that I've said should be taken as criticism of our attorneys. I believe that they've done very good work. I want to thank Council Members Lum and Hayner for trying to make this better than it is. But in reality, even if all of these amendments were granted by the polluter, it would still be a fundamentally flawed consent judgment. This agreement isn't so much a cleanup agreement as it is a termination agreement. The polluter is looking for the day when they can stop extracting polluted water from the ground and treating it. And that day comes when the levels of pollution in the groundwater reach 500 parts per billion. They can terminate their efforts. And I don't think that that's something that we should be willing to accept. I don't want to dump any amount of dioxin into the Sister Lake. But really, the treated water that would be dumped into Sister Lake would be at about 7 parts per billion, and it would instantly be diluted down to a non-detect level. So that's really not my biggest objection to this consent judgment. And getting them to agree to not dump dioxin into the Sister Lake doesn't fix what's wrong with this agreement. This agreement is just fundamentally flawed. We've fought for more than a year through the appellate courts to earn our status as interveners. And with the settlement agreement, we'll be giving that status up. I think that all by itself deserves rejection of the settlement agreement. So I'll be voting against both the consent judgment and the settlement agreement because if we want better than this, then we need to reject this and ask the polluter to come back to the table and bargain in good faith. Thank you.
Councilmember Smith.
So, unlike my colleague who just spoke, the first Sister Lake discharge issue was quite a significant issue for me. That's in the 5th Ward. The mayor and I had the opportunity to meet with the neighborhood to talk about their concerns about the proposed CJ and settlement agreement. At that point in time, I indicated that this was my single biggest concern. It's not to say I don't have others. And I think as I look at where we've come, I don't believe we've come far enough. I think the mass removal, finally getting some movement on some significant mass removal at the site, we have to consider that as a huge step forward. And that's why this isn't such a slam dunk in my mind as a just reject this outright. But at the end of the day, I would concur that we have had to fight too hard and for too long and jump through too many hoops with an opponent who is not working with us in good faith, just so that we could become interveners in this party, where this is our drinking water source. This is contamination that most of the residents that I represent live on top of this and are directly impacted by this. For us to give up that status, for me too, is ultimately a bridge too far. I would like to say expressly to Mr. Dindoffer and to Ms. Elias, thank you so much for all of the work and counsel that you have given to us over the many years you've been working on this. It's been invaluable. I wish we were at a better point now. I wish this were we lived in a state that had not, ceded all responsibility for this stuff years ago, thanks to Governor Engler and his followers. The polluter should be paying to clean this up, and we should be demanding that it get as close to possible. But that's not the way our state has worked over the last 30 years. And that's what really stinks about this. At the end of the day, I don't think I can support this. It is a big step forward in a lot of ways, and it's a step back in other ways. And ultimately, I just can't reconcile those 2 points. Thank you.
Councilmember Ackerman.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I actually have 2 clarifying questions for Ms. Elias, if you could. It was asserted that with this settlement agreement, we would lose our intervener status. Can you comment on that?
I think the answer is technically in some ways yes, but also technically and practically no. Although we are removed as interveners from the caption and from being parties to the CJ, the order that removes us actually preserves for us the rights that we would have as intervener in terms of having a say in the critical decisions that are made. It obligates Eagle to inform the city of those various decisions or those decision points, and gives us the ability to weigh in. It requires Eagle to listen to us, and it gives us the right to go to dispute resolution, the same as Eagle would, or the same as Gelman would, and to go to court if we're not satisfied with how things are going. So we would not have to petition the court again to have rights to be involved and have a say. But at every point where we would want to speak as interveners, we would get to speak. So technically we are removed, we're not in the caption, but as a practical matter, we still are involved to the same extent we would be if there had been a settlement and we had stayed in the caption.
Yeah.
I hope I'm not over exaggerating that. I think Fred can weigh in if he thinks I've overstated what we have.
I think that's correct.
Okay. None of these decisions are easy, and they never have been, with respect to the plume. Going into tonight, I certainly couldn't have supported the consent judgment. And again, like people have commented, that's no reflection of our attorney's ability, but merely a fact of how these processes occur, and the legal framework in which they happen at the state level and the federal level. I see, 4 really important benefits of this consent judgment, which I would feel pretty lost without. The first and foremost is the reduction of the standard from 85 parts per billion to 7.2 parts per billion. lead, when poisonous, is measured at parts per million. You know, the fact that we have to talk about dioxane at parts per billion just shows how potent it really is, and how dangerous it can be to public health. The ability to reduce it down to 7.2 is an incredible change, and I'm grateful for the work that advocates have done over the decades to see that happen at the state level. And it would be really important and wonderful to have a legal agreement in place that matches that number. The second benefit I see is that it increases the current cleanup by 200%, with more pumping and more treating, and that's good. And part of that pumping and treating is the third benefit that I see, which is the removal of source material, actually going back to where the dumping occurred originally decades ago and seeing that extracted so that the spread will decelerate. And that's powerful. The final one is the emphasis on monitoring and protecting Barton, our drinking water source. There's no public health crisis greater than losing access to your drinking water. And that emphasis is good, and what we have in place today is not good enough. There are certainly flaws to this as well, but I'm nervous about it, and I don't understand what the alternative solution is. Protracted litigation is something that, if we're afraid we can't afford this negotiation, I don't know how we afford that litigation, and the risk involved is huge. We may end up exactly where we were 5 years ago, 5 years from now, and have lost a decade as a result. Going to the EPA, I'm concerned with, because I sat in that town hall that the rest of you did and heard this 30-year story. And I thought that maybe that was a Trump administration thing. So I consulted with people who have worked on Superfund sites, and that just seems to be how the EPA works, is this 30-year process in which they require their own data. And that scares me. It scares me that in the EPA's eyes, which I don't agree with, but in their eyes, there'd be little public health risk because there's access to city water. And I realize I'm going on. I'll wrap up. I apologize. The EPA would defer to the state at 7.2 instead of their 3.5. And it's not like Gelman's just going to roll over and let the Superfund come in. That we just start this process over in federal court. And it would be long, and it would be litigious, and it would be expensive, and I'm not sure where the benefit increases. So ultimately, I think I'll support this. I wouldn't have supported it without the 4 amendments that passed tonight. And I'm comforted that approving it tonight would very well, in the eyes of the court, be a rejection. However, we would be asserting confidently, 4 new areas of conversation and negotiation that are of interest to the people of Ann Arbor, which I think those areas are. So I'll be supporting it. I don't love voting that way, but hopefully I've communicated my thought process effectively.
Councilmember Lum.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. That was very well articulated, Councilmember Ackerman. And before making my comments, I would just first like to thank staff, our legal advisors, and especially the technical advisors. We've had many of those, and especially as well the residents who have been so engaged and worked so hard for all of us on this issue these many years. And I also want to express my gratitude to those directly impacted and for their patience, really, not gratitude, for their patience, for how many decades really it's taken us to contend with this problem. For me, a couple things are clear. First, this Fourth Amendment consent judgment is certainly not perfect. Everyone said that. The outcome isn't the outcome. that anyone was hoping for is wholly satisfied with. Couple things though are clear, is that in my view, that the fourth consent judgment is a significant improvement over what we now have in place in terms of the third CJ. And Councilmember Ackerman touched on some of these things, some of these very key things. And the one is that, with this, legally, they would be required to meet the 7.2 parts per billion standard. It would be legally binding. The third CJ, as we know, supersedes the change in state law. So an 85 is not as protective. And I think that is a critical component of protecting the community's water supply. With this, there's also significantly more mass removal. More mass removal means less in the groundwater. And that's also significant to note. So I don't agree with the characterization of some that this CJ is not significantly better than what's in place. Again, 3 times the mass of dioxane removal is significant. 2,500 pounds a year versus 800 pounds. And how is that accomplished? It's accomplished through the addition of the new extraction wells at the Gelman site and other locations. And I think that the additional extraction wells at the source, we have 3 more extraction wells there with this agreement. New extraction wells on the east side, of course, which more than doubles the amount of water removed and treated at Rose Drive and Park Lake. The Sentinel wells on the northern PZ boundary. It's critical that we track the delineation of the plume. This allows us to do that. We need this. Mr. Steglitz, he gave a list of things that he saw as, critically important, and that if we rejected the Fourth Amendment, would take us a step backwards. And included in his, big 3, as he put it, are the installation of the Sentinel wells to track the progress of the plume towards the city water supply. He also mentioned the acceptance of the 7.2 parts per billion standard and the removal of the additional mass at the source area, which I will note, our Tetra Tech expert said that the source removal benefits are huge. And that obviously helps with dispersion, and also confirmed that the Sentinel wells are in the right and good locations, the locations that we need to track the delineation of the plume. Also improvements worth noting, again, in addition to these Sentinel wells in the northern prohibition zone boundary to again track the progress of the plume towards the city's water supply. We absolutely need to do that. Or the other new monitoring wells I mentioned in the key areas in the eastern and western areas. Also, there will be new technologies, as we know, applied at the Gelman site. On the prohibition zone, no one's happy about the expansion of the prohibition zone as proposed. It's about a 25% expansion. The CJ does require Gelman to prevent migration beyond the zone at 7.2 parts per billion and not 85. And as I understand it, the larger footprint is defined by the 7.2 parts per billion standard. And so we have to amend the prohibition zone because of the change. If we accept this from 85 to 7.2, it has to be done to be in compliance. And we know it's highly improbable that the state would allow Gelman to be out of compliance on that issue. Some folks have contended that the city's giving up all its rights. I don't think that's a fair characterization either. We would retain our rights to contest any efforts by Gelman to reduce actions or modify the requirements, and to sue Gelman if new plumes are discovered or if known plumes move outside the prohibition zone. So I do think the fourth consent judgment, while certainly not perfect, does make substantive improvements, not as much as anyone would like. I appreciate that the amendments were accepted. I do think that improves it significantly, particularly the amendment to prohibit discharge into First Sister Lake. So I think we all have to remember the situation that we're in. The decision we're making is not a conceptual one about what we'd like to happen or believe should happen, but it's a practical decision between three real alternatives. Approve the CJ, reject it and go to court and litigate, or seek Superfund designation from the EPA. And in assessing all of these alternatives and setting aside our overall disappointment and frustration, I have concluded that that we should not, that by not accepting it as amended, we would be taking a step backward and lose significant gains that we're getting with this CJ. I think it's, and why, I believe that it is very unlikely that we would see any more stringent requirements that would be placed on Gelman through litigation or through the EPA, if the EPA even agrees to take a look. And we know we're talking at about 10, at a minimum, plus years based on what we've been told by the EPA officials, because as Councilmember Ackerman noted, they would begin the analysis anew. What happens during that time? The plume is spreading and we're doing nothing. So that to me is not a viable alternative. And unfortunately, I'm not hearing any experts say that restoring the aquifer to drinking water quality is feasible. And it may have been 20 years ago, but not now. And I'm hearing that, that the prohibition zones are a sad reality. I would also note that just in terms of the actions that the EPA might take, or action under CERCLA, we've been told, and the experts have opined that, again, given that the restoration of the aquifer to drinking water standards isn't feasible, how does that translate? It translates that a long-term institutional control remedy like the PC is likely. And again, we know about how many years it would take to accomplish addressing this. And that uncertainty, that wait and see period is not acceptable to me. So I see rejecting the fourth CJ and choosing either the litigation option or the EPA option as a major risk that stands in the way of making concrete near-term improvements that we desperately need. It's certainly possible that in court or with the EPA we may do a bit better, but it's also possible we won't even achieve the same improvement that the CJ provides after many more years. I certainly recognize that many of my colleagues and others we've heard from certainly disagree. These are my thoughts, and this is a very challenging, complex matter we all have struggled with, and I would just hope that we would all respect how each one of us has analyzed this, what we've tried to do to work through all of the details to arrive at the decision that we think is best addresses the concerns and needs that our community is facing in terms of remediating the plume to the fullest and best extent possible. Thank you.
Councilmember Ramlawi.
Thanks. I'll try not to be that long. I just wanted to touch upon a few issues that were brought up. When we talk about source removal, it's my understanding, this is completely experimental. It will need continuous monitoring and further review. It's not a guarantee that the methods that are being applied here have been proven or that it will actually have the effect that we hope it will have. So the notion of the removal from the site, the source, is not a guarantee. There has been now interjected in this conversation the discussion of seeking EPA assistance. That's not what we're discussing here. We're not discussing the EPA right now. We're discussing whether to approve this CJ or not. And so to box it and frame it that we have some sort of a mutually exclusive decision here to make isn't necessarily the proper characterization. I feel we have a few bites left to this apple, and if we accept anything less than what we deserve and what we're worth, we're selling ourselves short. Like Councilmember Eaton has said, this to me seems like an exit strategy for the polluter. That's what this is. They can wash their hands away from it. And this, I believe, is not the decision, not the best decision. Do I prefer to litigate and take this to court and spend unknown sums of money? No, that's not our first choice. Our first choice was to take this route. First choice was to negotiate with the polluter and find a mutually beneficial, amicable, reasonable, acceptable compromise. You know, there has yet to be anybody in the community who supports this. Not one, zero folks in the community support this. I don't know how we as elected officials can support something that is not supported by our community, that doesn't give us any guarantees, that asks us to give up our rights and to feel comfortable with it just because we're afraid of the unknown. And to be honest with you, I don't find that the best course of action. I'd rather use all the tools at our disposal before coming to that conclusion that this is the best that we can possibly achieve. And I don't think we've looked out under every stone. I think we have quivers left that we can, use. I think there's things that we can try that haven't been tried yet, and just to give up the fight right now is rather premature and unwise. And so I just think, like, there are folks here now that are accepting this CJ based on the amendments. Really? That's not it's not the course that we took at the beginning of this. That's not what the other intervening parties, as far as I understand, are going to be doing as well. This was supposed to be a yes or no vote, and that's it. But now we're putting conditions on it and saying, with these conditions, this is fine. And these conditions, again, are not did not pass unanimously. Split vote on all those amendments. So I just will just say that, just to be on public record, that this is far from being unanimous and having any sort of consensus. And so I urge my colleagues to flat out reject this.
Further discussion? I'd like to also, echo my thanks to our legal team and the experts that have advised us over these years. It has been a long and difficult process. Even over the past, the past 2, 3, 4 years demonstrates, that we live very far from a just world. We do not live in a just world. We live in the real world. with respect to the Gelman plume, nothing is easy and nothing is just. We operate decades into a problem created by the polluter, facilitated by unfriendly state laws, and we are left holding the bag. Holding the bag, we need to figure out what we're going to do with it. And we don't have any options that are satisfactory. But we do have, but inaction is not an acceptable condition. Inaction is not acceptable, and so we need to decide what to do and where to move. For me, as subject to or rather including, rather assuming the incorporation of the amendments that we have passed here today, the fourth CJ would protect the sister lakes. That was a line in the sand for me. It would substantially accelerate cleanup. It would substantially increase monitoring. It would have well-placed sentinel wells. It would vitally incorporate the 7.2 parts per billion standard, and it would include substantial and important source removal benefits. These are gains that a consent judgment modified in a manner that is consistent with the amendments that we've proposed. Those are gains that we would realize. Now that's not perfect, and that's not optimal, and it's far from optimal. And we all would want more, and I want more. But I'm not sure. I don't have enough confidence that more is attainable. We know that in the real world, the aquifer cannot be restored. We know that in the real world, the request for EPA Superfund designation is a recipe for decades of delay, followed by decades of disappointment. We know that the path of litigation in the absence of a consent judgment is going to be incredibly expensive and in my view, unlikely to achieve even at the end of that process a result that matches what we would have today if the consent judgment were modified in a manner consistent with our amendments. So I'm going to vote in favor of the resolution. I think that it's a step in the right direction, and I'm hoping that we ultimately get there. Councilmember Griswold.
Yeah, I want to thank everyone who's been involved in this, but I also want to make a couple statements. We heard statements today that were presented as facts, but they're actually opinions. We also are assuming that these amendments are going to be accepted. At the same time, we were told over and over that this was the best we could do. And I'm not ready to give up, and CJ3 would continue while we're negotiating. And so it's not like we're going to stop the cleanup. We are going to continue the cleanup, and there may not be that much difference between CJ3 and CJ4. And I don't believe that we should settle. Our community deserves more, and I am willing to fight. I do not see this as stopping the process. I see this as continuing to move forward and to let Danaher know that we are not willing to accept a substandard agreement. At the same time, the people closest to this cleanup, the people that belong to CARD, will tell you over and over again that agreements are not followed. Danaher will say they're going to do something and they don't. So whatever we're agreeing to, we have to realize that we're not going to get all of it.
For the discussion, Councilmember Ackerman.
Sorry, excuse me. There's no more space to negotiate. This is the final phase of this round of negotiation. The court has determined that there's no more fight to be had and determinations are going to be made. This is the opportunity to move forward or not, or find another avenue. But this is that moment.
Further discussion? Roll call vote, please, on the resolution as amended, starting with Councilmember Nelson.
Councilmember Nelson,
No.
Councilmember Smith,
No.
Councilmember Rumlawi,
No.
Councilmember Hayner,
No.
Councilmember Bannister,
No.
Councilmember Griswold,
No.
Councilmember Lum,
Yes.
Councilmember Grand,
Yes.
Councilmember Ackerman,
Yes.
Mayor Taylor,
Yes.
Councilmember Eaton,
No.
motion fails.
We have communications today from our city attorney.
Mr. Mayor, before we proceed, I would like to take off the table the resolution supporting the Environmental Protection Agency's active involvement with the Gelman site, which was DC1 on the July 6th, 2020 agenda. It was tabled by a majority vote. I have sent that resolution to the city clerk, and she can circulate it for your convenience so that you can take a look at it. So I'm moving to take that off the table. That requires a second.
Second.
Second by Councilmember Rumlawi. I'm unfamiliar with the procedure on that. Is that a subject to debate?
It is now.
Procedural question, I assume, Councilmember Hayner? Councilmember Hayner.
It must be subject to some kind of vote.
I guess bringing it off the table is subject to a vote,
Okay.
but not to debate, I gather. Is that
Okay.
accurate?
That's correct. So a motion to take it off the table is not subject to debate. It is subject to a majority vote to open it up for further discussion.
I forwarded the resolution.
Thank you. Question, Councilmember Grand?
Are we debating whether or not we're going to take this off the table?
No.
Whether to move forward? It's just on the resolution.
We will, assuming it passes, we will discuss. Assuming it passes, we're going to discuss the
So there's
resolution
no discussion. It's just an up or down vote.
on the taking it off the table. Yes.
Okay, my apologies.
No worries. On the removal from the table, roll call vote, please, starting with Councilmember Nelson.
Councilmember Nelson,
Yes.
Councilmember Smith,
No.
Councilmember Rumlawi,
Yes.
Councilmember Hayner,
Yes.
Councilmember Bannister,
Yes.
Councilmember Griswold,
Yes.
Councilmember Lum,
Yes.
Councilmember Grand,
No.
Councilmember Ackerman,
No.
Mayor Taylor,
No.
Councilmember Eaton,
Yes.
motion carries.
I suppose moved by it. I suppose it needs to be moved. Has this been moved and seconded already by virtue of having been up before, or does this require a second moving and seconded?
I don't believe it needs to be moved again.
That confirmed, Mr. Poston, Ms. Beaudry?
I'm not sure how far it got last time. It wouldn't hurt to move it.
So moved.
Eaton, Rumlawi, thank you. Got Councilmember Smith, Ackerman, and Grand on the queue. Councilmember Smith.
Yeah, I'll just say that bringing this up at 1 o'clock in the morning does not do justice to the community conversation that needs to happen about this. I've moved to postpone this to the second meeting in November.
Seconded by Councilmember Grand. Discussion? Let's go Councilmember I've got Councilmember Rumlowy. I'm sorry, I've got Grand and Lum on the queue. I don't know if you were before or after.
I'll go on the queue.
Councilmember Ackerman.
I'll speak on the main motion.
Lum.
Yeah, I'll support postponing. I will also speak on the main motion.
Well, let's see whether it gets postponed. Okay. Councilmember Rumlowy.
Yeah, this resolution has already been postponed 4 or 5 times already. I feel, we were just asked earlier, what's our next step? What are we going to do next? Here's something. Here's a tool that we have in the toolbox, and we've been sitting on it, and now we're being asked to wait for next council to act on it. And I think, quite frankly, it's time for this council to take action, and we've postponed it so we can listen and hear to everything that we just heard and more. So I'm not in favor of postponing it.
Councilmember Heener.
Well, I guess I would agree with that. As the original sponsor of this, I moved to postpone it a couple times myself, and we kept kicking it down the road. Now here it is. Somebody moves to get it back on the table. I guess let's just deal with it. If we don't like it, we don't have to vote for it. If we think it's useful to us, then we can vote for it. But I just soon deal with it. I didn't even like postponing it the last couple times I moved to do it. It finally got tabled. I may even have been responsible for that, and I'm just going to vote to discuss it and deal with it right now.
Councilmember Grant.
Thank you. For someone who has called themselves basically a champion of transparency, to bring this forward at 1:04 a.m. really calls into question the motivation of everything that we've been talking about the last number of hours and the sincerity of anything that you said. If this was always the plan all along, just at least have the decency to say it. I'll be voting to postpone this. If for some reason it does pass, I don't think it's the last time it'll come before council for consideration.
Discussion of the postponement. Councilmember Ackerman.
I'll just say from the perspective of a decision maker who's interested in the EPA, but doesn't want to have to recall, all of my notes from 5 months ago of something that I haven't read in 5 months, and also has no idea the implications with the consent judgment that we just complicated, and in a settlement negotiation that's still actively in the state court. I think this is so unwise and irresponsible. And I'm usually someone who is very careful with the words I use, and this is some sneaky bullshit. And this at the very least needs to be discussed in 2 weeks. I mean, we need to talk to our attorneys. We need to learn what the ramifications are. This is not something that's been deliberated in months, and now to bring it up with zero warning to people who actually like to study what they vote on at 1 o'clock in the morning, it is ridiculous.
Councilor Eaton.
I think it's disingenuous to try to portray this as a surprise. Every closed session that we've had, we have considered the EPA as an alternative to litigation. The memos that you just received mention the potential of going to EPA and advise you on that at length. To believe that we haven't postponed this and then finally tabled it because we wanted to first make the decision on a proposed consent judgment before we voted on this, it is to rewrite history. So This is not a surprise. This is what we've been waiting for.
And why didn't you give us a heads up?
Point of order.
Us.
Point of order. I have the floor. And so, in fact, we tabled this so that we could consider the consent judgment. All of the discussions we've had about the consent judgment have also included discussions about the EPA. It's not a surprise. So this is on the motion to postpone. I think that we should discuss the main motion and not postpone this. And I encourage everyone to vote to have that discussion. Thank you.
Councilmember Smith.
I'll talk on the main motion. I'm extremely disappointed in Councilmember Eaton's actions this evening. Nobody should be surprised by that.
I don't know whether Councilmember Ackerman, you were on the queue or not.
Yeah, I'll just say, I think it's completely legitimate to be surprised. Councilmember Lum did us all the courtesy of transparently communicating all of the proposed amendments she was going to introduce, made this a collaborative process in which people could give input, and at least give us the benefit of studying the material before we voted on it. To introduce this at 1 a.m. is a surprise, Councilmember Eaton. If you did it at the next meeting, I wouldn't have been surprised. That would have made sense. Doing it 1 o'clock in the morning with zero prior notice is undemocratic, untransparent.
Councilmember Lum.
Thanks. How many of my colleagues tonight did I hear argue for going back to the table, negotiating, bargaining with the other interveners, with Gelman? I guess that was not said in good faith. I don't know how else to characterize it. If this is the path that's now being chosen, it does feel like this was the plan all along. I got to say that. I mean, why wouldn't you try to make the fourth consent judgment better? Because you want it to be as unacceptable as possible, I guess, to just say, to throw in the towel, sorry, and just say, we're just, we're going to do what some of us wanted to do from the get-go, which was just go to the EPA. And for me, I know we're talking about the postponement, I think this is the least viable of the options posed to us, because we know at the least we're talking about 10 plus years doing nothing, really, while that plume just continues to spread across the city and elsewhere. And we're stuck with 85 parts per billion because legally the state statute doesn't kick in. We're guided by the third consent judgment. We all know that. We're not removing masks. We're not getting any of those things that we get with the fourth consent judgment, which was just voted down. Again, I mean, I heard several of you who voted against the consent judgment. Your argument was, we need to go back to the table to bargain and negotiate. Now you're saying, nah, we don't need to do that. Let's just go to the EPA. And we know, according to the state and the EPA, what they've said about how they determine the threshold, whether or not there's a threat to public health. And on this one, all the experts have told us, have indicated that likely the determination would be that there's no threat to public health. And the EPA, what do? They defer to state standards. So what are we getting, really? And the biggest loss, which is huge, our continuing rights would terminate if we go to the US EPA. We don't have a seat at the table. Whose interest does that serve? I think it's critical that for the community that we have a seat at the table. Under an EPA arrangement, we don't have that. And I find that unacceptable. So I could vote on this tonight. I think you know how I'll vote, obviously, but I also think it's just not. It's not the way this should be discussed, voted on, decided upon at this hour. It's Yeah, this has been before us multiple times. We postponed it multiple times, but it was because we were working on the consent judgment, where over the course of the last year plus, we would meet from time to time with our city council and our outside counsel and other experts, and they'd say, okay, here we're at, and we would give them input on the direction to pursue in these negotiations. They'd come back, report back. We'd give them, thumbs up, thumbs down. They were
Right.
following our guidance throughout. And sorry, this is really disappointing.
Councilmember Smith.
So a point of order first, Mr. Mayor. Are we discussing the main motion or the motion to postpone?
We are obviously discussing the motion postpone, but it will, you've been around for long enough, Councilmember, to know that those issues are intertwined with one another. Councilmember Smith.
I think this begs reconsideration of the previous question. If I wouldn't have voted the way that I did had I known that this was coming. I think this was so deceptive. I think it's so counter to the values that I continue to hear from my colleagues. I'm disgusted by this. At the very least, postpone this so that we can have a coherent community debate at a normal hour when the community can participate in that debate. This is moving ahead without our partners. We've talked about that extensively in this process, and this is bad policy. But you know that.
Councilmember Hiner.
Thanks. Speaking directly to the postponement, if the concern is here and is that we need some time to really, or some have said they need some time to consider, to go back and look over their notes from 5 months ago, whatever, that's fine. I certainly understand that. In that case, then the motion would be to postpone it until the next meeting. 2 weeks is plenty of time to look at your stuff. But to move immediately to postpone it to the second week in November suggests to me that you need enough votes to kill it. And you don't have any interest in looking at it. And Mr. Ackerman would be cut out of that conversation, and so would you, Mr. Smith. And so would many other people on this body. You'd be asking a group of new council members to make a consideration about the EPA that they may or may not have been following. And so, I won't support a postponement for 2 weeks or for 4 weeks, but I would consider supporting a postponement until the very next meeting to give people, this same body that sits before us tonight, some time to catch up with what's going on here. And really to get some facts in order, because some of the things that have been said are very non-factual about the EPA and where we stand and so on. And I would certainly appreciate that if our council wanted to, give us some advice in a closed session about this, about where we stand, what sort of, do we really give up our rights and so on under the existing third judgment if we seek EPA, not even seeking the preliminary assessment, just asking the governor to consider seeking preliminary assessment. That's what we're doing here with this resolution. And so I'd postpone it for the next meeting, but certainly not for 2 weeks. So when it comes to a vote, that's how I'll be voting.
Councilmember Grant.
I'm going to move to table this indefinitely. I'm not really interested in talking about it in December or next time.
All right. Well, fair enough. There's been a motion to table. Is there because that requires a second? Is there a second? Second by Councilmember Smith. Roll call vote, please, on the tabling. Starting with Councilmember Nelson.
Councilmember Nelson?
No.
Councilmember Smith?
Yes.
Councilmember Mlawi?
No.
Councilmember Hayner?
No.
Councilmember Bannister?
No.
Councilmember Griswold?
No.
Councilmember Lum?
No.
Councilmember Grand?
Yes.
Councilmember Ackerman?
No.
Mayor Taylor?
Councilmember Grand, you still have the floor. May I suggest a motion to amend the postponement to next meeting?
No, I want to vote on postponement until the second meeting in December. That's what's on the table. I'd like to vote on it.
November, second meeting.
Second meeting in November.
Don't care either way.
All right, well, you have the floor. Do you wish to speak on that?
No, I think we should just vote on, I'd like to actually just call that.
Your colleagues wanted to look at some notes.
Councilmember Griswold.
Mayor, oh, wait,
Yes.
That
Mayor-
wasn't a complete vote.
Yes.
we
Ms.
weren't finished voting.
We haven't voted.
No, on the tabling.
Is that right? I am.
Yeah.
I am
I
so.
I was calling on you to vote.
I said. My apologies. I said no, and I thought that was the end of it.
Councilmember Eaton,
On the tabling, no.
motion fails.
My apologies.
I apologize.
I think that means Councilmember Grand, you have the. Thank you for the correction. Councilmember Grand has the floor.
I would like to vote on postponing to the second meeting in November.
Councilmember Griswold, you have the.
I've talked about this many times and used the term full court press. I do not see going to the EPA as an alternative. I see passing a motion tonight as a way to exert our power, and we are allowed to do that under consent judgment 3. And that sends a clear message to Danaher that we are going to work on getting this cleaned up and not be pushed around. And I think that what we have seen for many years is we've been played by Danaher, and I'm getting really sick and tired of it. We are not standing up to them. They are telling us what to do, where they're going to dump our semi-treated water and everything else, and that is unacceptable. So I think that this resolution is an integral part of our strategy. And when a number of things have been said that are not true about the EPA, but I'm not going to go into detail right now, but I see this as an integral part of our strategy to work towards a solution to get the dioxane cleaned up.
Further discussion, I guess I'd ask for an amendment to the amendment to move it to the first meeting in November.
I'll move that. Let's go.
Councilmember Smith, seconded by Councilmember Lum. Is that friendly to the body, that amendment to the postponement? It's not friendly. Discussion of the amendment to the amendment. Roll call vote.
Mayor, that was to the first meeting in November.
Correct.
Yes.
Is there anybody that really wants to talk about that, or are we just going to vote?
Let's vote.
I've got, like, I do have a queue. Councilmember Ackerman, no, there's no one on the queue anymore. Roll call vote on that amendment to the amendment. Councilmember Hayner.
That's the first meeting, the November 5th is what you're asking about? The first meeting, our next meeting.
Correct. Roll call vote, please, starting with Councilmember Nelson.
Yes.
Councilmember Nelson,
Yes.
Councilmember Smith,
Yes.
Councilmember Amlawi,
No.
Councilmember Hayner,
Yes.
Councilmember Bannister,
Yes.
Councilmember Griswold,
No.
Councilmember Lum,
Yes.
Councilmember Grand,
Yes.
Councilmember Ackerman,
Yes.
Mayor Taylor,
Yes.
Councilmember Eaton,
Yes.
motion carries.
Further discussion of the postponement as amended. Roll call vote, please, starting with Councilmember Nelson.
And we just did that.
This is on the postponement.
I thought that was.
That was
That was on the amendment.
amendment to the postponement.
Okay.
Sorry.
Okay.
Councilmember Hayner, are you
How clearly we think at this hour?
Councilmember Hayner?
Well, when we start amending things that are friendly or not or whatever. Yeah, I'll just speak to this just briefly. Everybody get their notes out, take a look at it. Let's see what we're dealing with here. Let's consider the conversation, reach out to your community partners if you feel that's necessary, and so on. Let's stop getting played by this polluter, okay? Let's act in one way or another at this next meeting if possible.
Councilmember Amlawi?
Yeah, I would just like to have, legal advice on facts in this matter, because again, we like to bend the truth and sometimes substitute opinions or facts on what this actually means. So seeking EPA intervention by way of this resolution, the consequences of that, I feel that, we've gone around in circles for many months. I mean, this resolution was first introduced October of 2019. I'm not sure, to be honest with you, how much more research one needs to do to understand where they fall in this position. This is nothing new. And as Councilmember Griswold said, it's repeatedly full court press. It's time to quit the nonsense and apply as much pressure as we possibly have in getting this resolved. I know how I'm going to vote. I know how I'm going to vote tonight. I know how I'm going to vote on the 5th. I know how I vote in December or whatever. I mean, we're not dealing with somebody who's interested in working in good faith. So I'll leave it at that, but I don't think it's going to change anyone's mind a week, 2 weeks, a month. Everyone knows where they stand on this issue tonight.
Councilmember Ackerman.
Excuse me, Mayor, we will get that advice, Councilman Ramlawi, we will get that to the council, and I believe the council will benefit from it.
Thank you.
Councilmember Ackerman. Ms. Elias.
Yeah, I only wanted to make one point, which is that November 5th is the next meeting. That morning, everyone will have been in court, and
we can advise you of that.
We can advise you regarding that in terms of how this action is affected or would affect other interveners.
Thank you.
Et cetera.
Councilmember Lum.
No,
I'm sorry, I get you, Councilmember Ackerman.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. I mean, I'll just say I'm interested and open to the EPA if it's part of a legal strategy. Let's actually talk strategically about it with our attorneys. Let's not have half of the board be on their heels, completely confused and about where this is coming from or that it's coming. Let's actually make sure we're aligned and communicating to each other. If this was a strategic move, it was not a wise one. And I would just say too, introducing stuff like this on the floor without giving colleagues time to review is exactly the stuff that people are getting pissed off about in Congress. And like when Justin Amash, who's the libertarian from Michigan, kicked out of the Republican Party, the AOC, for being one of the only representatives who wants to take the time to read bills before they vote on them, like that's the kind of cross value, diversity of thought, civility that we need to be striving for. It can't be this. So I'd appreciate 2 weeks.
Councilmember Lum.
Yeah, I would just like to recommend that everyone, and maybe there's a way we can feature this, Ms. Elias, Mr. Postema, Mr. Crawford, on the city's document repository page, where the FAQ page, there is a question: could the United States Environmental Protection Agency, EPA, take over the cleanup of the site? You provide a helpful explanation of how that would work. And you also have a link, which I think somehow we should feature, to the community meeting on January 16th, 2020, when the EPA presented, responded to questions about the length of time it would take, what would be involved, and what standards they would follow. So I think people need to understand what the parameters are for the EPA, and then what would follow should we go down that path. I just think that we need to go in with eyes wide open. And so if there's a way to again, it's on the documents repository website, so it's there. And I think a refresher on that, watching that video again, would be helpful to everyone.
Councilor Griswold.
The representative who was at that meeting out of the Chicago office was told she had to come to Ann Arbor at the last minute. She was not happy, and many of her comments were not consistent with comments that have been made by other people in the EPA and information that's been reported by Congresswoman Debbie Dingell. Also, delaying this until the next meeting means that it can be reconsidered at the following meeting by the new council. This is our issue and it needs to be decided now, not rolled over to the new council. So let's everyone speak exactly what the strategy is, and the strategy should be voting tonight, and we can reconsider it at the first meeting in November if we want to. We'll all still be here.
Councilor Hayner.
Is the hearing on the 5th at 9 a.m. in front of Judge Connors, is that a situation where it's interveners only, or is that a public matter?
It's all public.
That's public, like the previous scheduling hearing was. Because I attended one where they wouldn't let some folks in the room. And so I guess this is a question for Mr. Postma or Mr. Elias.
Yeah, I think that initially the court has talked to the attorneys first, and whether he has a further open hearing or not, I think that remains to be seen.
Okay. I appreciate that info. It makes a bit of a difference if that's something that I'm good to get an ear in on or not. It matters to me. So thank you.
Councilor Long.
One more request. If the staff could follow up with the EPA official who spoke at that January 16th, 2020 meeting to confirm the veracity of her statements, because otherwise we're just going to be in this he said, she said, debate about whether or not the statements were factually correct or not. And if there's a way, I found that presentation by the EPA to be very helpful. And so I just think it's important if we can reach between now and November 5th, reach out to this individual just to confirm that those statements, the veracity of the statements and the information that was provided the community at that meeting. Thanks.
Yes, we will do that.
For discussion, roll call vote on the postponement, starting with Councilmember Nelson.
Councilmember Nelson?
No.
Councilmember Smith?
Yes.
Councilmember Ramlawi?
No.
Councilmember Hayner?
No.
Councilmember Bannister?
No.
Councilmember Griswold?
No.
Councilmember Lum?
Yes.
Councilmember Grand?
Yes.
Councilmember Ackerman?
Yes.
Mayor Taylor?
Yes.
Councilmember Eaton?
No.
Motion fails.
All right, well, I'm going to veto this. So we can vote or we can postpone. This is an outrageous exercise. This is not how we do business here. We don't do business by springing things on council and the public at 1 a.m. that have this kind of consequence. It's just not going to happen. So I'm telling you that right now. I don't know what I'll do if it passes on the 5th, but this is outrageous. Further discussion of the main motion. Councilmember Griswold.
As I mentioned before, I think this is integral to our strategy. It's no surprise, any more so than the resolutions that were brought forward tonight. that we hadn't seen previously. That wasn't all of them. But I definitely think we should vote. And then if our mayor wants to go on record as vetoing this, that's fine. But let's move forward.
Councilmember Hayner.
Well, I'm going to speak to the merits of, or some may consider not the merits of the EPA. I'm going to speak to the matter of this resolution that I co-sponsored way back when. The amount of, and you're just going to have to take my word for it, because I've been going to these CARD meetings for many, many, many years now. And the amount of data that is contained on this site, this site has more data, historical data, understanding of what is missing, understanding of what's here, trend analysis, historic record going back as long as we can remember. This is the largest dioxin pollution site in the nation. If it was anywhere else, this would have been a super fun site 20 years ago. But Ann Arbor is a wealthy community who apparently has had the wherewithal to drag this through the courts, to take our best efforts with the courts, to have consent judgment after. We're on the 4th version of it, for goodness sake. The amount of data that CARD has on this only need be verified by a couple months worth of monitoring well sampling that's already ongoing through the Eagle's participation as the overseeing body of this. If a couple months of sampling data verifies what has existed in this 30-year record that CARD holds, it's going to cut the discovery time from this supposed 3 to 6 years down to a year. If the solution, the remedy, we already know what the remedy is, because the EPA is applying it in New York State and other places, and in Arizona and other states around the country. We already know what the remedy is. The remedy is going to be slightly longer than the public hearing time that's necessary for that remedy. This isn't going to be a 10-year problem with the EPA. Now, I recognize that the EPA might say, yes, we have a responsible party, and yes, we have a regulatory agency that's already looking at it, and yes, we have a consent judgment that's in place, no matter how flawed it is. But what they could do is say, we're going to bring the full authority of the federal government to make the responsible party pay, to put a standard in place, and to not let the folks at the Attorney General's office look the other way when monitoring wells outside the prohibition zone are in violation of the consent judgment 2 or 3 or 4 months in a row like they have been, and just look the other way and say, it's no big deal. Because we haven't had, our Attorney General's office has not leaned in on this like they should have. And they've had every opportunity. They've had several opportunities, including the Nagel letter, which is what we call it at CARD, where the polluter asked DEQ at the time, then DEQ, hey, is it okay if we don't go ahead with what's in consent judgment 3? Is it okay if we just let this one go? And by the way, can you write us a letter saying that it's okay? And by gosh, they did. Unthinkable. The opportunity that we had before us to lean in on this polluter and say, that's it. Where's your contingency plan? Clean it up, pull it back. DEQ, now Eagle, passed on that opportunity. So what are we supposed to think? The polluter has put their cards on the table. They've said, this is the best we're going to negotiate. We've said it isn't good enough. The public has said it isn't good enough. CARD and all these other people we listed tonight have said it isn't enough. So what are we supposed to think? Where do we turn? The number one thing this polluter wanted in this stipulation that we rejected was that we never go to the EPA. Why do you suppose that is? Because they know that the federal government has the authority to force a proper cleanup and make them pay for it. That's why. And so this isn't going to preclude the continuing operation and oversight by Eagle under the 3rd consent judgment. It isn't going to prevent the judge from saying, hey, the new standards are this. It doesn't stop any of that. It says, Ann Arbor, I, as a representative of this body, as a representative of the city of Ann Arbor, I'm not too proud to ask for help. That's what going to asking the governor to assess the work that her Attorney General's office and the Eagle is doing, they're monitoring the site. We're just asking her to take a look at it and say, does she think this is sufficient? Should her and AG Nessel sit down with Mr. Nagel and some of the other folks and say, is this working out for us? Is the plumes being drawn back in any way? Well, we know the answer to that already. It isn't. So I see asking the EPA as being not afraid to ask for some assistance on this site. And we get on the list, so we got to wait on the list. Yeah, there's 1,400 people on that list. I recognize that. There's communities that can't afford to take this report on that list that might need help more than us. But we can't overlook the fact that this is the largest dioxin pollution in the United States. We're already sitting on a Superfund site. We're already sitting on an MPL site. And we're not happy with what Eagle's been doing for us. And so I say, what's the harm in asking the EPA to take another look at it? We scored a 50 out of 85 on the preliminary assessment. Scioto and Ann Arbor Townships have not withdrawn their request for preliminary assessment. I don't think this is a big deal. I mean, it's a big deal for us because it represents progress as far as I'm concerned. It represents progress, and it tells the polluter, we've had enough. We've had enough. And the other thing that will happen is the polluter will come under an additional level of scrutiny where the considerations in the state court that might say, hey, we don't have that responsibility. We bought it through this manipulated series of transactions that we don't have that responsibility. Well, I'm not so sure the federal government's going to buy that. I think the federal government's going to say, Danaher has bought themselves a real can of worms here, and now they get to clean it up. Because that's what's happened at other sites. So I know that minds are made up on this. I know that some people have been fighting the EPA, and I know the mayor has announced prior to even listening to any of us that he's going to veto it. And I'm not surprised by any of that, but I'm going to vote for it because I think it's my responsibility to get the best from every regulatory agency I can. And that includes asking our governor to reassess the work that Eagle's is being done or not done, as the case may be, on our half. And I think it's going to be the right thing to do, and it's going to be my only shot at it. So I'm going to say yes.
Councilmember online.
Well, I don't know how much more I can expand on the technical aspects of calling on the EPA as Council Member Hayner has just eloquently laid out for us. I don't think this is something where we just throw our hands up in the air and say we're not going to continue the path that we're on now. We're just going to take concurrent paths. We're going to take two paths at once. You know, we'll continue to go and try to litigate this, go to the judge, and see if something more can come out of this. And at the same time, we're going to apply more pressure and exercise our right and our responsibility, quite frankly. And it's quite alarming that the mayor, who works for the law firm, who's in position to continue this course of no return, is going to veto this action. That is alarming. That first you don't recuse yourself from the seat.
Oh, Jesus Christ, Ali. Stop.
Then you're going to veto this measure. I find it quite alarming. You know, but everyone has, you know, a vote, and they have their choice, and they have their positions. And, you know, I have no confidence in the current course. I've lost confidence in the current course. And I think it's the responsible thing to do, is to apply everything that we have in order to achieve the best possible results. So sorry to disappoint Councilmember Smith in this case. You don't need to say that to me, please. You know, that is your religion, not mine. And so I'll just say that. It's just, but we're used to vetoes. So, apply another one.
Councilmember Grant.
Yeah, I guess I'm used to shady behavior. So, do it again. That's why many of you got tossed. So it's interesting that after this conversation that there's 6 of you who all of a sudden seem to be supporting this. It's pretty fascinating to me. I'm glad the mayor's vote, going to veto this. It completely makes sense under the circumstances. Because as we, because it's so reprehensible. And it's also, we just know, because I sat in the same room. There's one thing that I don't do, and I do not do unicorns and fairy dust. And the thing that some of you will learn is that I'm going to become really good at cleaning up messes. So you can try to light a match on your way out. I'm a mom. I know how to clean things up.
How is this speaking to the resolution?
So it's, no, it's, you spoke for plenty, way over your 3 minutes.
I spoke to the matter before us. I didn't
It is the matter.
Violation of council rules.
This is
Councilmember Hainer.
Violation of council rules. There's a potential OMA violation here because I count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So
There's 5 people who co-sponsored it.
yeah, you might
Grant
learn not to cross me at this point.
Oh my goodness.
So I know it's so hard when a woman has. Okay.
It has nothing to do with gender, Julie. Get over yourself.
Okay, it's late. The mayor's going to veto this. I'll stop. I'm obviously voting no. But and the conspiracy theories, just this is why people thought you were shady. So just learn to stop with the conspiracy theories. It's ridiculous. And and honestly, like this, when I see Councilmember Smith like this is one of my last 2 meetings with my friend Chip Smith. And that you would, it's just sad and pathetic.
Councilmember Long.
We need to do better for our city and all those folks we are supposed to be representing. I have to say, I think it's painfully obvious to me that this was the intent at the outset of tonight's meeting. And I mean, to not try to give it the old college try and to do our level best to amend the consent judgment to make it better. Why would you not do that? I can only conclude, unfortunately, that you wouldn't do that because to improve the consent judgment makes it harder to vote against it. And so let's make it as objectionable as possible. And because we have no intention to approve it, so that just makes it easier to, vote against it. I don't think we truly have an interest in negotiating or litigating further because what is or is not a job stopper in negotiations vis-a-vis going to US EPA. We've gotten lots of advice on that one. And to say that taking this approach, comparing that, after this came up after midnight, is no different from introducing amendments that they were introduced at the 11th hour. Yeah, I sent them to you on Friday, and I mean that's misrepresentative to say that, to make that comparison. And I went back and checked. We got lots of memos, advice memos on the whole amendment path. And the first one we got on this was about a month ago. And I'm sorry I didn't get mine in until Friday, Ms. Elias. But we got the first memo on this and instructions, and we're told that the attorney's office would help us, et cetera, et cetera. This didn't come out of thin air. No one was surprised. We've known about it for a month. We need to read our emails, sorry. Wasn't the 11th hour, and you cannot compare the two. And this is disappointing.
Councilmember Ackerman.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. I'll just say, first of all, the conspiracy theories just need to end. This money trail of corruption is just so ridiculous, and we've got to be above that. The second thing I'll say is it's been asserted that this resolution just asks the governor for her opinion. Well, I used some of this dialogue to reread it again for the first time in months at 1:30, 1:40 in the morning, and it doesn't say that. In fact, it actually asks the governor to take a very explicit action with respect to the intervention of the EPA. This isn't a request for an opinion. This is a very explicit request for very direct action. And the fact that I don't understand that and understand the implications of that with respect to our ongoing state court negotiations with Gelman is bad, and that means I shouldn't vote on this. But the fact that multiple council members have asserted that this is just asking the governor for opinion when it in fact clearly does not means you don't understand it either. It means we all need a refresher. It means we all need to go into closed session and get advice. It means we all need to get aligned on our legal strategy instead of at 2 in the morning looking like a set of amateurs. This is ridiculous. This is a terrible, terrible way to make progress. This is a terrible way to strategically fight against a large corporation. And all of this could have been avoided by bringing it up in closed session on Friday, or using the 72 hours between closed session and now to send a simple email, or to vote to postpone this for 2 weeks to allow people to seriously read this and understand the ramifications. You're not getting a veto because there's some rich people conspiracy about property values in the EPA. You're getting a veto because you're doing some shady stuff at 1 and 2 in the morning.
Councilmember Smith.
You know, being that I represent the 5th Ward and doing this impacts a huge number of my constituents, and the fact that I was not at all consulted on this just shows that the fact that this isn't about doing the best thing for the whole city. It's about winning an argument. It's not about working together to figure out how to make this the best solution for the city. It's about winning an argument. It's about proving the mayor wrong. It's about saying we're right and you're wrong. We're better than that in Ann Arbor. Nobody has once asked me how I would vote on a Superfund issue after we get some kind of closure on the negotiations. They still haven't. But there's no way I'll vote to support this evening, thrown at us like this with no prior notice. It's dishonest. It's completely untransparent. This body, when it takes actions like this, is doing a tremendous disservice to our community. We're an embarrassment, and we all need to do better.
Councilmember Bannister.
Thank you. I'm really surprised that everyone is so upset about this resolution. Of all of the very difficult dioxane memos and conversations, this resolution is the simplest of all of the concepts that we've looked at, and it has been on our agenda for a year. And we've talked about it and tabled it, and so asking Governor Whitmer for her opinion on whether she would send us to the EPA. That is completely reasonable. So I would suggest to Mayor Taylor that he reread many of the emails we've already received from all of the Environmental Commission, the Huron Valley Sierra Club, CARD, dozens of residents. And the EPA has always been on the table, and many people have wanted it. So this is absolutely not a surprise. It's a simple concept. And I just want to thank Councilmember Ramlawi, Griswold, and Hayner, because when I was on council in 2018, we didn't talk about the plume. But when you all came on in 2019, you lit a fire under this issue, and we have now had a zillion memos and a zillion closed sessions and hours, and you all coming to council has brought us all along here, and so I want to thank you for that.
Councilmember Lum.
Try to be brief. I do think, to follow on quickly to what you just said, Councilman Bannister, that having this hanging out there sent a message that we're serious, and we are obviously serious, which is not to say that I think it's a viable alternative. I don't, and I will just quickly read this because I think this is from the city's website. Could the United States Environmental Protection Agency take over the cleanup of the site? This isn't long. EPA will typically not take over a site if it is being managed by a state agency such as Eagle, and there is a polluter covering the cleanup costs. However, if the state governor requests that EPA take over the cleanup activities, then a 3-year process would begin, during which EPA would determine whether it believes the site should be proposed for listing on the national priorities list. Following this initial assessment, the EPA process to develop a cleanup plan for a newly listed site can take over a decade. EPA has stated that it does not have emergency powers to demand immediate actions if there are actual unacceptable exposures to dioxin, which EPA stated would be a threshold of 46 parts per billion in drinking water. In the case of the Gelman plume, this threshold has not been exceeded, so an emergency intervention would not be available for this site. Representatives of the EPA addressed these questions and more, again, that was at the community meeting where this was, there were more questions and answers provided by the EPA on how this would proceed and what they can and cannot do. So again, we need to understand what this in fact is asking, the path that this would be taking the city on. And you can see, I don't think it's a viable approach. Thanks.
Councilmember Eaton.
Thank you. Asking the governor to seek EPA help does not necessarily have to stop the state process. As Councilmember Hayner noted, the polluter has made it very clear that it doesn't want the EPA to be involved. Having that prospect held over their head actually may in fact allow us to reach better terms. Up until the date when the EPA lists this site on the national priorities list, the negotiations can continue. And if the polluter is really serious, as they seem to be, about avoiding having the EPA oversee this site, it will actually strengthen our position at the table. I know that I know that the mayor intends to veto this. I think that he was likely to veto this even if we voted on it at the next meeting. It's the fact that the mayor is so opposed to EPA involvement that weakens our hand when we're trying to negotiate a settlement with the polluter. We are not bargaining from a position of strength. We are begging the polluter to give us a little bit of this and a little bit of that. And even these amendments tonight were unlikely to be approved by the polluter. They've been at the bargaining table for a couple of years now, and they haven't agreed to any of that stuff. They're not going to agree to it in the hallway outside the courtroom. So if we don't muster the will to put some pressure on them and have the threat of the EPA becoming involved just to get their attention so that perhaps they'll bargain in good faith with us, then we're going to continue to get a really lackluster consent judgment proposal. And so be it. I have heard from my constituents. They want the EPA to be involved, and I think that we should petition the governor to ask for their assistance. Thank you.
Councilmember Griswold.
Yes, again, this is one of many strategies. It's not an either or. And the other thing I want to mention, and I'd like staff to verify this, is I have been told that the EPA was collecting data on this site for almost a year at the request of Congresswoman Debbie Dingell. And so the evaluation process has already started. I can't say how much longer it's going to take, but that needs to be factored in. Thank you.
If staff would like to comment on that, the request for staff information.
Later's fine.
Further discussion, Councilmember Amlawi.
Yeah, I'm sorry to the folks that are not elected officials in this meeting that subject you to this somewhat torturous hour. I don't understand why we can't have policy differences and it not become an attack on people's character, intentions, motives, etc. I don't understand why you have 5 council members here that co-sponsor this who would have supported it 6 months ago, 7 months ago, 10 months ago, or tonight, or next week. We've been in support of this the whole time that this has been held by council. So it's really unfortunate that when we have differences on policy, instead of talking about the substantive nature of it, we just start attacking each other's character and motives and intent. So, you know, it's unfortunate that that's how it went, but it doesn't. The fact of the matter is, again, there's 5 council members who have co-sponsored this, and I'm sure their positions have been consistent throughout.
Call the question.
What is the rule with respect to call to question?
Let's just vote.
If everyone has recognized that they've had a chance to speak, then.
I don't think that everyone has spoken. I do have Councilmember Ackman and Grand in the queue. Perhaps we close off the queue. Is that all right?
I think there's been a motion.
I'll take that shrug as a note. The mover made a shrug, which I'm
a second to call the question. So if everybody who wants to speak has spoken, it just takes a 2/3 vote to call a question.
2/3, 7 or 8, I forget. 2/3 is not one that I have.
2/3 is 8.
All right, well, I'm not going to support that at this juncture. Roll call vote, please, starting with, well, is there just roll call vote, please, starting with Councilmember Nelson.
Are we calling the question? Is that what we're voting on?
I'm calling the question.
I'll put my hand down and I'll just save it for council communication.
Yeah, same.
All right. Further discussion? Let's assume the question's been called. Roll call vote, please, on the main motion. Starting with Councilmember Nelson.
Councilmember Nelson?
Yes.
Councilmember Smith?
No.
Councilmember Amlawi?
No.
Councilmember Hayner,
Yes.
Councilmember Bannister,
Yes.
Councilmember Griswold,
Yes.
Councilmember Long,
No.
Councilmember Grand,
No.
Councilmember Ackerman,
No.
Mayor Taylor,
No.
Councilmember Eaton,
Yes.
motion fails.
Are there communications from the city attorney?
Yes, Mayor. As Mr. Crawford mentioned earlier about the election, there was one point that I think needed to be added, and that is the Court of Appeals last week made a determination that actually reverted back to what was the rule, that is all ballots absentee and all votes must be in by 8 o'clock on election day. A lower court changed that opinion, and the Court of Appeals last week reversed that. And it's significant because for people who had assumed that it could just be postmarked and then have 2 weeks to come in after election day, people should be just reminded that that is incorrect as according to the Court of Appeals, and therefore should act accordingly. Certainly the Secretary of State and our talented city clerk has advised to get the ballots in, and I won't go into that, but I think a point about that court case supplements really what the city administrator had said.
Thank you. We have before us the clerk's report of communications, petitions, and referrals. Motion please to approve the clerk's report. Moved by Councilmember Smith, seconded by Councilmember Grand. Discussion of the clerk's report. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Clerk's report is approved. We now come to public comment general time. Public comment general time is an opportunity for members of the public to speak to council and community about matters of municipal interest. To speak at public comment general time, one need not have signed up in advance. To speak at public comment general time, please dial 877-853-5247. That is 877-853-5247. Entering meeting ID number 8974-2352. 7921, 974-2352-7921. When you've done so, please enter *9 to indicate that you wish to speak. *9, our clerk will identify you by the last 3 digits of your telephone number, and thereafter, it'll be your turn to speak. You'll have 3 minutes in which to speak, so please pay close attention to the time. Our clerk will notify you when 30 seconds are remaining and when your time is up. When your time is up, please conclude your remarks and cede the floor. Is there anyone who'd like to speak at public comment?
Caller 534.
Well, good morning. This is Tom Stolberg, 1202 Traver. As an old developer, I've been to late meetings, but usually not this late. I do want to thank you for your hard work. And this business does need to get done, however long it takes. Tonight, the Veridian PUD was approved, and I thank you. I'm glad for that. It is a big step forward for our community. 3 years ago, we citizens were being told PUDs weren't viable. Well, we knew that wasn't true. Now you know that isn't true. Let's look at the PUDs approved since then and their affordable housing benefits. The Lower Town PUD, $0. The Glen PUD, $500,000. The Garnet PUD, $88,000 to affordable housing. 841 Broadway Park, over $2 million approved to the Affordable Housing Fund by approving it as a PUD. And now the Veridian with affordable housing units that are going to be constructed on site. I mentioned Lower Town as a PUD because it is a PUD. It is 100% indistinguishable from a PUD. It is a PUD in every single way except 2. The label, what you've named it, and the lost affordable housing, which is 93 units that would have been constructed on site, or nearly $9 million in developer contributed money into the Affordable Housing Fund. It was a fact then, with the previous council. It is a fact now during the current council, and it will continue to be a fact when the new council is seated, that is a PUD in everything and every way except the improperly rezoning to something with a different label, specifically and for one and only one reason, to allow the developer to avoid nearly $9 million in affordable housing funds. Some council members tonight said some words like outrageous and shady behavior and a curse word that has the initials BS. Well, that's very disingenuous, because that was the behavior that those same council members used when they approved this inappropriately, illegally, in the manner they did, specifically and for one and only one reason, to benefit a private developer and relieve that developer of $9 million, nearly $9 million, or 93 units of affordable housing constructed on site. They used that same shady, outrageous, or BS behavior to eliminate the supermajority requirement by approving a delay. By approving a delay in a rezoning where the developer already said he wasn't going to change a single thing. So there's a lot of disingenuous speech tonight. There are a lot of hands that are not clean. Good night.
Thank you.
Caller 556.
Hi, Ralph McKee, 1116 Red Oak. I know it's late, and I appreciate you working this late. I actually do. I wish it wasn't this late. My head is spinning from some of the process questions that I have about what happened in the 4 or 5 hours that I've been listening to this. But and there's been a lot of fingers pointed, and maybe some of them are right, and maybe some of them aren't. I have some things to say about the process too, and this is really directed at the legal counsel for the city, in-house and outside counsel. I really am troubled by the way the Gelman process has been handled. And at the beginning, it was very clear, almost like a marketing program by council and the mayor, that this was a strict up and down vote. And so that's what it is. It's a good plan. Let's do it. Then when the residents started to essentially tear it apart and point out all the flaws, then it seemed to get a little muddy. Well, maybe if we change one thing, we can do this, and it'll all be good. Then, recently, tonight, this is really the first time I heard this, that now we have a whole bunch of new possibilities, and we're essentially looking at renegotiating the whole deal. Well, maybe you could have told somebody at the public that. Maybe the public, maybe all the people who have been studying this for years and years would have had specific suggestions about how to change the consent judgment, if that's where we're at. But no, we won't tell you until the thing is being voted on. That seems to me to just be completely crazy. Why did you even have the meeting with Debbie Dingle? Why even have public comment if you're just going to go a completely different path without telling anybody that? I'm sorry, I know this probably sounds really harsh, but I don't know how else to say it. The public could have fly-spec the consent judgment, but what they thought they were doing was saying what was wrong with it
30 seconds.
in order to induce a no vote. And instead, we have a completely different path. If you're going to go that path, at least tell people that that's what's going on. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mayor, there are two other callers on the line, but they don't have their hands up.
Any callers on the line wish to speak at public comment, please enter *9 now.
Caller 464.
Yeah, hello. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Yes, this is Linda Burauer, 421 3rd Street. What a night, 7 hours and counting. I would like to thank Council members Nelson, Smith, Rumlawi, Hayner, Bannister, Griswold, and Eaton for having the courage to reject this consent judgment. I know it wasn't easy. There was a lot of propaganda and a lot of pressure and a lot of fear-mongering to try to get them to accept it. Thank you for not succumbing to the bullying of the polluter and the bullying of the polluter's lawyers and the bullying of those who were going to just kind of cave into the fear. Thank you so much. I know this is just a first step. It's by no means over, but thank you for getting us to this point. As for the last half hour or hour, I appreciate Council Member Eaton's courage to untable that EPA idea. There is nothing wrong with him having done that. As Council Member Griswold, I had no idea this was going to happen, but as Council Member Griswold said, it is a good strategic move. And thank you for those, I think there were 5 of you who voted to do that. I'm sorry that didn't get enough votes to pass, but it's a perfectly legitimate thing to do, a very strategic thing to do. It would have strengthened our position, and I'm very sorry that some of you did not vote for it, and I am especially sorry and angry at the abuse put on Councilmember Eaton for bringing it forward by 2 council members, one of whom is representing me in Ward 5. That should never have happened. You can disagree with a policy, but you should not do personal attacks. And I am ashamed to have 2 council members and this body who succumb to those kind of tactics, and I certainly hope it doesn't happen again. Thank you.
30 seconds.
Thank you, I'm done.
Thank you. Are there any members of the public who are online wish to speak? Please enter *9 now. Seeing no one, public comment is closed. Are there communications today from council? Councilmember Lum.
Thanks. I would just like to say, after hearing some of these comments just made, that every one of us, whether you agree or disagree with a council member, an elected official's position, every individual analyzes, studies, weighs the options presented to us, and gives it their all in coming to what they determine is the best decision in the best interest of the community. No one is bullied or less courageous if they take a position that may or may not align with your position. It's a difference of opinion. Where's the tolerance? Where's the acceptance? Where is the respect for what it takes that individual to pour through? You know, we've had inches and inches and inches of files and data and people to meet with, and not all of us took opportunities to meet with certain individuals who reached out to us, but we all gave it our all, and we arrive at our decisions. We try to explain why we are voting a certain way, but don't say, okay, because you didn't vote, you know, as I think you should vote, you were bullied. You caved. You didn't show courage. That is really unfair and unjust. And And people just got to start, being nice to each other and agreeing to disagree in a respectful, collegial way. And I really think, I worry about getting people to sit in these seats when they're trying to do their best, but they come under personal attack. They're trying their best, and no one's sitting here if they didn't care deeply about this community. And so please don't impugn someone's motives for a decision that they're making.
Councilor Ramlawi.
Thank you, Mayor. And thank you, Councilmember Lum, for expanding on a thought that I had as well earlier there, in that we have lost the ability to agree to disagree, and we've resorted to attacking one's character and integrity rather than just sticking with policy differences where it's just unfortunate. Hopefully it gets better with time. I will say I changed my vote there at the very last minute with that last vote. I will say that if it is going to be parliamentary, be acceptable, I may be bringing that back for reconsideration at our next council meeting. So I would advise my colleagues to make sure that they're ready for that if it does come back for reconsideration on November 5th. I wasn't bullied, but part of me changed in the deliberations and in the discussions, and came to the sense and the agreement that yes, there needs to be a better discussion over the matter, more time and preparation in such a critical vote. So there are going to be people who are wondering why I flipped at the last second, and that is why. There's still opportunity for me to bring it back, hopefully for reconsideration if need be. In the 2 weeks that we have in between now and then, we'll give members to discuss it and think about it more. But I just appreciate the callers who stuck with us tonight and voiced their opinions and I just hope that we can just leave it all at the table and leave it all on the field and not harbor these thoughts that come out at times with us and take it and just take it personal. These are not personal. There's nothing personal about it. It's just policy differences, and that's all. So that's all I want to say, and wish everyone a good night. Hopefully we all wake up on the right side of the bed.
Councilor Griswold.
I want to thank all of the community members who have spent decades studying the Gelman plume and have provided technical expertise. And then on a very mundane subject that seems like years ago, I want to acknowledge the staff's excellent, whatever the opposite of deployment is, removing the barrels for the healthy streets in the areas where council directed them to end the program early. I just have one question regarding Broadway Bridge. I know that the ballards were removed, but then construction barrels were put back up, and so I'm getting some questions about that. And I don't necessarily need an answer tonight, but if you have one, that would be great.
I do not. I've seen the same question. We'll get back to you.
Okay, thanks.
Councilmember Smith.
So it's quite an experience this evening. I think what I would like to say is that governing is very different than campaigning. And we can come to policy differences. I voted against the fourth CJ and settlement agreement, even though I thought there was a lot in there that was useful to move forward, because I thought it was a useful step in being able to go back to the court and say, these are the things that stink about this, and let them have that discussion. But, I think why I am upset and why I will continue to be upset is because there's an assumption that because there are 5 co-sponsors of an item, that somehow automatically means there's been discussion, there's been working to get to a common goal. I mean, the decision to go to Superfund is a big decision. And to whip that out at 1 o'clock in the morning after we've all spent a lot of time talking about pulling stuff off the consent agenda and having discussions about the community commons, and all of a sudden it's 11 o'clock when we start discussing Gelman, that's just not the way to govern. And I think that, I'm just hopeful that the next group of people can do it more effectively than this group of people has.
Councilmember Grant.
Thank you. I spend a lot of time in my day job talking to students about the need to reflect upon their actions and their experiences. And so when I'm asking some of you to do that, it's as Councilmember Smith said, we had a pretty major disagreement tonight. I didn't go after his character, and I didn't think any lesser of him for doing so. But it's one thing to say, don't go after someone's character, when 2 minutes earlier, you're going after someone's character for disagreeing. And so you just have to look, this is, and I understand that it's late, but if for those of us who are still here and we want to be able to move forward, because it can go a couple ways, right? We can actually try to work together going forward and find common ground, or I can become a seek and destroy missile. It can go either way. And I'm not afraid to go in either direction. I would prefer to go in the work together. But if every time I disagree with someone on a policy issue, all of a sudden I'm being, I'm having conspiracy theories hurled at me, misogyny hurled at me, all sorts of, and you can roll your eyes all you want, but there are a lot of other people in this community who agree with me on this. And so I'm just asking you to reflect why that is the case. Maybe look back at your behavior. Maybe look back at things you've said on social media, right? Because I can become RBF, Jeff. I really can.
Councilmember.
Right? Okay. So it wasn't my words. I'm just repeating them. So the point of this is I would prefer that we go and wait, but you can't give platitudes and not back it up with your own behavior. Because I'm just too smart to not see past that.
Councilmember Hayner.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Mayor. I just want to announce to the council, because it'll be part of the record, just like it was part of this week's minutes, that during the council meeting, I corresponded with the mayor, and I asked him to consider the ongoing violations of our council rules and the lack of decorum and order that happens at some of these meetings. Because what I'm finding is that, these meetings are really sort of what, if this was like, if this was in my job in a corporation or something, I would consider it a hostile work environment. I got to say, the stuff that's said around this table and it came down to swearing this week. I mean, I work with guys who do a blue streak, and I keep it under control myself. It's really been interesting to see the devolution of this body and some members of this body in particular over this last couple months. And, it's a hostile work environment. Consider this a formal complaint. I don't even know what some people are talking about when they say things. I don't even know what people are referring to when they say things at this meeting, because whatever they're speaking to is so far from the matter at hand. It is so far from the resolution before us or the amendment to the resolution before us that I have no clue what they're talking about. And that's really problematic. And yeah, it is going to be a problem going forward because we have rules. And this notion that we're going to collapse the rules committee into the admin committee because they have an overlap is worrisome to me. I think we need a separate rules committee, and I think we need all of us to start paying attention to the rules that already exist because they are constantly being violated. And as our mayor is charged with maintaining order and decorum. And so when you hear somebody say point of order, it's because the topic at hand is not being spoken to. And it's a problem. It's a problem because it creates a hostile work environment. And we all get a check. So I think that's a legitimate complaint. This is a hostile work environment. And it just is. I'm greatly offended by some of the things that I hear people say, and slightly less so when they're directed at me, because who cares? I mean, because half the stuff that's said away from the topics is complete and utter nonsense. And so I really encourage the return to decorum. And I'm skeptical that it will happen. What I anticipate happening, and because it's been promised for the last 3 weeks, is gross abuses of power by a majority that is going to be sworn in a couple of weeks. And we've had guarantees of how votes are going to go. We've had guarantees of how what things are going to be said. That's an outrageous skirting of the democratic process. Just pretend that there's some kind of decorum. Just pretend. Let's all just pretend that we are analyzing the issues at hand and we haven't made up our minds ahead of time. I know that I rarely do. And maybe that makes me seem unprepared sometimes. But I was told when I swore my council oath that decisions were supposed to be made at this table and that things were supposed to be studied and asked. Questions are supposed to be asked at this table in front of the public's view. And so this notion that there's all kinds of things going on behind the scenes, it certainly doesn't apply to me. I don't have the interest to conspire, and I don't have the time. So I'm just asking for everybody to, similarly, I make no threats as to my future behaviors. I'm just asking for everybody to, yes, please, let's all take a look in the mirror. I agree.
Councilmember Amlawi.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak again on the matter. I'm just wondering procedurally, like we talk about the decisions that we're making late at night, at midnight, 1 o'clock, where we have the more meatier part of our agenda being discussed. Like tonight, DC 8, why was that not DC 1 or DC 2 so that the public and us are more alert earlier in our meeting? Why are sometimes we're putting the most heaviest, meatiest resolutions and decisions and business that we have to discuss at the end of the agenda? This has happened more than just tonight. It's happened on many, many nights where the most important part of the agenda is at the end, where we're deciding these matters at midnight. It just, frankly, doesn't make much sense to me. And I'm not on the bodies that make up those decisions, but this happens with quite frequency. So I'm looking forward to a new tomorrow. I'm looking forward to a new body with a new chemistry, and we'll see hopefully if the return of statesmanship or stateswomanship, just collegiality and professionalism, and being able to agree to disagree can return. And I will do my part. I'll do my best. I can only, do what I can control. And I apologize if I've acted in a gross in a gross way. But I will just say, I don't think anybody has elected us to seek and destroy. That's not what anybody has put on their campaign literature or knocked on doors to say. We're here to address and try to collaborate to solve problems, not to seek and destroy. Nobody has gotten elected to seek and destroy. So I would just urge us to to maybe move some of these more important matters at the beginning of our meetings, and maybe even perhaps start at 6 o'clock instead of 7 o'clock. These are just some ideas to help, better govern. We do have some issues, but we have the power to make things better, and I hope that we do as we go forward. Thank you.
Excuse me, Mayor, if I could. I will say on that note, Mr. Crawford and I have been tasked by the admin committee, and we are working together to make some suggestions, both to the admin committee and to the rules committee about meeting organization and other things. And we do think that we will be able to bring that back later in November.
Further communications from council? Mr. Postma, do we have any a closed session today, perhaps?
Mayor, we are not going into closed session tonight at 2:33 in the morning unless you want to. I do not believe there is a matter that necessitates that.
Always useful and entertaining speaking with you and listening to you, but perhaps we'll leave that for another day. We have a motion to adjourn, please. Moved by Councilmember Amlawi, seconded by Councilmember Griswold. Discussion. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? We're adjourned.
Hey, folks.